talking back and forth.
Right, go ahead.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love. Welcome to those who have joined us tonight on Unscrambled Minds. I am Sister Freedom, Big Mama.
Okay, Mayat. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds. I'm Sister Sakina Ra.
I'm Gemini the Goddess.
Hey y'all, daughters of the sea.
How y'all doing? I'm Nisha.
Peace and love, everybody. I'm Dulcinea.
Okay. Tonight is, I guess we just gonna be having an open conversation, just speaking and talking on whatever's been going on, talking about, worldly things, whatever we could find to be talking about. I had a good night's rest last night. I laughed my butt off last night because it was hilarious to me. Okay. Conversations on other channels. But I don't see why anybody has to get so stuck in their feelings and serious about these particular conversations that we have on YouTube, because that's exactly what they are. Conversations concerning information pertaining to history, pertaining to religion, etc. But me, myself, I don't choose to get myself hostile, hyped up, and mad about these conversations. People need to keep positive mindsets, even though the information may bring a little bit of controversy. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Don't get so your jaws pulled up in your buttocks about this information, because guess what? One way or the other, we can't change it. It is what it is. So we want to start topics off. How was your day, Sakina?
It was nice. It was nice. I got a little shopping in. Knees hurting. It's freezing up here.
It's freezing.
Yes, it
Have
is.
y'all been getting snow yet?
We did, but it melted. But I guess it's a small little snowstorm coming. It's close to Thanksgiving here, so it's about
Yeah.
to go down.
So are you cooking this year or not?
Yeah, I'm blessed. So I am cooking some, but my girls are cooking too. So
Mhm.
yeah, I got me a vegan turkey breast, and I think they're doing a chicken, a whole chicken. Yeah, so it's going down.
Oh, it's going down. Oh, it's the sweet
Mhm.
potatoes going down. And the
Yeah, I'm
macaroni.
gonna do some yams and a sweet potato pie, but yeah.
I was offered some purple sweet potatoes. I've never seen them before, but I'm
Mm.
told that they are very healthy. Would you know anything about that?
A purple sweet potato.
I've never seen them before.
Yeah.
I've never ever seen purple potatoes. I mean, I'm curious because they've got to be very pretty. You know what I'm saying? But I'm curious. I would love to have some just so I could see what they look like and or if they taste any different than the sweet potatoes that we have now. You ever heard of them, Gemini?
Yes, and I've actually had some stewed, and they paired it with some other vegetables. So they taste like regular sweet potatoes. They're just purple, but they still, because they paired it with, potatoes and asparagus. It wasn't. I can't say much about it, and I don't know the nutrition facts of it.
So women, so the stew that you made.
No, they stewed them. When I had them, they stewed them like, or steamed them.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
Oh, with the asparagus.
Yes, and the potatoes. Yes, and some carrot. Yes,
Was it good?
it was good, but it just tastes like a sweet potato. But it was just probably the color, just for the plating, right? Because I didn't really, I can't, I can't recall a standout flavor about it.
I got this new
And
channel that
definitely pretty, and definitely pretty, definitely
right. That's
pretty.
what I'm probably thinking about. That it would be beautiful and it would be a look on the table. You know what I'm saying? Because I could see people asking, "What's that?" You know what I mean? If the people that have never experienced it before.
Mm.
Anyway, I happened to be online today, and this lady was on there, and I'm a seafood eater. I love seafood, and she was cooking fish in the oven like as if she was frying it on the stove. And what she did was something I've never done before. I'm quite sure you ladies on the panel, Nisha, you being from down south, Dulcinea, you know what I'm saying? She put mustard in the mix of making her fish batter. Do you do that, Sakina?
I've seen a lot of people do. You know, I'm allergic to fish.
Oh yeah. But she put eggs, what like we do, the regular egg stuff, the cornmeal, the seasonings and everything, and she put mustard and mayonnaise
Oh, I've never
in
seen that
there.
part.
I just was like, okay. But after she made the batter up, had everything in it, she placed the fish in there. So I'm telling you, it looks so good. She placed it in there, and then she got a cookie sheet thing, a pan, excuse me, and she put the paper down on it, and she placed the fish on it. She put them suckers in the oven. And oh wait a minute, she put a little oil on them, olive oil on both sides. She have a spray gun that she either uses. If not, she use like a little brush and pour it on there. And when I'm telling you, it was crunchy looking, and I've got to try it. Now she didn't put. Now I use a little bit of uh, sassoon on mine too. The little, sassoon. I put a little bit. I just like the flavor, and I use obey seasoning also on my fish. I like that type of seasoning on my fish. But have you ever anybody cooked it on in the oven like that?
Let's bake fry it with a little oil in the pan. You know, like frying chicken like that too. It's bake fried.
Bake fried.
Yeah, you fry it. You just put a little oil in the pan, and you put it in the oven. And instead of frying it on the stove, you bake frying it. Yeah,
I never did that. I
yeah,
never did it. It seems like it could possibly be. And
yeah.
she didn't use that much oil. She just sprayed it on both sides. And she said, if you
Hmm.
don't have a spray, you could take and brush a little bit of olive oil on both sides and then put it, excuse me, in the oven. And it
Hmm.
came out fluffy, crunchy, everything. I was like, wow.
You can do chicken the same way.
But I remember shake and bake. Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, but That's with breadcrumbs. You can do it like that with flour. It's the same way.
I just think that I would like to have that, a nice baked potato with all the goodies in it. You know what I'm saying? A green vegetable.
Thanksgiving done made you hungry?
I keep thinking about food. Like
I know
tonight,
it. You sound like you fantasizing about it.
oh, I've been eating a lot of salads lately with whatever meat product I have. I makes me the bomb salad.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I heard you chewing the other day. I was like, dang, what she
Oh, I
eating? It
love
sound
salad.
good. You made it sound real good. Crunch.
And with
And you
different dressings.
like that crunch with the
Yes,
crunch.
the
I
lettuce.
was like, oh, that
The
must be good.
lettuce is good. The lettuce is good. I'm looking for some new recipes. If anybody have any recipes, you know what I've never made was a sweet potato pie.
Really?
Mm.
I've not
You
because
know,
I
and investigate YouTube. Just different things
oh
you're trying to look
yeah
for recipes on. Look on YouTube. Some of them ignore, but look at the person. Look at what they did. And investigate because some of the YouTubers are pretty good. There's an island girl that's pretty good. I'll send you the ones that I know. This vegan one, that she's pretty
Mhm.
good, but she mostly makes like fat foods. That's the kind of vegan food I want.
Yes. But what about
Okay, but a sweet potato is vegan. How are we talking about a vegan sweet potato?
Oh, I wasn't talking about the sweet potato. I was
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the
What you
salads.
say?
And
Like,
she said she wanted recipes. I didn't know she said
yeah
she wanted for a sweet potato pie. I thought she said she
yeah
just
a
wanted.
good but you know what now LaShawn Gemini has me thinking that I want those purple sweet potatoes and make a sweet potato pie with that.
I don't think that sounds good to me. A,
No,
a purple sweet potato pie? No.
why not?
Right. I'm wondering, is it a yam or is it right? You
No,
just
it's a sweet potato. It's not a yam. It's a sweet potato.
But
Would that
is it
be
the
like one of
same? Are you gonna have like you have to know the taste of it? What's the taste in compared to the regular yams?
Yeah. Then when you bake it, because it already looked strange when it was steamed. I thought it looked strange.
Well, the color doesn't matter more than the taste, but
No,
you
the
got
color does matter for a pie.
not everybody cares or whatever. But
Nobody will want no strange color pie.
you would be
That's
better
just
off making a
disgusting.
purple one for Halloween because that's the color.
Oh my God. Lord, please don't let
I
nobody
know
do that.
it might be really pretty. Now I've never seen one, and it's got me curious enough to
If they got a
right.
picture,
Now
somebody has
you
cooked
messing
one.
it up because people be walking up and saying, "What is this cornbread?" And you like,
I'm
"Some sweet
telling you,
potato pie." They be
this
like,
is a purple one,
No,
honey.
y'all. You know what? I'm looking for a purple sweet potato pie. I got
No,
to see
they
this.
do it. I found it. I had to look it
I'm
up.
looking at it too. You know what? No,
My
that's
glasses at.
No, it is
disgusting.
pretty. It's pretty.
It's pretty, but I wouldn't
Make
eat it.
sure. Make
Yes, what
sure you
in
put
the
this.
hell?
Make sure you put
Oh
this
my
on it because
god!
it look better with
If
this.
that's for, no, let me put a disclosure. That's for people who can cook. If you can't cook like and make that look like that, please don't try that at home.
"Oh, I can do that."
I could do that. It don't look like it's too. My daughter makes a sweet potato puff out this world.
Yeah, and that's
See
some
your
meringue.
daughter. See, good. I'm glad you're gonna pass the buck on that. For y'all have a gray sweet potato pie, and that's just disgusting coming out the oven. Supposed to be
But do
purple.
the
Y'all done
whipped
made it
cream
gray.
like that because that looks really good. But you gotta
It
like
looks really
toast it
good.
like that too.
What's
That
that
looks
on
really
top?
good.
Cream
Right.
cheese or whipped cream?
Y'all
Or what is
have
that?
a gray
Like
potato
a whipped
pie.
cream
And
that
see, they didn't put
they
pumpkin in
toasted.
that one.
They had toasted it, so that's why it looks like that. They
Right.
toasted it with fire
This
and then
one got pumpkin in it. The other one got ginger in it. That one
Don't
they
look.
yeah,
made
one of
that
them
one like
got
a
orange
potato shell
zest.
pie.
Let me see what kind of sugar it's talking about because I feel like you gotta know.
Brown sugar.
Brown sugar, baby.
Yeah, brown
Woo!
sugar,
See what I'm
pumpkin
There
saying?
it is.
I
spice. I
know.
don't know
I
white
I
people
know
wouldn't
made that
use
one.
ginger. I would use nutmeg and
Let's go
all
back.
season.
They already
some
got me in the
vanilla,
pumpkin spice. I don't like
have
that.
something
See,
now.
This one's a
I
little
wouldn't
weird
use
because it says
pumpkin
orange
spice.
zest.
I would use all seasoning and
Yeah, but
nutmeg.
orange zest sounds good in a purple sweet potato pie. Now that's not weird.
I
Orange
never
zest.
tasted purple.
Orange zest make a
Yeah, I
lot of
was
stuff
like,
taste good.
Gemini, that does
That is
sound
meringue on top.
good.
Abstract. That is
Talk
Mm.
about the vanilla stuff. Instead of vanilla, put the orange in it.
Yes, the orange.
that
Yeah,
was
that
good.
sounds real good in the purple for sure.
I think you can
Mm-hmm.
put
Girl, I loved for the table to
just put a
spread.
little vanilla still, but the vanilla and orange will go
The
together.
orange flavoring is probably to take the vanilla flavoring
It
away.
look like margarine on top. Stop playing. It's
Because it's
white.
orange zest, so it's not like the thing. It's you zest the outside of the orange and then you put a little bit of that.
Well, then that's
Yeah,
probably going in the
yeah, but
marinade.
they have, but you can use orange zest or you can use the orange extract, which is even better. The orange
Mhm.
extract is
Yeah,
so good
but
on
you have
stuff
to
that
be
it
careful with
costs
that. You
so
gotta.
much money.
Oh,
Like
this is mine.
that
This one.
orange is not that orange is no joke. That's some good shit. It makes
This is the
granola
right
taste
one.
so good. It makes, oh my God. The
Yeah,
orange zest
they're
is the
still
shit.
using extract anyway.
This is how you're
Boy,
supposed to make it. So I don't know
man, I
who's eating
agree.
well. Eating well got the right answer because they said put brandy in it, and that's the answer.
Yeah, brandy.
See,
Brandy
Yeah,
is
I
the
can
you
see
answer.
see
that.
it say
Yeah,
I
allspice,
know that's
scrambled
right.
egg. See, this
yeah.
is
The
how I make
brandy
a
would
pie
make
right
it
here.
taste
So it
really
wouldn't
good.
matter.
Yes,
This is how you make a pie
because they
anyway.
have the brandy extract as well. Yeah. So yes.
Ooh, y'all bad girls. I got
Right,
some brandy upstairs with ginger and all
right.
that in it. Mm.
Uh-huh.
That's how you make
Yes.
a sweet potato pie
Mm.
anyway. So they're not telling you if you
Yes.
know how to make a sweet potato pie, you know how to make that pie. So that Patty LaBelle asked the ginger. So that's here there.
Did you like Patty LaBelle's pies?
I sure didn't.
Okay. Patty, that wasn't me that said it. That was
Yeah, I don't like, you could taste the ginger, and I don't know if it was overwhelming. Remember, I told you somebody made me a hot toddy, and it had ginger in it, and I got sick as all get out. Ginger,
mm.
yeah.
Oh
But
yeah,
then,
you said you didn't like the ginger.
yeah, now they do have a drink that is a Jamaican drink that is made with rutabagas and ginger and lemon. Now that is off the chain, and you
Yes.
put brandy in it and whatnot, and that is off the chain. I could drink that without the brandy in it, with like a slushy, and listen, that's not to play with. I love that, but um, no, that pie with the ginger in it, you can have that. Yeah, you can have that. That's not for me.
Do you like ginger at all, or just ginger
Yeah,
in
I do.
food?
I do like ginger, but I don't care for I don't know if it was just too I don't know what it was about that. I just didn't like it.
I
Yeah, you
like
don't
the
like it in
cookies.
the
You like
foods. Yeah.
ginger snacks, the cookies, ginger snacks. What is it? Ginger
I do
snap.
like ginger snaps,
That's
but I don't like ginger snaps.
I don't know what
right.
happened.
'Cause
She done.
Yeah. I do like ginger
yeah.
snaps and I don't like ginger snaps. Does that make sense?
Now
Yep.
I got one question to ask you, sisters, because it is getting near that day. Do y'all like the fried turkeys? I'm not. I'm not in it. I'm not with that.
Hmm.
Peanut oil.
You know why I don't like the fried turkey? Let me first go with this one, and then everybody can just say, because I don't get to put my dressing in it. I like to season up my dressing with my onions, my green peppers, all the stuff that I put in my dressing, and put it in there. So, like, you know what I'm saying? And so it could just, and then, and just so I can, play with it and squeeze butter all over top of it all night long. Because you cook your turkey through the night.
Yeah.
I'm saying to myself, if you fry the darn thing, first of all, I keep thinking about how greasy and unseasoned it's going to taste.
Oh,
You
a
know what
fried
I'm
turkey?
Fried turkey.
No, boo. They marinate the turkey overnight and then they fry it. Listen, a fried turkey is
Mm.
like a smoked turkey. So my family fried
Yes, I've
turkey.
never had fried turkey.
Yeah, so
Mm,
what
but I
they
sure
do
would
is
Because
want some.
wait,
they
my
marinate.
daughter's
Yeah,
fiance,
they marinate them the night before, and then the next day, because it take a couple of maybe an hour or something to fry turkey, and they have those big things,
you put it in.
and then when they take them outside, and then they dip them in there, because it takes like 25 pounds of peanut oil or whatever to fry these turkeys in. And then they dip them in them pots and whatever, and then they deep fry them.
Mm-hmm, that's what he does. He
Yes,
does, and he sells them every
Yes, and
year.
then once
Every,
you deep fry them, they be so golden brown and the skin be so
Mm,
crispy and all that.
crispy.
Yeah.
Girl.
now you doing all that.
What day is it in Canada?
Mm.
I remember it is a different month, but what day is it? And do you guys eat the turkey and everything too in Canada? Or do you have different like meals for Thanksgiving? In
Who
that
live
their
in Canada?
Thanksgiving last month.
Who
Well,
live in Canada?
abstract vision.
Abstract Vision
Oh,
Media.
abstract. I said I ain't my glasses on, y'all. Okay, abstract. Strap it, strap. Abstract. Yeah.
But
Are you cooking?
that's crazy. Yeah, October is Halloween for us, so we would never Halloween. I think Halloween and Christmas are the biggest. I think Christmas beats out Halloween, but I don't think by much.
Oh,
What do you
let me
think is
tell
the
y'all the
biggest
name of
holiday,
this thing I
Christmas or
seen
Halloween?
last
They got their
night.
stuff done. They got their stuff
Wait a
already.
minute.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
my friends
wait,
already
wait. Halloween is something we celebrate real big. I didn't know that.
in America. Yes,
Oh,
Halloween's a big. I think it's definitely second to Christmas. Christmas
Oh,
first,
are you
and
talking about with haunted houses and stuff like that? Or are you talking about a family tradition?
well, both if you take in the full holiday of what it really is, but I'm just talking about American culture wise that
And you talking about
Halloween is
decorations and the haunted
decoration,
houses and
money
okay.
money spent, even though it ain't gifts on Halloween, almost matches up to the money spent almost on Christmas.
no,
Okay.
Halloween is not. It's Easter and Christmas.
Mm.
Oh,
Most
it's
ex-
Easter. There's
Mm.
It's Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. Let's not forget we cook New
no,
Year's.
Easter is for the kid. Easter is Easter and Christmas and New Year's is for adults. So I think Easter pops off
yeah,
more than Halloween. Right? Easter and probably Valentine's.
I like to see the kids dress up.
Yeah,
I'm
because
looking
Valentine's
at
Day is
people.
something the kids do at school as well as the parents do. Sweetest Day is more for parents, but Valentine's Day is celebrated at school for them kids. And
I like
and
Valentine's Day, even though it's so pagan.
Valentine's Day, right? Valentine's Day is something that goes for everybody, young and
yeah.
old,
I think
kids.
Valentine's Day is bigger than Easter.
Right. So it's Easter.
Valentine's Day. I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
Valentine's,
because the
listen,
kids, well, that's when we're talking about the candy. So both of them,
yeah,
are
so
big
it's
candy
more
days.
Valentine's Day because
So all three of them are candy.
Halloween, everybody
Halloween
don't
candy.
do that because I can say that every other Halloween or every 2 or 3 Halloweens, my kids went trick or treating. They didn't go all the time,
Right.
right? I didn't do that, and so it was every two hot ones. I take them, and then the rest of it they would do it at home, because
Yeah, yeah.
and so,
And there was
yeah.
enough junk food when the kids was younger. Like I didn't have it like you. They had like I had 1,000 kids. So imagine how many parties and cupcakes and junk food. Then you want me to go out and take you to get
Right, and then having to
Just
go
go
X-ray
truck or
candy,
treat.
and they had
Yeah, that was a lot.
Helter Skelter
Yeah, I
came out
never
in
did
my
that.
time, so they was in my day that's when Helter Skelter, but then they was sticking razors and apples and
Yeah, they was doing all kind of weirdness. They
and
sure was.
happening and all kind of stuff. So you had to take kids' candy to get X-rayed, and you had to go through all of that. And before I go through all of that, I'm
I
not
remember all that.
for my kids to go big for no damn candy, right? And so you rather throw a party and then it was, just traditional and you didn't want them to not go because other kids going and then they wanted to join in. And so once in a while you take them every year, every other year or something like that, but then you throw them parties and stuff so they wouldn't feel like they didn't go or something to that effect, but that kind of stuff. So I threw parties and stuff like that when my kids was little. I had enough nieces and nephews for the older ones. It was the little kids that had to really go.
What's the weirdest Halloween outfit you wore?
Uh,
If you can remember it.
nah, I ain't gonna tell.
I was Wonder Woman.
mm.
I was Wonder Woman. I can remember me about maybe 5 or 6. at the beach with my Wonder Woman outfit on.
Wait. With your Wonder Woman costume, because I had the old school Barbie. Did it have the white person, the white girl mask to it too?
Yes, yes. Cause see back then they didn't have no black costume pick.
Yeah, we could have just been one. We could have just had the costume, but they put the little white people mask.
Yes, they did that to me too.
See,
Did you have one, Sakina? I can't believe you ain't have one.
I was fortunate. My mom ordered. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, my mom ordered all me and my sister's dolls, so I never got to play with a white doll before.
No. We talking about costumes for Halloween.
And
What's the
my
weirdest
mom,
thing you can remember having?
my mom made all our stuff. We grew up in that era where we made costumes. Then
I did too, but I'm just saying
right.
when
So
woman
I
came
never
out.
was nothing white. I never was no white Barbie. I wasn't, I was like Christy Love or, something like that. I was never nothing white. I don't remember being no, you know what I'm saying? We was always somebody with an afro or somebody with a, that kind of stuff. I don't remember that kind of, we was always somebody Hollywood or Chaka Khan or somebody like that. We was never,
Oh, we were Supremes once.
yeah, we
Oh,
was
we can speak on this subject if you'd like us to. Anybody want to read it? I got a question for y'all. Since biblical topics are causing confusion, do y'all think this man Jesus going to come out the sky and some type of resident evil event going to happen? Because Christians believe that. No, I don't believe that. I don't. We can you go around and ask, but I really don't think that sisters. But some of them might. So do y'all want to answer the question?
I
But
believe,
wait a minute. Let Nisha say what her weirdest outfit was.
oh yes.
I didn't have one.
Never.
I mean, it was so long ago. I really don't remember, and it was short. It was really nothing. I didn't
You were
celebrate it
naked?
like that.
Oh.
I wasn't one of those kids that went around trick or treating. So I'm maybe I did.
Why would somebody ask her was she naked? I just don't understand it.
Well, as we got grown, some of us might have went with a long trench coat on, and
Nah, I don't.
I always wanted to do that when I was young. When that first came out, I said, me and my sister used to go to the window, flash people.
put all the hair on and just flash it open like, hey, trick or treat.
Knock on the window, do it real quick, shut it, and we'd be on the bed bagging up. I mean, we would fall. You and your sisters ain't never done nothing dumb. We used to throw stuff out the window and get down so nobody can see who did it. We was some bad ass kids. We was bad. I could see how
Freedom. Yeah, we see it. We see what you with all them siblings you had. I'm sure.
we was horrible kids. I'm telling you, I was terrible. I was terrible. I remember this boy came to visit my brother, and me and my sisters beat him up and sent him home. We just was terrible kids. And laughed about it. Like, how you do stuff, you just laugh about it. Girl, I can remember so much stuff that we did, but we had fun. Gosh, we played double dutch. Oh, we played double dutch every single day. And jacks.
Mm.
And jacks. See, a person like, I ain't going to say her name. I'm just going to let everybody guess. You know what I'm saying? Never had that experience. Playing Chinese rope and hopscotch, and remember we had the things where you played your sister, you play tea house, but there was never no husband, and your husband probably was in the army, or you know what I'm saying, he was at work, but there was never no husband there. But because you're a little girl at the tea house with your sister, the table and stuff, y'all ain't had that fun.
The army.
Yes, girl, we used to say I was in the army, that play with there.
Facts, Gemini. There were little boys there. So no.
When y'all was
Wait, though,
wearing
Freedom.
them
Boy,
towels,
I would jump that double dutch. I could jump double dutch on one leg. I bet you I still could do it.
Wait, let me ask you this then. So, did y'all have friends since you had so many siblings growing up? Did y'all have outside friends, or were y'all each other's friends?
We had outside friends because you always got friends from school or whatnot, but we didn't need to have too many friends. You know what I'm saying? All them sisters. You know what I mean? My dad got that 16 daughters, probably 17 daughters. So we always was playing with each other. We never really had to play with outside friends, but we had friends from school. But we always played with each other. We
Mm-hmm.
always,
Mm.
it's always a fight. To this day, it's still a fight. Yeah, it's a lot of
Okay, we
It's
girls.
called
that.
that game that you talking about with you saying the husband went out to the army. We called that house, and there was a little boy there, so he would be the
Of
one going
course, he
to
was
work,
houseband when y'all
bringing
was
home the
having.
money. We knew, bring home the money. I got a new outfit. I got some new shoes I want to buy. We knew that from young. Like, you want this food? I baked you all this food. Now give me the check. How much you made?
I can see Dulcinea holding the food behind her back, saying, "No, give me the money first."
Facts. I watched too much I Love Lucy. Buy first.
Okay, so which
Ask
one of y'all
permission.
played Catch a Girl, Get a Girl? And y'all played the little hide and seek games when you had your little first boyfriend and all of that. Oh my God, those was seriously the good old days.
Okay,
I
one
mean,
second before we go back to reminiscing, we'll say it really quickly. I don't think any of us are Christian here or believe in the Bible, honestly.
are you
But
talking
I would
about
say none
movies?
of us believe that, right? No one believes this, right?
I
Nah.
mean, asking the question for reason. I don't know why the topic is so much confusion, Uni. I believe that the topic is confusion. Is because for one, most people do not have knowledge of self because there's no way. I just asked Revelation on um the House of Consciousness. I asked him, I said, "Can I ask you a question, Revelation?" I love Revelation to death. And I asked him, I said, "Why do you want to believe that these stories are true?" I mean, because if you believe that the stories are true, then you have to accept that somebody was riding in a big fish for 3 days. You have to believe that
Freedom, yeah, you was off the chain in the day.
the
You was
devil and
teaching
God
though.
made
You was
a man.
teaching.
I'm just saying, you have to believe that God had got a young girl pregnant, but wait a minute, that was about to get married just before she got married, got her pregnant.
Mm.
Then sent the boy to tell the man that she was with, don't worry about it, man. She bringing forth the son of God, so don't even worry about it. You know what I'm saying? And then her and while she's pregnant, the man that ain't even the baby daddy, okay, got to take her, and she ends up having a baby in a dirty barn, a dirty, 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 dirty barn. Okay, then she has the baby in amongst the look. My legs for some reason went open when I said that, but she has a baby in there with animals and all this here kind of stuff. No less to the fact that he waited until she grew, till the
Yeah,
baby
the
grew.
baby didn't get sick. Talk about that part. I guess it's Jesus.
That
So
part,
Jesus not gonna get sick,
that
but
part.
the
Around
baby didn't
the
even catch a
animals.
cold or nothing. Like, you know
Okay.
how weak their immune system is for them to be out
And
like
the donkey, I felt more sad for the donkey. His legs was hurting, carrying her and that baby and all that. I mean, I'm just saying. Then he waits till the child gets older, and then allows what watches him be crucified,
But
beat the hell
wait, let's
out of
not even go there. Let's go back to Abraham. Like, if you were Isaac,
women. Let me get to Mary. Watched her
okay,
son die. She watched her son after the creator of everything that's in existence. You know what I'm saying? Got her pregnant. And she's saying, the can you imagine, Mary? What the hell?
but imagine your dad having a sword up to your throat, and then he dropped it and said, "God said I don't have to do it. Never mind." What you doing?
Oh,
What you
girl.
doing after that? I'm at least gone. You never seeing me again. What? You
Hey,
had a whole. You were there. You were about to kill me. Talk about God said it, and then like say, "Oh,
I
God."
know.
And you crying, talking about God. God spared your life. God spared it. You was about to kill me,
Oh,
nigga.
you my daddy. So you gonna love an entity that you can't even see more than you love me, and you
How
dragging me?
you know it wasn't the devil that told you in the first place?
Are you serious, Dan? Right now, you right kill me?
That's some Amityville horror. Like, no.
Oh my
That
God!
is funny. That is funny, Dulcinea. Wait, what you
I'm,
mean God is supposed to kill me? No, it's your hand. I see. What God? Who you talking to?
Right.
I just told Revelation the same story on Sunday. I said, "What about poor Job?" Now, wait a minute. Mind you, all these people worshipped God. Abraham worshiped, made an altar to him. All was devout servant of God, just like Job. And Job, and the devil and God made a deal and said, "Yo, look, you know what I'm saying?" He said, "Where you been at?" He said, "Hey, I'm just going through and through looking for something to do." I said, "You know what? Let me see this."
He said he was going about looking to and fro for from who he
Yeah,
can devour.
okay,
That's all they do.
okay. And then listen to this. And then God said, "You know what? Job, my devout servant Job, that does anything to serve me, to worship me, that I'm just, paraphrasing, you know what I'm saying? Let's see. If I bet you in the devil, I bet you I can make him go against you." Now, this is God and the devil talking. Can you imagine this fairy tale? Then Job wake up, he done lost everything he got. He don't know what the hell.
We should
And
do
God,
some
God supposed to be his boy. He doing all this behind Job back. He ain't warned him. He ain't did nothing. He's like, Job wake up and said, "Damn, I done lost everything. My kids is killed. What the heck?
We should
God,
do
what
some
I did?
skits,
Why you
like,
killing my
them
kids?"
funny short skits where we say the people in the Bible go and get therapy sessions. You could be Sarah, Sister Freedom, talking about what is her name, Hagar.
Hey,
Like, this bitch
God,
got pregnant.
yes. Wait a minute. And after he took and killed all Job's kids, took all his land, all his cattle, everything Job, his houses, everything that Job worked for, that he was giving God credit for.
All his kids,
Then
all
he
of
made
them.
him ugly as hell. Then his wife said, "You know what? I can't be with you. Nick, God, you ugly now. You ain't got nothing. All our kids going, you
Boils all on the skin.
God that done
Disgusting.
did all this to you. Are you serious, nigga? Bye."
And you won't curse him. You won't even say, "God damn it."
And then after all that, he say, "I'm gonna give it to you all over again." I would have said, "I don't want to raise no damn kids all over again for all the time I done spent, lost all my kids and stuff. Now I'm an old man. You want me to start all over again? My kids was grown. My kids was grown. Do you think I'm gonna raise kids all over again?" Look, you want to give me a whole bunch of stuff, cattle and property and a new wife, but kids, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that one for you. I don't care what you want to give me.
Mm-mm.
So you wanted Job to stay single? What you saying? You
Right.
No,
know men want legacy. You know men want legacy. So why he
Right.
don't want a new wife and some more kids?
but
Right.
can
He
you
said
imagine
it
that?
still work. He said
I
it
saw
still
he got
work. And
why
no
Girl, they had all kinds of remedies back there. You can best believe it. We got remedies now. They got remedies back then.
He wasn't
Oh,
popping a
but
pill, I bet you.
let's do a disclaimer. The stories are not real.
I bet you he wasn't taking a pill.
Man, just imagine some of this stuff. Hagar and Sarah. Are you see,
Hey,
first of all,
Sachi.
I'm just gonna put
Mm-mm.
it now. I'm just gonna put it like this, right? What if she liked Abraham?
A lot of people like
I'm,
Mm-mm.
him.
I'm his second wife. But girl, I'm not giving up that thing.
She probably did give up the ding ding. She said, "Damn, Abraham, I'm tired."
Nah, I
What do
can't
you
do that,
think? What
Hagar.
do y'all think
I've been to
Carmen?
punch. Hagar would have been so beat.
I
Listen,
had to
since Sarah had
make
the juice, ain't
old
no way
man.
in the world Hagar was staying.
what I'm
I would have
saying?
did
That's
Why do you
exactly
think
what she
Bartlett's
did.
dressed as back in the day since they had to wear robes? Like you think they'd had their shoulders showing or their midriff or something? Then you know, ooh, that's
I
a hoe.
don't know. I don't know, but I know Hagar and her son Ishmael definitely was out, nigga, and fuck the desert.
I'm
They would
just
have
what
been. Yeah, I'm glad she started up a
I
new
was like,
nation,
what's
but
up,
ain't
Abraham?
no Hagar situation cracking. Mm-mm,
Shoot. Okay, but you can see her saying, "What's up,
mm-mm.
Abraham?" Now, first of all, this bitch done asked me to get pregnant by you. Okay, she ain't give
Uh,
me no money, no nothing, and now I done had this baby. Okay, and now because this
mm-mm.
old stank raggedy ass bitch done had a baby, now
That
you
part.
and mine
Right, that part.
because her son
That
can't
part.
fight. Because her son can't fight, and she trying to say my son hit her son. But you know what? That's okay,
Oh.
Abraham. Bye. Because you know Isaac was the oldest. What was Isaac? I think Isaac was the oldest one.
Yeah, yeah, her son, no, her son was, Hagar's son was the oldest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't
It's
that
just
some shit in the first place? That's why she had to go. Her and her kids, kick rocks, all of y'all. All of y'all.
that's crazy. How you
Ain't
going to do
no
that?
way. No way.
And then
Ain't no way.
imagine that dude that got killed by God because he pulled out.
Oh
Imagine
my
God
God.
being right there, and he pulled out, and then he just died.
Ain't that crazy?
Ain't that something? But what about the kids? Just because they was making fun of somebody, God gonna send a big bear, two big bears to kill them. All 45 of the kids. They all
Well, that
dead.
was definitely, but that story was definitely allegory. That was
Of
allegory.
course, but I'm saying
Yeah.
these are examples. People don't realize they make it more than what it has to be. They clearly can see that the story of Jonah and the big fish is Jonah got himself in a situation that he couldn't get himself out of because he disobeyed God. In reality, if you disobey your parents, you might get yourself caught in a situation that you can't get yourself out of.
Well, no, in reality, no, he wanted Jonah to go to Nineveh and start saying God is real, the time is at hand, you guys are here, judgment is here upon you, and he repent for the what you call it, repent for the heaven is
He got
near or whatever. Yeah,
he did
so
it.
that's what he wanted him to go to Nineveh to do. Can you
But
imagine? He
not
don't
when
know
he did
anybody
it.
in Nineveh though. Like he doesn't know anybody in Nineveh. So he's like, fuck that, right? I'm not going to Nineveh telling people preaching the gospel. Look at what they do in Nineveh. I'm good on
That's
Nineveh. So God put him in a fish until he went to go talk to the people in Nineveh.
but no, 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 no. What I'm trying to say is decipher the story. That's all I'm trying to say. The story is like as if you didn't listen to your parents.
No, right, but right, but right, because he didn't go to Nineveh to preach
Okay.
the gospel, right? And so
Got
God
himself
put
in
him
a
in, yeah, but he didn't know nobody in Nineveh. Nineveh was not his territory. He ain't know not a single soul. It was just like he woke up one day, had this epiphany. God said, go to Nineveh and tell the
you
people I'm coming.
when your parents tell you to do something and you don't do it. This is the lesson that you're getting from that because we know that this God and the Bible is just not, these are stories that you have to decipher. What is the meaning of the story?
That he disobeyed his father.
Disobeyed.
But
And he ended up getting himself in a situation. How is he gonna get out of the whale's mouth, the big fish's mouth? How?
how did he get in it?
Because he disobeyed God and did what he wanted to
He was
do.
he was running away. He was running away because
Mm.
he didn't want to preach and tell those people about this God that can't nobody see but him to a bunch of people he did not know. And he escaped on that ship, and boom, he got swallowed up by a whale or the fish or the sea creature or sea monster, whatever you want to call it.
See, but every story is always a lesson. It's
Yes,
always a
there's a
lesson.
lesson. Yes.
Every story. Now, all of us done had a Judas in our life. Just think about it, all of us. Every story in that book has a significant message to it.
Okay, so the message was what? Don't fall in the water.
No, the message
No,
is
don't
your
disobey God. God being the father or the parent, like she's saying.
disobey
Okay,
your
wait a minute.
parents.
Hold on, cause listen, I this is my first time hearing this story. I told you I never read it. So he didn't go where he was supposed to go. Instead, he went somewhere else,
No, he
and
did go where he was supposed to go. Yeah, yeah, he was on his way to go. He
he
was
was
supposed
on
to
his
No,
go
way.
to Nineveh. Yes, yes,
he
Okay,
did what
and
he wanted to
on the
do.
way there, so he was supposed to take the boat to go where he was supposed to go. So he was doing
yes.
what he was supposed to
Right,
do.
but didn't he hear that Nineveh, like, weren't they like real like
He did
gangsters?
what he
Like
wanted to
they
do.
thought that he thought he was going to be killed up in Nineveh because they didn't give a damn about God or nothing like that. I
Wait
think
a
Yeah,
that's
but
minute.
what he
but
thought.
Nineveh was supposed to have been destroyed in 40 days. So
Wait
he
a
wanted.
minute.
So
So how
there
did
was a
hold on?
warning for Nineveh. He was
Wait,
supposed to
Right, it was
have.
a
wait a
warning.
minute.
Yeah, and they were
Y'all
bad. So he was
confusing
like,
me.
I'm about to y'all
Okay,
messing my
listen.
book
So
up.
if he was on his way to
I'm
do
about
what
to-
he was supposed to do, then
Yes,
how did then he fell off?
changed his mind,
Oh,
Yeah,
so
he
he
changed his mind when he thought like, no, they gonna kill me. How am I
and he
gonna go
don't know
there and do?
nobody. Yeah, he don't know nobody in this place, so he changed his mind.
And
so
He's like, I
imagine
while
must
he
you
was
be
in the
losing
boat,
my
place
he
mind.
changed his
where
mind.
they rape, steal, and destroy, and you tell them, "Oh, God said
Yes,
He's gonna destroy y'all in 40 days." You ain't making
because
it
it
So
was
there.
the
while he was
city.
on
It
the
was the
boat, he
city in
changed his
Babylon.
mind. Wait a minute, hold on. So while he was on the boat, he changed his mind,
He changed his mind on the way to Nineveh.
and that was on the boat.
Well, he got on the boat. He had to go to the port, of course.
Yeah, he was
So
on
he
the
went.
board.
So yeah,
He
he
thought
went the
that
other way.
remember with
Somehow
Jonah,
he got swallowed up by a whale.
Jonah
No, he
thought
didn't.
that he could be
Okay, this
God,
is
like
what
he
I'm
could
trying
be.
to understand. How did he
Wait,
change?
Queen, I'm trying to tell. I'm gonna read it. The lesson that Christians can
Okay,
learn from the story of Jonah and the well is that you can't outrun God. He thought he could do something like he was stronger, better than God.
but y'all
You're
not
in the
explaining.
place for
This
Okay,
different.
makes sense
Sakina.
to me.
Yes, yes. He changed
Okay,
his mind.
wait.
So he went
So
back
he was
across
on
the
the
desert
boat.
to the port. Yes,
Okay, and then he was on the port or on the
he
boat
was
when he
on
fell.
his way across the
God told him
desert
not
to
to do something, and he
Nineveh. He
didn't do
hold on. He changed his mind, so he went back to the
it.
port where he got dropped off. He went back to the port. Instead of going into the city of Nineveh, he went back to the port, got on the ship because he was going to be out of there. He was like, "This job is not for me. You know, I must be tripping.
No,
I'm
he
not
wanted
really
to
hearing
do the
God."
job. He
And
thought he
so
could
he
do the
left.
job.
Okay, and
Remember,
then
he thought he could do the job. God told him to wait, but he
No,
said, "I'm gonna do it. I'm
okay,
gonna do
but
it
you
anyway. I'm gonna
confusing me.
go
Okay,
anyway."
so when he changed his mind, he turned
he
back,
changed his
He
mind.
changed
Yes.
his
and
mind. He
then when
just
he got back on the boat to go back, that's when the ship or he jumped off.
No. So he changed his mind and he went into the opposite direction of
Yes, that's why I said he went back. He went back
and
the
then
way he
that's when
came.
God brought down a great storm.
Yes.
Great storm knocked him
he
off the
was
boat.
trying to
He
read the
did.
lesson.
Well,
And one reason he didn't want to go to Nineveh was because it was part of Babylon. So they had a like
Well,
Dulcinea
he
was
thought he
saying,
could do
it
it
was a
better
lot of
than God.
debauchery, a lot of everything. They was doing them. So but God had passed judgment on this city and said, I'm gonna destroy it and its people in 40 days. Jonah, I'm sending you to go warn them and tell them this so that they can repent before this happens. Jonah decides, well, I don't
God
like
told him to
Nineveh.
wait.
I don't want to do what you're saying, God. I'm going the other way. I'm hopping back on the ship to go back home or back wherever he was going.
Okay, so now my question is because he was in the belly of the whale for 3 days and the city got destroyed, right?
Yes.
All right, now was he saved or was he
Yes,
punished?
because no, okay. So after 3 days, he had an epiphany, right? And so his
Okay,
epiphany, right? His epiphany, he had this epiphany from God. And so apparently God needed not necessarily a third party or a middleman, but he needed someone to go and kind of like beg for forgiveness for these people from God. That's what being in the belly for 3 days. He had this epiphany, changed his mind. Once he gets spit out, he goes to Nineveh. He begs for forgiveness for the city. God forgives him, and that is that.
Okay. Here's the situation. You
God
do what
decides to
your parents
forgive them
do every
and
time.
in the city of Nineveh.
But
Okay.
but this man
Every
was
time they
saved
see
from
they
the
got
well. Hold up,
Yes,
y'all.
and the city
Exactly.
was
So he was
spared from
not
destruction.
exactly. So if in order to save him, otherwise he could have died in the storm if he for disobeyment. But he himself was saved. This is what y'all telling me. So if
Yes,
he himself was saved, right, because he disobeyed, so there was no reason to save him because the city was going to be destroyed. So he himself was saved. So that makes no sense to say that he was in the belly of a whale because he was saved. The city was going to be destroyed. That's why he turned around, but he didn't disobey necessarily because he was saved by the well.
Yeesh. Hmm.
right. But God's point was He wanted the city to repent, for the
Exactly.
end.
That's
For
why
the
that
end
boy.
is
That's
near.
why That's why
And no,
Job was saved.
I think when he got thrown up at the well, he got thrown up at Nivea and he preached in Nivea
And
afterwards.
Nineveh,
Exactly.
Nineveh, not Nivea.
Okay,
Nineveh,
but
Nivea is
Nivea,
a
wait,
lotion.
that's why he was saved in order to save them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made no sense to save him for disobeying. He would have died.
He did disobey God.
Exactly, to a degree, because the city was still saved. Otherwise, he would have died for disobeying. There was no reason to save him.
It was a lesson for him. God saved him by allowing him to get in the well. Because by him doing what he wants to do, his ship had broke down or something.
Exactly.
And yeah, he got himself in a situation he couldn't get himself out of. And then God came through because he disobeyed God and was going and doing things his way instead of the way God told him to do it.
Right.
He
And the story ends in salvation, because what Jonah failed to realize was that his message, the people ended up believing him anyways. So he had little faith. So this message is about everything. A little faith,
mercy
a
and
little
everything. Mercy.
yeah, a little, disobey, a little doubt, everything,
Yeah.
so and then so the
It's like,
people, yeah, he didn't think the message would be received well because he didn't want to do it, and he thought the people were too vain, too selfish to even accept receive the message. But they ended up doing it, and thus the entire city ended up repenting and being saved. So Jonah was wrong at the end. So he ended up in the belly of a beast for 3 days for no reason.
well, I look at
Ego.
you just do what your parents tell you to do now, as long as it's positive. I'm not gonna say no crazy mess, but I'm saying because it'll be somebody in the chat telling me, so what if your parent tell you to jump in the lake or something stupid? I just don't. But but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? It's a moral to all to stop trying to do things your way. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, you gotta listen. Told him what to do. He decided to do something else. But anyway, even with the story of Judas, look at that story. You know what the story that really gets me was Peter. Peter always gets to me. Just like even on the same level of Judah, Peter's story get to me. He seen Jesus getting his behind kicked and denied him. This is like you with your girls and you getting your behind kicked. And then somebody say, I think she was with her. First, you done ran and let your girl get her behind whooped. All his boys did it. Okay. And then somebody see you around the corner and say, Gemini, was you with Robin? And you go, I don't even know her.
If people trying to kill me for knowing you, I ain't know you either, sis. I'm sorry. I'm gonna live to tell another day.
All the
I'm
smack
gonna
that
tell
was
your story
talking,
later.
but Peter
Do
was
you want
supposed
me
to
to die saying I
be
know you
well.
right then, or do you want me to be able to write the book about you so people know how good you were?
I'm just
You ain't
saying,
never lied.
somebody,
Mm-mm.
y'all right. Ain't no way in this. First of all, I'm not leaving my girl.
Mm-mm.
I'm not leaving my girl like that.
And see, and that's you would be dead, so you ain't even gonna tell the story of your girl because
Well,
you
I'm
would be
just saying,
Right.
what kind of person? I'm not. I ain't never left none of my sisters, and they were supposed to be brothers. So maybe without blood, but they were still close enough to be brother. They was riding together every day.
Yeah, but
And
Jesus
then
Listen,
already
they
did.
had already listen. They had already rolled up on your peoples, cut off one of your people's ear. They had swords and knives. The people was not playing. They had rocks and shit. They was supposed to beat your people ass. Girl,
No, you
bye.
already seen them
Listen,
kill your people, and now you gonna say they say, "Do you know this nigga?"
I
That's
know
what
this
you
song.
gonna say.
I'm just saying, cut off my
I don't know
girl's
him.
ear.
I don't
They
know
was
his punk ass say he don't know Jesus 3 times.
He
So
said,
like,
I don't know him. I'm just passing through the
nigga,
street.
his ear was cut off. His ear was cut off. What you
Wait, wait.
expect? You
You
cut
know what's
somebody's ear
local?
off back in there, you was gangster. That was gangster
You know
shit.
where the local
Somebody's ear
I
off.
done got lost. I was
I know that's him. I know that's Dulcinea, and she know I seen her with Freedom. I
Give me
know that's her.
2 pieces of real silver, which can last me about
Like,
5 to 10 years if I manage it right.
yeah, we'll
You
get together.
playing?
Look, look. We don't know her, okay? Because did you see what happened to Sakina? They cut off Sakina here. They done
They want to know what you think about it.
off.
What you think
I
about
don't
these crazy
know.
stories?
No, but I'm just saying. Jim not gonna say they cut off one of them's ear. They done beat the hell out of Jesus and this Nisha's the other boy, right? And then you and her done got together or something. Well, no, we don't know Sakina, we don't know Freedom, and we don't know Nisha or Dots. We don't know them.
Oh
Look, that
no, they
clock
ain't
just
doing
look that clock struck 5, and that rooster said, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." He was like, I don't know him. He said, you gonna sit here and say deny me 2 more times.
Girl, that is so messed up. Oh,
All I'm gonna remember is my homeboy ear getting cut off. That was messed up. Like, man.
But right now, with all these Jews, I'm sorry, I can't be with
Ain't
that.
no way.
That's the messed up part because this whole thing, the Jews was Negroes and the Negroes was Jews, and then all of a sudden the Negroes and the Jews was Europeans. Then here we go, because y'all don't want to. Here we go, y'all. This be the truth, and the truth be it. So the Negroes and the Jews and the Negroes and the Indians called them and the Spaniards called them and the Europeans called them.
Tina, no Spaniards in the Garden of Gethsemane.
And then it becomes everybody called them, everybody called it, and everybody called it, and then all
gotta understand this, Sakina. First of all, Israel was a nickname,
right? Okay,
it was a
because
word and a
European,
nickname.
Europea was
Did it become
Negro
a
land, and
place?
Negro land was Europea, and so
I
we
don't know
don't
why
know who
you
the
keep
Europeans
saying
are,
that.
but the baddest part is everybody want to be from Africa, but the Africans.
What?
That's right, because the only reason everybody want to be everybody want to be the Egyptians, but don't nobody want to be the Africans, and Egypt is in Africa. And but
Oh my God.
that's right.
Yes.
But everybody want to be the Egyptians. Don't nobody want to be the damn Africans. And
Hold
Egypt
on, let
is in
Nisha
Africa.
answer next. Let Nisha talk. She had unmuted herself, and Marcel asked Nisha, "What do you think?"
I think it's all some bullshit.
That's
Oh,
it.
I mean,
Well, we know that. We telling the story of the bullshit, Nisha.
No, I get it. I hear y'all. I'm woke. I'm not sleep.
but Nisha, look at this. Jacob nickname was Israel. How did it become a people in a place? It was given to one person.
Who gave him that name?
Because he said that he's going to be the father of many nations and stuff like that. So he said that they'll all come from his womb. And that's why he had all them races of people in one womb.
Where was he born?
But because his name was Israel.
He was born in the region. I don't know. He could have been born in or some
right.
He was in the vicinity of that stuff.
Yeah.
Canaan, maybe? I don't know.
It's a word and a name.
Jacob was born in Canaan.
Judah. Jews, Judah.
Okay, see, it's in Canaan. So boom.
See?
I knew it was one of them. And Canaan.
Right. Canaan
Right.
was in Africa.
I don't understand. Canaan,
That's true. Canaan is Africa, but
Yeah.
that's why they
It's
call
in Africa.
Africa wasn't even in
You
existence.
know what? I
Right.
cannot with y'all tonight.
The Canaanites, and right, but it wasn't called Africa then. It was just called Africa. It was
Oh,
just
wow.
called.
Oh my gosh.
Pangea. It was called Pangea.
Okay, Pangea.
God. Mm-mm.
Pangea is supposed to be way before all of that.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
So it was called Pangea, and we.
I want to know what anybody's theory is on how how Egypt was built.
We
How the
just
Well,
pyramids
I
was-
want to go back to the story. Can we go back to the? Can we talk about what more of the stories? Can we talk about Cain and Abel? Wasn't that crazy too? That was another crazy story.
You know what?
what's
Even
they
though
race?
I can see, like you said, the moral of the Jonah story, the moral of Cain and Abel, the moral of there's certain things I can see the moral of. Job, I don't see the moral in that. That was just some sadistic.
That was crazy, wasn't it?
That was crazy.
You can't tell me the moral of someone pulling out and dying because they didn't come in the girl like God said. You can't tell me the
No,
moral.
lying his wife turned into a pile of goddamn salt was crazy too, though.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
for looking
That
back.
was the crazy ass story. I don't care what nobody says.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait, what?
Before we get to
Who
even
was
the
out there
wife
has
turning
sex with
into
the people?
salt. Remember, Lot had given them the daughter instead of
Yes.
they wanted to raise the angel, and they let them
Yes.
daughter
I
and
would not believe that.
Well,
That's
I don't know why
exactly it.
not. We know more about these people than we know about who
Oh
we
my
are.
God.
We don't know.
Yes,
nothing
we
about
do,
them.
because don't forget,
we know
don't
who
forget,
the Europeans
Sakina.
are. We still
Hold
don't know
on.
who the Europeans are, right?
And Sakina, don't forget, growing up in every black house back in the day, I swear to God, we had a Bible as big as the damn coffee table. So
Okay.
we pictures in it to go along with every story.
Right.
So
and
I
we
don't
know
know.
more
So
about
of course,
these
you know,
people than
I'm
we know
just
about
saying, I know more about that coffee
we
table
start
Bible than I
talking
do
about black
anything.
people in Africa, we get to falling out. Oh my God. Might as well call them our God.
Yeah, but I didn't grow up with no book of Africa on a coffee table. I grew up with a
Right.
Christian Bible,
I don't even know
so
why
giant.
conversation.
But we'll turn down a false. We'll turn down to hurry up and say that the one guy that everybody knew about growing up. We'll hurry up and say he fake, but we will hurry up and turn down the greatness that we do know about the people that we claim to be. We'll say them ain't us because we can't come from greatness. We got to come from
Oh my
shit.
God.
Okay, so I guess we're changing the
That's right.
narrative on what we're talking about. I guess we're going from the Bible to
Greatness
Egypt.
doesn't
I'm
come.
trying to
Greatness
find out
didn't happen in
when
one
we talk
continent.
about this
Just
God,
like
this
nature
fallacy,
didn't
this
come from one
crazy.
continent, so you can't say that one
No, I'm
continent
just
is
saying
great
when
and
it
the
comes
other
down
one's
to
not.
this fable
Greatness
or
came
this
from the whole
fallacy,
earth.
why is
That's
it
what
that we know
gotta
so
go
much
give me a
about it,
Bible.
but when it
So there
comes down
isn't
to
a
what
place.
color
There
we
isn't
are
a
or
shitty
who
place.
Nobody
we
will
are, we
understand what
always guessing and wondering and striking down who we are or what we are. We
There
can't
isn't
never
a
come
shitty
from
place
nothing
versus a
wonderful. We
great
can't
place.
never be nothing great. We
I
can't
don't
even
know where
point
that's
a
coming
finger
from.
to who
What?
we are. But when it comes down to this God, we'll hurry up and say what it's not, what it ain't, who Jesus ain't, who this ain't, who. But we can't say who we are as a people.
How this I'm gonna take this and put it in the trash can.
I'm
Well,
just
I'll
trying
just
to
say
figure
as
that
far as
part
this,
out.
because people are saying they're great people, and you don't have to be
But
from
we're
Africa
not
to be
these
great.
people at all. We can't say who we are, but we know who God ain't.
No, some people know who they are, say who they are, and they come from great
Who
people.
are
Great
we?
people are not just from Africa.
We're not
You would have
Egypt.
to
We're
know.
not
You would have
Africans.
to
We're
know
not.
your people. You would have to know your people.
That's
We're not.
what I'm
None of us
saying.
are related on this panel.
All of
So we
us are
all have
dark
different
skinned,
beginnings.
light skinned. All of us have. We're supposed to be black people, but are we? Are we black people?
No, black is a misnomer. We're not
Okay,
black.
so what are we then?
It depends on who
If
you
they
are.
call
It depends on
exactly.
your
So why
people.
is it all these answers for what if we what are we? I mean, we supposed to be
There's
humans.
no we.
We're
There's
not
who you are,
humans.
Christina.
Everybody knows who they are except for the colored people. Because when it comes to colored people, we got to find a tribe, but we can't find it because we can't find who the Europeans are. Until we find out who the Europeans are, we can't find out who we are.
That's not
What
true.
happened? I thought we were talking
OTK,
about Bible story.
Spencer, do you know who you are, OTK? Can you say who you are and where you're from?
Yeah,
Ew.
because he knows his genealogy. His grandmother told him who he was.
So exactly.
But if, the rest of us, we have to. Okay, but listen here, y'all full. This is the foolery.
How is it when we was talking
This
about
is the
Bible stories
foolery.
and now we talking about Africa? How'd that happen?
This is the foolery.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's really not foolery because not everyone's from one place.
Everybody is from all over the place until we find out if we try to do genealogy again.
How did this happen?
Because we still talking about, like OTK said, don't talk about his God. Well, you saying his God ain't real.
Well, you know.
So he ain't up here to defend it.
Oh,
I'm just saying that his God ain't real. Well, nothing is real because if
I hate
his
to
God
break
came
it to
out of
you,
Africa,
but I
or
mean,
Christianity
is
came out of
Santa
Africa,
Claus real?
everything is.
Sorry about that,
Is it?
OTK.
Is it? Because you're the one with the baby. You tell your baby. Is it? You the one with the baby. Is it? You tell your child. Is it? You the one with the baby. I don't know.
No,
I don't have to tell my
Santa Claus
kids.
ain't real.
I don't have to. I didn't take my kids trick or treating. That was you with the son. We went trick or treating.
Oh
You
yeah, we
tell
go
me.
trick or treating.
You tell me, because if you told
There
your
isn't
son the
no- there's
truth,
no
trick or
fake
treating was
Halloween.
about murdering. Did
There's
you
no
tell
fake
your child
Halloween.
trick or treating was about murdering?
That's not what trick or treating is about.
Yes,
at
it
all.
was. If you
No, it wasn't. No, it
it
wasn't.
was.
have
If
to
you
look
told
into
them the
the
truth,
history.
it was
No,
about
you
killing.
have to look
If
into
you
the
told them
history
the
of
truth,
Halloween.
it was about
Halloween
murder. If you
existed
told them the
before
They
truth,
didn't
Halloween.
wait a minute.
it
Y'all
was
still not
about murder. If you told them the
Man,
truth,
where's this going? My
it was
God.
about murder. If you would have told them the truth, trick or treat.
All
If you told them
Hallows
the truth,
Eve.
it was about the celebration of demons and devils. If you told them the truth.
That's not true either.
Oh,
That's
yes,
not
it
true
is.
either.
If you
All
told them the
Hallows
truth.
Eve is where it comes
yes,
from.
it
And if you
was.
look
If you
up
told
what
them the
All Hallows Eve is about,
Oh no!
it's
If you
about
told them the truth,
celebrating the dead.
Hey, Queen.
Yes, I didn't see how that caused
Un
all of this.
momento, por favor. Please,
Damn, I can't even
tranquilo.
believe it caused
Un
all of this.
momento, por favor.
Please.
Damn.
Hola,
Tranquilo.
¿cómo estás, OTK?
Todo está bien, señorita. ¿Cómo te? All right. Go ahead. Now, one person talks, Sakina. What
Sakina,
you?
that's
what
not
you want
true.
to know?
That All Hallows Eve, you can look it up. It is not about murdering people. Yes, that came about
it
in
was about the
history.
first one.
But if
It
you
ain't
look
about
up,
the
if
all.
you look up All Hallows Eve, that's
I don't
not
have to
what the
look
thing
about
is
all.
about. So I
Nobody
don't have
can
to
understand.
teach.
Only one
I
person
don't have to
can
teach
tell
my
me
son it's about something that it's not about. I can teach him what it's really about, which is honoring the dead. That's what All Hallows Eve is about.
First of
And
all,
that's what he'll always know it's about.
we was talking about Bible stories. How it scooped into DNA, how it scooped into Africa and all that, I don't know how.
The pseudo killer gotta come in with the trying to brush down the pseudoness.
Who?
Sakina.
I don't know where that's coming
Hold
from.
on. So y'all telling me we got pseudo killers and wonder twins?
Yeah, that's just the one. Right, you got one. That's all that is.
What is
When you get wonder
Let's get back on
you
track.
wonder where it's
But
going.
just know the Wonder Twins have superpowers.
Okay.
They ain't got no powers. Because
Oh, we
remember,
do.
I'm from Kemet. They ain't got no powers. Stop that.
Okay, all right.
You just know.
That's why they don't work. They don't have no power. That's
But
why.
anyway, we want to stay on topic, please,
Yeah.
because I don't know where that went and how it caused.
Even if y'all not on topic, at least one talk at a time. I swear,
Yeah,
man, we
God.
couldn't even hear.
Right.
Please.
Well, I
Thank you.
understand that.
Yes, it's this Saturday.
Okay.
I hope
man.
everybody got their tickets because
Why you not posting that in the link? That
Oh,
should have
I'll
been
post
pinned.
it. Thank you, OTK, for reminding me.
That should have been posted and linked. And
No, you didn't say nothing in the chat. Don't be coming up on the panel saying nothing out in the public. Don't do
You a
that.
mod too. You
I
could've-
was defending.
Thank
I was
you.
defending my book in the chat. That's why.
Oh yeah, what problem do you have? Because what we've been speaking tonight is straight flat facts. So where were we
Okay.
wrong? Where were we
I'm
wrong
not.
about your book?
I didn't hold up. I didn't never say y'all was wrong. I'm just saying y'all just messing the book up. We know it's allegories. We know it. Now.
Okay, so tell
Me
us what it
myself.
means.
Hold up. Me myself. I was born into it, but now I know today that the book is not real. It was for those people at that time over there, but I use some of the stories, and maybe sometimes I might can incorporate some of the stories and just think about the stories. But it's just a good read.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
That's
what's the
the thought up
allegory
there.
of Noah's Ark and all them animals and how they survived?
What you mean? What's the allegory to that?
Tell us what the real meaning was.
Oh, hold up. Well, in our, over here now, that it was giants, right?
Mm.
And these Nephilim came down and breeded, and these people was big. So that's really like one of the stories behind these mounds that you found over here in North America,
No, we
because
talking
they
about
said they
What does that got to do
hold
with
up, hold
Noah's
up,
Ark?
let me finish. I'm about to finish because once they killed off the last of the giants, then what I mean, they couldn't bury them, so they build mounds. So the giants come from the time of Noah. Noah's story in the Bible was
exactly
to
what
flood
you're
the earth. Hold up. Noah's story was to flood the earth to kill off all the giants.
Mm-mm.
Yes. Oh,
Right. Yes,
oh,
it was.
oh.
Yeah, it was a
It
story to kill up
was.
the
Yeah,
giants.
Yes.
that's correct.
That's
But
It was.
true.
nobody ain't killed Shaq.
Hey,
Cause Shaq
listen, you talking to a serious dude. I just don't read the Bible. I read the apocryphas. I read the esoterical books. All of that. Trust me,
why
baby
would
girl.
God
I know
want
But
what
you
I'm
to
talking
added all
about.
that America stuff and over here
Yeah.
to it. That ain't in the
why
Bible.
would God want to
So,
No,
so
no,
what's the
no, no,
allegory in that? Or was that true?
no. I told you. I don't know what the allegory for them is, but I was telling you, like, damn. Let me tell you about a similar story about giants. Over here, the giants fled over here, and we was the last to kill them off. That's why we built the
right
mound.
Mr.
So
Metro,
now that correlates with the flood story. The flood story said that they flooded the earth because that was the only way that they could have killed the giants.
Wait,
Which
Why?
wait,
the
pause.
angels,
Wait.
hold up,
Pause. Flag
which
on the
the
thing. So you
angels,
said that the Indians killed off the giants? Don't skip over that part. The Indians killed off the giants?
I say the
That's
Americans.
hilarious.
The
Oh my
Americans?
God.
So I want to know the
Ah,
story. How they
ah.
do that?
Hold up. Okay, it's so that's a myth. You know what I mean? That's one of the myths, just like the
Right, but
Bible.
I want to know the mythology. What do they say? Did they have bow and arrows? Was there some magic powers? What's the mythology on it?
I tell you what, you want to do a show on it? You can come on my channel and I do a show on it.
Let's do it.
How about that? Bet. Say no more.
But why would God want to kill
But
those
why you ain't
giants?
answer the question though?
What?
Right.
I'm gonna answer the question and more. Why
I'm
y'all
looking.
always want us to do all the research?
What?
Huh? What?
Well, it's
He did not say
easy.
that.
You can't
Why we
say that
gotta
it
do
would
all
be
the
so
research?
easy for us to get access to your mythology. And there's some mythology you can get online and stuff, but
Oh,
there's
they
some
had
that you gotta
immoral
get firsthand.
It's some that you're not gonna find.
Exactly. That's my point. That's
Oh,
why I'm
okay.
asking
Okay.
you.
That's why I say we can go into it. Now I got a reason to go
But
into
you
it.
kind of cut off my sister and be like, y'all don't want to do the research. What if it's just hard to find the mythology story that you're talking about?
Well, it's the Gilgamesh story. But listen, David hurls a stone from his sling and hits Goliath.
How
Exactly.
long
That's
did
what
it
I
take
wanted to
y'all?
know. If
Let
that's
me ask y'all this. How long did it take y'all to find out about the Gilgamesh story or the next whatever the other stories that it was compared to the Ten Commandments story? How long did it take us to find that out?
I didn't know that until adulthood. I really didn't know
All
anything
right then.
about
All right then.
Oh
Okay.
shit. I was
Right.
born and raised on the Ten Commandments.
All right. Facts right there. So that's why it took you that long to find it out.
Now, with a giant, a
Yes,
prime.
Marcel, and you're gonna have to go subscribe to the Round Table Game because it's coming soon. Me and OTK gonna break it down. How the Americans killed off the Nephilim. Sorry, I'm being serious.
No, hold up. I didn't say the Nephilim now.
Well,
Oh,
that's what
just
the
the giants in general.
Yes.
Whoa. I say the fallen angels but you didn't let me finish. The fallen angels that bred it with the woman, and they made a certain breed. They call them a cyclops. Some people call them cyclops or whatever. But I knew they was big. They started eating the humans and shit like that.
wow.
Man, listen,
But that's
it's
the
a street.
Nephilim in the Bible. That
Listen,
is
hold
the
up.
Nephilim, the
The book
sons of
of
God.
That's not what God.
Yes, I
And
didn't
made
say
the
the
Nephilim.
Nephilim was not in there. I didn't say the Nephilim was not in there, baby. I'm
Oh,
just
But
telling
okay.
God
you
flooded the
about.
earth because of the behavior of the people. It says the story of the flood occurs in chapter 6 and 9 of the book Genesis, the first book of the Bible. 10 generations after the creation of Adam, God saw that the earth was corrupt and filled with violence, and he decided to destroy what he had created. It didn't say nothing about no giants. That's why I
No, the
was,
Nephilim. Okay, so the Nephilim were the offspring between the humans and the females.
huh?
Yeah,
The
from the gods,
Nephilim.
the
They were the
angels,
offspring of the
and
women and the fallen angels, which were called giants,
which
because
they were called
Thank
because the
giants
you.
and the
fallen
Nephilim.
Thank
angels
you.
were larger, yes, than regular people. So
And then here it is.
they produced, yes, they produced or made it with
Thank
with
you.
the humans, and their
Right.
The
offsprings
Bible
called the
does say that
Nephilim.
they're giants. They said that they
Make
were
sure
giants.
y'all know, we're not saying that these stories are real. Whomever in the
No. We're
repeat that,
definitely not saying
so
that.
nobody in the chat will
We're
think we're
just
saying that.
we're going into the book, and
We're talking about the
we're
weird
going off of what the book
that
says.
people have to accept if they want to believe this. And it says, after this inconvenience, Odin adopted the purpose, because it says, who killed all the giants? Odin adopted the purpose of stealing the giants' secret future knowledge, but he was forced to escape to, I can't pronounce this, I think it's Jotunheim. Once the giants discovered that, he had their secret. As a result, I'm trying to, this is what's in the Bible. It says,
Is that an
who,
alternative? Because that's not Genesis 6 and 4, because they don't
who
talk
minute?
about a Viking history. So
Yeah,
the
no,
Odin
story
was
of
more
Genesis 6 and 4 is about the account of the flood, which specifically the reason why it was all
right.
that going on, like you were
I read
saying.
that.
Odin is
Yeah.
how they combine
I
Greek
already read
Greek
that,
gods.
Gemini. That didn't have nothing to do with the giants, baby. I had just
No,
read the
it
same.
Okay.
did.
Well.
It
Hey,
did.
Sister
They
Freedom.
were called
Hold on,
fallen
real quick.
angels.
Hold on,
The
real
fallen
quick.
angels.
What
Hold on,
sister?
OTK. Hold on, hold
Okay, my
on.
bad.
No,
My bad. My bad.
the fallen angels are the ones they're considering the giants, because the fallen angels
Yeah.
I'm not
were
saying that.
larger than
I
man.
never said anything about what you're talking about. I agree with you.
Oh,
What
okay.
I'm talking about is the story of the flood
Yeah, that's
occurs.
what we're talking about,
No,
the flood.
no,
Yes.
no, no.
Yes,
Because
Hold
even
up,
with
yes.
Sister Freedom.
the
Sister Freedom.
giants,
What
You
she's
got
I'm
your
trying
sorry.
to
stories
tell
mixed
you
up.
is, Sister Freedom, it's
Why
more
are
than
you
one.
doing that
It's
though?
more. Hold on. It's more than one story of the flood, Queen.
Okay,
Enoch got taken out the Bible, and if you got to
okay.
do your research on
No,
Enoch.
I am,
Enoch.
and I have.
Hold on, baby
You
girl.
keep
Enoch was
interrupting me.
Noah's grandfather.
Oh my God.
Right.
You
I was
understand what I'm
reading the
saying?
story when you interrupted me, you and Gemini.
But Enoch is the one who I'm talking about. That
Okay,
he's
but
the
I'm
one.
not talking about Enoch. I was making sure that I was letting Gemini know I was agreeing with her. The
Right.
My
6
bad.
and 9, I had just read it.
My fault,
Just
Right.
baby.
and then she said something about it, and I was trying to tell her that this in the Bible, it ain't got nothing to do with the flood. Okay.
Hmm.
So if you want to go
Oh,
to a different,
that
I just
yeah,
was trying.
I think it's
Oh
the
my,
translation. You're right. No, you're right. It's the translation. Yeah.
I'm trying to say that if he wants to speak on Odin and how Odin had the giants killed and all this kind of stuff, that might be in a different book.
No, ain't no fucking Odin.
I was gonna
Okay.
ask you,
The North
did
are
the
the
Greeks?
Vikings. That's some old. That's their
That's
own
a
shit.
different
Exactly.
book. Okay, I
Y'all
said it
study
might be in a
Indian. Y'all
different book.
study Indian mound history. It will tell you in methodical thought, and the Indians over here in America, they say that they was the last to see the giants or bigger people bigger than them, and they died off, or either they killed them, they went to war
Still
with
big.
them, and the reason that they built mounds is because they was too big to put them in the ground, so they built and put dirts around them. Now, the reason why that story became a myth is because we see in some of these mounds really was like pyramid shape in the bottom. It went underground. They found artifacts in it, and they saw that these mounds was really more than what they was. That's all I'm saying. That's
Okay,
all I'm
now
saying.
this says right here, where did the giants in the Bible come from? In this story, the giants came into being when the Watcher, sons of God, who per the stories, I guess I'm trying to get past that.
Yeah, the
It's in
Seraphim. The
somewhere
Seraphim.
in the Jubilees, 4:15 to 5:6. God originally dispatched the earth. God
Okay, so
dispatched.
you're now into esoteric when you enter the
Wow.
Jubilees.
Right.
Okay.
Just like the
Right.
book of Enoch
God
is
originally
esoteric.
dispatched the earth for the purpose of instructing and nurturing humanity in proper ritual and ethical conduct to do what is just upright upon the earth.
Uh-oh. Go ahead. Keep
What
on
is
going.
it?
Keep on
Well,
going.
it stopped right there, honey. It stopped right there.
Oh, you need to click on it so you can see what they did once they got down there and they started seeing
Yeah,
the
but
king, the
that's
daughters of the king.
Jubilee, and that's not Genesis, though.
Oh
We'd have
no,
to
hold
read.
up. I was
It's
never
not right.
talking about
No, no, no.
Genesis,
I know, but
Dulcinea.
you
What
need to at
Jubilees
least
is.
let us know which chapter you're reading and which book you got. Is it
I
an
just,
esoteric or is it the King
that might
James?
be
Or, so we can
a
follow along.
I
We're
right.
just
told
trying to
y'all
follow
that.
along. That's it.
Yeah, and so Genesis 6 and
That
4,
is
it says
Jubilees
there
is
were
part of the
giants in the
Apocryphal
earth
book.
in those days,
Okay,
and
here, girl. What
also
happened to the biblical giants?
so the 6
Yes,
and
thank
4
you, Dulcinea. That's the right Bible. And which Bible are you getting that from, Dulcinea?
from King James.
What did you say? Because I didn't hear. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
There were giants in the earth in those days, and
Oh,
also
I knew that. I
when
thought you
the
were saying
sons of
something.
God came in unto the daughters of men, and they
Right,
bare children to them, and the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God
right,
saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he made
mm,
man on earth, and it grieved him at his heart.
Uh,
And the Lord
uh,
said, I will destroy man, whom I have created for from the
uh.
face of the earth,
but the
but
giants
man
weren't the
and
man.
Chill
beast
out, Sister
and the
Freedom.
creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of God, and then it goes into the story of Noah.
She just read what I
Yes.
just said. What happened to the
But yeah,
biblical
but we were just
giants?
saying giants. He said the giants were in the earth that time, and according to
Yes.
Genesis 6, they
They
were.
died out.
From
They
the
just
King James Bible, Freedom,
situation
and
is
they didn't die out. The flood killed them.
story. But when she's talking about man and
That's what I
giants,
said.
it's
I
separate
said the flood
entities.
killed the
See
giants.
what I'm saying? Every time I open my mouth, I'm just trying to say.
No, we're just trying to get your perspective so
I
that you can
mean,
follow along
I
too with
mean,
the story. Because there
every
was more
time
giants later
my mouth,
on.
I just
There
want
was
you to
more
I'm gonna play
giants
it
later
back
on.
so you can see that every time I open my mouth, you say something.
Right.
All I'm trying to say is why it's not right.
Girl,
It's
if you
not.
don't
It's
finish the
not.
story, if you don't stop with the ranting and get to the story,
I'm just asking you and OTK to stop doing that. I'm not doing that to you.
fine. Me and OTK will let you mix match the story. Go ahead.
I
I'm not
apologize,
mismatching
Queen.
it. I just want to say that what Dulcinea read, I have right here, but I just want to make sure people understood that the giants and man are two separate entities. So when God said man on the earth that was acting out and corrupt and all that kind of stuff, I didn't see where he said giants was acting out.
No, listen. The fallen angels mixed with when they made it, they had created a new,
I
like you
know
said,
that
species.
the
So
fallen
that's the
angels
Nephilim.
that
Yes,
say
that's the
God
Nephilim.
sent them here. He ain't saying about no fallen. He sent them.
No,
That's
it
how
said they were fallen. They were
they were
fallen.
fallen angels.
Okay, wait a minute. The scriptures indicate that the giants of Genesis died out. And it says that in 6:4. Genesis 7 tells of the worldwide flood that God sent to destroy all flesh upon the earth Verse 21, since these giants were simply a natural genetic variation of human beings, they died along with the rest of the Earth's population.
What you're
The
reading is
only,
commentary.
That's commentary.
I
Yes,
know what
that's
I'm
what I
Hold
reading.
out.
I
So
know
that
what
means
I'm
they
reading.
died. So that means they died with
Oh,
the flood because they died off with every other
that's all
race.
I'm doing
But
is just
it's saying that they were there those days, and that's what all was said. No one said that God did destroyed it because of the giants. They were saying
that's what.
giants
Yeah, someone
existed.
did say
No,
that.
no, no,
That's
no,
why
no.
I
They
said
were saying giants existed in the days of Noah,
that.
and it was the
No,
flood that took out the giants.
OTK said that God destroyed the world because of the giants.
No, he just said that the giants
No,
were
he did
killed.
say that.
No,
That's
OTK, did you say that God destroyed the earth
oh my
because
God,
of
why
the
would I
giants?
lie about that?
No, ask, but maybe you misunderstood what he
No,
meant
I
because
know
what
what
I
he
got for
said. That's
okay,
the
then
first thing he
OTK,
said.
can I ask him? Because OTK's right here.
Go
Okay, OTK, did you say that God sent the flood to take out the giants, or did you say all the giants died off because of the flood?
Okay, first of all, you asked me a question and I said I don't know, but I said in American
No,
mythology,
prior to that, don't make us
hold
play it back, because that's
I
what you
said
said.
in American mythology, I said that the giants got killed off with the flood
No,
because
oh
they
my
were
God,
eating
you
off
did
all the
not.
humans, and I said that they had a war with the humans and with the Indians over here, and the Indians fought off the last of them while
Insult
they
the
was
Indians in
fleeing
a
over
biblical
here, and
story.
that's why they
Oh
built the mound,
wow, I'm
and that's
amazed.
why they
That's what
built
I
the
heard him
mound.
say too, Sister
Indians
Frida.
in a
That's
That's
not
biblical
what he
story.
said, and I'm gonna bet all y'all $10 that when he first came on, he said God sent the flood to kill off the giants.
You
In
Girl,
better
now
not.
he's
In
still saying,
Indian
wait, Freedom.
mythology,
Now
baby.
he's saying
Yes, in
he
Indian
said the
mythology.
Indians were
Yes.
there. God, he said God sent the Indians, and the Indians made the call to bring the
Right.
great flood, and the Indians built the ark
No,
and
no,
not
no,
Noah.
I cannot
no.
believe he
Okay,
said that.
What they saying is that the
okay.
flood is what caused the Indians to run over here. When the earth flooded, it caused the
I'm gonna
last of
see
them
it
to run
away.
over here, and they killed off the last of the giants over here. They not
Oh
saying they
wow.
killed off all of
He
them.
said it
They
was
saying
because
a
of the
great
flood.
flood happened because in all of our stories we got a great flood. It's a great flood.
Set up.
So and
Set up a
That's what
somebody
saying
that's
thought,
what he
that the
said.
people came to North America when what no North America back then. So
what are you talking
Okay.
about? Hold up. Don't you know what? Let me just chill out because you done I don't know if I'm getting choppy, but you all mixing me up. I ain't say nothing what you just said just now.
Who,
what you
Gemini?
say?
Good word. Good word.
What
Good word.
you say? What somebody
no,
over
Y'all
here
he
got
said
a
say?
you
y'all
don't
got
need
a
to
problem.
do.
What is
Y'all got it. You
He
know what
said
y'all
he don't
problem?
need
You
to
know what?
just know
Because
when
You know
he
what?
comes
This
in the
selective
revelation,
hearing
and we're
shit.
gonna be talking about it, me and him. So that's when he's gonna be showing us all this.
Yeah. And
but
Marcel
before
agreed.
you do
Remember,
all
I
that,
said
Mr.
mythology.
Snail, I'm gonna make
Remember,
sure
I
you
said
hear what I said.
mythology now.
Okay, go back because what I
Ain't no
heard him say,
mythology, ain't no American mythology included, no
I
Indians
heard him
talking
say
about no
all the
Bible.
giants
I'm gonna
died
do it on
off.
my
No, I
phone
ain't say
really
nothing about
quickly.
no Bible. What is you
You
talking
said,
about?
you said
Now,
that's how
see,
the
see,
Indians, you said
Gemini,
that's
see,
how the
that's your
people got
problem.
over
I
here.
ain't
You
never
said that's
say
how
nothing
they
about
got
no
over
Bible.
here.
I said giants, not no Bible. I said giants.
So the Indians were
People bigger
giants.
than them. I ain't say nothing about no Indians, say nothing about no Bible. You see how you try to flip that just now? But
Oh
I'm
my
on that
gosh.
shit. I play
Did he
chess,
not?
not checkers.
You said was that's how they got over here when they escaped the flood and they left and they
But
that's
I
how
didn't
they
say
got
nothing
over
about
here.
no Bible. I didn't say nothing about no Indians, say nothing about no Bible. I say that's
We
Indian
talking about the
mythology.
flood. The flood is about the
Hold
Bible.
up. I said that's Indian mythology. No, everybody got a flood
Oh,
story.
that's
You can't say
Indian
that's just the
mythology.
Bible.
Got Indian
Everybody
mythology.
got a
Got
flood story, not
got
just the
you.
Bible. Chill out. Whoa, GG with that.
Got you. Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
slow down, little mama.
But
That's what I try
I
to
still
tell
don't
y'all. Y'all
understand.
know what
I
y'all
still
problem is? Y'all got two ears. Please listen more than y'all talk.
listen.
Please.
We still don't understand where Indian mythology come from when we talking about biblical
I know
mythology.
because you don't know nothing about an Indian.
No, Kim, we was never
You
talking
never
about
learned
the
about it. That's
Indians.
why you don't know about it. Well, just
We
sit back,
never
relax.
talking about the Indians.
Good. Me and Dulcinea are gonna go into it. How about that?
Oh my
Just
gosh. Don't
tune in. All right?
fine, OTK,
Oh, just,
fine.
yeah, you can hear it right now if you want to.
Don't
Play
lie.
it.
Damn.
Run
Don't
it
lie
back.
and
Run it
say
back,
something
Freedom. Run
I
it back.
didn't say.
Run it back, Freedom.
Okay, wait a minute. Run it
She said,
back.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. I love it. Wait a minute.
So that's a myth. You know what I mean?
She-
That's one
Wait a
of the
minute. Let me
myths.
take it
Oh,
back.
yeah. Rewind that. That's a myth. Make
Okay,
sure
but
you
wait a
rewind
minute.
that.
Hold up. I didn't push it up. I'm gonna get to the part where you said that stuff.
I said it was a myth from the jump.
No, wait a minute. See, he keep talking and I can't hear.
Wait,
I'm
let us
just-
hear it. Let us hear it, OTK.
Okay.
Nothing in the chat. Don't be coming up on the panel saying nothing out in the public. Don't do that.
Wait a minute.
I was defending my book in the chat. That's why.
I'm gonna let it play
Oh
for
yeah,
me.
what problem do you have? Because what we've been speaking tonight is straight flat facts. So
It's gotta play for a second because
where
I'm
are we
my
wrong
phone.
about your book?
I didn't hold up. I didn't never say y'all was wrong. I'm just saying y'all just messing the book up. We know it's allegories. We know it now.
Okay, so tell
me,
us what it
myself,
means.
Hold up, me myself. You know, I was born into it, but now I know today that the book is not real. It was for those people at that time over there, but I use
That's still
some of the
saying it's
stories,
real
and maybe
though, but
sometimes I might can incorporate some of the stories and just think about the stories, but it's just a good read. Right.
we're gonna explain that
What's the
too.
story of Noah's Ark and all them animals and how they survived?
Here it comes.
What you mean? What's the allegory to that?
Here it come.
What the meaning was.
Oh, hold up. But you know, in our, over here now, you know that it was giants, right? And these Nephilim came down and breeded, and these people was big. So you know that's really like one of the stories behind these mounds that you found over here in North America.
So we
Because
talking
they
about
said
what does that got to do with
hold
Noah's
up, let me finish. I'm about to finish because once they killed off the last of the giants, then you know what I mean they couldn't bury them, so they built mounds. So the giants come from the time of Noah. Noah's story in the Bible was to flood the earth. Hold up, Noah's story was to flood the earth to kill off all the giants.
Did you hear it?
Yep.
Bam!
Yep.
I need my
Gotta have
team.
your back.
I need
Gotta have your back.
20,
OTK.
30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Hold up. So what are you saying?
Because you just said that Noah's flood
I
was
said
to kill
Noah's
off
story was the
was
flood.
to kill off all the giants, but she was saying the whole time that Noah's story is because of the sin.
Hold
being
up.
great
Keep
amongst
playing
the
that
men.
shit when I say I read other books. The Apocrypha, keep playing it, please. Keep
That
playing
wasn't
it.
what it was.
Hold up. Hold up. Keep playing it when I say it's a myth. Keep
All right,
playing it, please.
bro,
Don't you do
We
that.
heard
Don't
you
you
say
do
that.
that.
Wait, OTK, we're
We
not
heard
saying
you
you
say
believe
that
it.
though.
We're not
Don't-
saying you
no, but
believe
hold up,
that
though.
or that you didn't say it was allegory. Her point was saying that you said that the flood, Noah's flood, was to kill off the giants.
In
And I
the
was saying
Bible.
that-
In
but
the
that's not-
Bible.
exactly, and that's the point. What she's saying, no, that's not the point of the flood in the Bible. That's her whole point. That the flood in the Bible had nothing to do with killing off the giants.
You know why? Because
well, then,
but
Dulcinea,
also
you
I
are
clarified
Huntington
myself. But
Yeah,
now,
that's
hold up.
between you,
So now,
her,
what do y'all classify as the Bible? Y'all don't
Okay.
classify non-canon books as the Bible also because they got taken out? Y'all don't classify Enoch as in the book of Jubilees as classified books that's supposed to be in the book because they threw it out because they had meetings to throw it out, so they non-canonized.
Wait,
So
so
we
the
couldn't read them?
canonized version says that the flood was to kill off the giants?
Hold up. I said yeah, in the Apocrypha books, yes.
Where's my apocrypha?
Okay, cool. Okay, let's end it here. But Sister Freedom, at the end of the day, we have to give her flowers because she was
Thank
right.
you.
And that's
Oh, my fault. I didn't understand her question. Hold up.
Right, because y'all Bible hopping. Because Dawsonelle, you are more. And
The
you
thing
Oh
is,
my
though,
God,
I
what's
didn't.
going on
Hey,
tonight?
Amor isn't a
holy
religion.
days in a
Amor isn't
King
a
James
religion.
Bible. And so you can't
hey,
teach
Sister
them
I
out
don't
Freedom,
of
believe.
King James
I'm gonna
Bible
give you
about
your
some
props,
holy days.
Sister
And then
Freedom.
in the same
Thank
Bible,
See,
you.
you
it
think
says
Amor
your
is
holy
Muslim.
days.
Now I got Sister Freedom's back. Now,
No,
because
Sister
you
Amor
Freedom,
can't
I'm gonna
teach
give
follows
you
the
them
your
that.
props.
You know,
Amor doesn't
y'all
follow the
Bible
Bible.
hopping because y'all can't run in and out the Bible and y'all using Qurans and Moore's Bibles and then y'all run in and out of King James Bible and King James Bible
Right,
says
all
you
kind of
don't
shit,
respect.
What's going
You
on,
said
all kind of shit.
King
But
James
then
said
they don't
you
want
We
to
run
use
out
the
of
don't
because y'all
respect
non-canonized
your
believe
book.
when we break
holidays and
down
your
the
holy
allegory.
days.
We
He
break
says,
down the
"Oh no, it
allegory.
ain't no allegory when you want to have it an allegory. You're searching
Yeah,
in and out because that Bible says that your holy days and your holidays He don't respect, and therefore you want to use these days and play
She
with
go
them.
Oh,
back to
guys.
Halloween.
You want to use those days and play with them and say they allegory, but then you want to
No, no, no. I
and
don't
all these
follow
other
the. I
things
don't
and
follow
play
those
with your more.
holidays. I
You
don't
want to
follow
play
the
more.
Bible or any
You
of
want to
that.
You
play
know,
more.
somebody look back
When you
at
want to
this.
play with
They're
these
gonna
other
find
things, you
something
want to play
wrong.
with these other things, and then you want to say, well, Muhammad Allah and Allah said this, and Allah said this, and Allah said that. But then
I
the
don't
other
even
guy
use
started
Allah.
doing it.
I don't. You've
But
never heard me
right
say
now,
Allah
do
right now
Allah.
you was using Jesus on trick or treat. You was under Jesus, and now you back being a Moor. So I don't
No,
know
I
really where you
wasn't.
want to go because you
Trick
all
or
over the
treating don't
place.
got
You
Talking
just
nothing
want
to
about
to
do
be
the
with
a
boys
savior.
Jesus.
and
Right now, you
witches.
can
Trick
say,
or
"My
treating
God."
don't got
You just
nothing
go.
to do with
Listen,
Jesus.
why don't you let her be a Hebrew right now? Because she all over the place. She don't know where she goes. She can call
No,
on Jesus.
Halloween has nothing to do with Jesus.
Halloween
It
got
has nothing to
everything
do
to
with
do with it
Allah
because
either.
you was with
Halloween
Jesus
has
on
nothing to do
Halloween.
with
You was calling
either
it
of
a
those.
holy day.
What's
That was
wrong?
you
I
was
don't
all
get
under the
what's
holy
wrong
day. Then you go
tonight.
on
What is this?
Christmas. Then you
Yeah,
go right.
Hebrews have the
You all
holy
over the
days. I
place.
don't have no holy days.
Yeah, you
I don't
did. You
have.
was trick or treating was
I
under your
tell
holy
people a
day.
happy holy day or shalom because they follow holy days. Just like
You had a holy
I
day
tell
on
brother law
October
assalamu
Christmas.
alaikum. I don't believe in it. They believe in it, so I respect anyone's beliefs. I don't believe in any of those books. And more again is not a religion. But if there was a religion that is tied to the Moors, I have to go with Sister Freedom. They are
Triple seven
Muslims. You
is every
can't say they were
food.
anything else but Muslims in history.
But only thing that I'm saying is, what is the attack? What's going on tonight?
Because I was trying to ask a question and y'all all jumped on my question for
Oh,
my
baby, we
understanding. So
didn't. Oh,
therefore, I can't
baby.
get my point across, so nobody else can. That's how I
I
feel.
know that's right. Get him, Sakiki. But what I'm just saying is, can we be nice
Somebody
to
call God up. Who got the
Huh?
number to
Someone
God?
put Jesus
For
on the
what? He
main
ain't
line.
coming. What? He ain't came for y'all. Why he gonna come for me?
Jesus is
Somebody call
coming.
God. Somebody call
No,
God up. Who got his
all
number?
those
Who
books,
got his number?
I already went
Somebody give me
against
his
Sister
number.
Freedom about this before because y'all can see benefits of those books. I don't see any benefit of the book. I'm Anisha. There's no reason to read the Bible, from
I
my
said that.
opinion,
I'm saying,
or
listen, my
reason to
people wrong
read the
to right.
Quran, in my opinion. Like
Well,
all
I
those
tell
books
y'all what. Since
are
y'all
fake
won't
and
call
have
Quran
God,
is different than the
no
Bible.
benefit.
since
Girl.
y'all won't call God and y'all won't call Jesus, go around the panel. If you could call Jesus and you know what he could do, or you could call God, or Allah, or Muhammad, what would you ask him for?
Not a motherfucking thing.
Right. I was like, nothing. Not one thing.
I would. There's so many things I would ask for if I could. If that was true,
What
there's
happened?
it
What you
was
say?
so many things I would ask for. There's
No.
no way that there would be a creator that I could ask things for and me not use it to my advantage. I would ask
If
for
it was.
right.
If it was.
Right. I would ask for peace upon the earth. I would ask that everybody was
That's it.
financially secure. I would ask for safety for everybody. I would ask for there to be no more
That's
negativity.
too much. That's
Oh
too
my
much.
God. All right. You won the pageant already. Miss America.
Yeah, that's too much. I swear to God.
And I would ask I would ask for personal things too, like bigger things and smaller things.
Yeah. I love you, Queen. Boy, hey, she gonna make sure we
Oh my
all we need to
stomach.
do is just give her the genie, give her
Girl,
the
we need to
genie
crown
bottle.
her now. Crown Sister Freedom now. She don't want.
That's
She
it.
don't
All we
want.
need to do is give her and let her make the wishes for us. She got us.
You better call on Tyrone. If you had the opportunity to call and ask the highest powers for anything, girl, you better
Anything.
ask
All right.
so many different
Gemini,
all my bills.
what would
You
you
gonna
ask
wish for
for?
peace and earth on men? What is the Chris the Scrooge? You gonna be what? What is it, little Timmy or whatever his name
All
is? I
right.
want
What
peace and earth to all the people.
Right. Knowing damn well, you be like, you ain't God, and you God, give me $1 million right now. You be looking out for you. Give me a Mercedes right now. Give me a Benz right now. Give me 2 Lamborghinis.
They call me out like I'm
Ain't no way you got pay all my taxes right now.
Hey, y'all.
Savior
But
outside of
I'm just saying though. I'm just saying though. Let's think about it though. Seriously, now.
Oh my
I
God.
know Gemini.
Oh
Let's just
gosh.
say now you got 3 wishes. Let's just say the earth is already good. We already good. We already at peace. We already at peace. So you don't have to wish for that. If you had believe in a God or either or whatever, and you had a wish or 3 wishes, what would be one of the 3, or maybe all 3 if you can do it real quick? What would be it?
Well, you know what? Just right off the back, knowing me, I've been asked for the same stupid, whiny shit that boring shit that nobody else is gonna ask. Like Sakina would ask for $1 million. I wish I had it in me to say, okay, God, give me $1 million. You know what I mean? But I'm like, oh no, I'm like, I need God, can you give me wisdom? God, can you give me discernment and peace? That kind of stupid shit. I'm asking for that. I'm asking for virtues and qualities because I need something long term. I don't. If it's short,
Okay,
$1
Gemini's the
million
runner up of the
is
pageant,
short.
but Sister Freedom still won because she wants the
Hold on,
peace
hold,
on earth.
hold
I
on.
know that's right. I
I
want
know,
wisdom for
right?
everybody.
Hold
I want positiveness for
Yeah,
everybody.
but see
I don't want
everything.
people to
See,
cry.
the thing is, I want y'all to already think it's already positive for everybody. So take
Right.
that out of your wish. It's already positive for everybody. Everything is going
Listen, even
lovely.
yeah,
It's
but even
lovely.
if it
Go ahead,
is
Gemini.
lovely,
Finish.
I still would need some other qualities because if everything is lovely and everybody is eating and
What
everybody
would
is,
be your
then
wish?
I still
Just
would
tell
need
me
the
your wish.
qualities. I would need the qualities of Joseph. If I had to choose some qualities of somebody in the Bible, I would have to choose the qualities of Joseph because I need endurance, I need wisdom, I need something, I need foresight. I need those things.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't want to get you
I
in the
would want
Bible
I
because
would
I
want
said
God
a
to
God.
be
Okay,
I'm
I
just
bigger.
got
saying,
mine.
hold on,
I
Sister
would
Street. I'm
ask
not
to be
saying God.
Matilda.
I'm just saying if you had anything, a deity to grant your wish, let's not call him God. Let's not call her God. Just say you pick up a gin, a bottle, and you rubbed it, and a gin come out, and it grant you wishes. Everything in your life is already complete. Everything lovely. That's what I'm asking.
I would be Matilda, and then I would cook my food while sitting down and watching TV and have the food cooking in the background. And I'd be able to make people fly, throw people
uh,
out of windows.
Okay,
right, right.
OT.
So you were asked for superpowers.
Yeah, I guess that's what Matilda had as superpowers. You said.
He said,
Okay, yeah,
Matilda, we
I
know
like
you got
that. I
small
like that.
kids. Lord have mercy.
What would you
I
ask
heard
for now,
Matilda.
Gemini? Now that you
I
ask,
didn't
Oh
know
my.
why. She
yeah,
just
Gemini. What
Did.
would you ask for now,
I
Gemini?
would have I would have to go with if that's the case, and I would have to go with a
Yeah,
Justice League. I need a Justice League.
a
I need for
Justice
more than my
League.
yeah, I need more than myself to have superpowers. It's
I
not no
bet.
fun if nobody else got it and just
Yeah.
me.
Oh, okay, Gemini.
Hold
So
up, hold up,
give
hold up.
us
Stop,
all
stop. Don't
superpowers.
finish.
What are all the
Don't finish.
superpowers you would give Unscrambled Mind and OTK? What
Hold up,
superpowers
hold
would
up,
you
hold
each
up,
of
hold
them?
up, hold up. Stop, stop. Sister Freedom. What would you be now? What would you be? And I'm gonna give it to you, Dulcinea, after I'm through.
If everything was good,
Yep. What would you do?
okay, what would I want?
Yeah.
Mine's just gonna sound a little weird.
Just go ahead. Come on.
I would want the world bigger so nobody would never have to die.
Ooh,
Oh
I like that.
Lord.
I like that. All
Nisha,
right,
you
Nisha.
hear these pageant girl answers?
And
Nisha,
that
what
everybody,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I mean,
Still
you
Miss
think, girl,
America.
Paul?
Miss America. Nisha, what you think? What
Oh
would you do,
Lord.
baby?
Let me say this. Let me say
This
this.
my cousin family right here.
If we talking about if everything good, then what I want, there shouldn't be a lag.
No. I'm just saying, like,
No, hold on.
no,
You come
you
on. You
got the
asking me a question.
my bad,
So if
sis.
everything is good, this is
Uh-huh.
how I'm answering you. Then
Uh-huh.
what do I lack? So what do I need? So if these
Okay.
three, if a genie pop out or what the hell ever, that's a trick. You tricking me now because everything all good.
All
So what I
right.
need you for?
Listen, I just threw the genie up just because I wanted to take people out of thinking about God or Allah because I used that earlier. So I just use a genie just as another description. That's all, Queen. That's
What it
all,
Okay,
gonna?
cuz.
so Gemini,
But
we the Justice League. Give us all the
Wait a minute,
powers
I
you were
want
given.
to answer
Okay, yes, after
yeah,
because
Sakina.
it's the Kina turn.
I
Yes.
I I I was almost going where freedom went because
if you
if
got
I could
everything,
get anything back, no, it wasn't because I wanted. It ain't where you said. You said you didn't want nobody to die, but
I said make the world bigger,
right.
so nobody would have to die.
And with me, if I could get anything, I would want my parents back,
Mm-hmm.
and I would want at least one of my grandparents because I did have my granddad in my life for a while, but I never got to meet neither one of my grandmas. So if I could do that, I would want one of my grandmothers and at least to have my parents back.
And no
Mm.
more suffering. I would want no
All
more
right.
suffering in this world.
See,
No more suffering.
okay. So my questions always be retarded. You know what I mean? Because I want you to think. So Gemini say the Justice League. I wrote that down. Dulcinea said she would be like Matilda. And then Sister Freedom said world would be bigger. She would make the world bigger. Nisha said if
No,
everything
no,
went
I
good,
said the world bigger so nobody else would have to die, so
yeah,
people wouldn't have to
yes,
die.
yes, baby, I got you.
Because I don't like
Eliminate all
If you
suffering.
make the world bigger, then all right, yeah, my bad. Make the world bigger so no one dies.
and suffer. Mm-mm.
Well, if they don't die, then there's no need to suffer.
Nope, you
So
can
that's
die. You can suffer without dying. I
well,
don't want
shit.
nobody to suffer and hurt.
End all
All right.
suffering. But hold up, OTK, hold up. You get it together. Let Gemini answer. You made us the Justice League. Give us our powers, Gemini.
Hold up, you
Okay,
forgot about
so
Nisha. Y'all ain't let me finish Nisha. Nisha
What?
said, "What does it matter?" And then Sister Sakina said that she would want her parents back or
Oh,
either her grandparents back. We can't forget her; she was last, and she said that.
he wasn't trying. We
Yeah,
can't.
we're not forgetting anybody. I just
All
want
right.
Gemini to answer first, and then we'll go back to you because we getting who in the Justice League we are. So Gemini, go.
okay. Oh, because she really want to hear this. Okay, so let me look at everybody. Let me look at everybody. So, okay, I would make you hot girl for sure. You because you have to have something about you and hot girl for me. Just
Who is Hawk
and hot
Girl?
hot girl is she's really deep, right? She's really
No, who is
strong.
her? Dulcinea?
Dulcinea. Yes.
Okay, bad. Go
Yes.
ahead. I
Yeah.
know you
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
her, man.
Dulcinea reminds me of Hot Girl. You know,
Yeah, bad.
I would have to um Sakina. And I do think I think that hold on, let me start with Freedom. And I do see Freedom as Wonder Woman. I really do. I see Sakina as Yashira, that was Green Lantern's girlfriend. Remember, he had two girlfriends.
Right.
He liked Yashira,
Yeah.
Yashiria. That was his main girl.
So who you saying she is again?
That's
Sakina is Green Lantern's girlfriend. Remember Yashiria? Her name was Yashiria.
Yes.
and
Yes.
that's my name.
Yes, and
And you don't believe in
right, and
fucking
then
stories.
I
That's
was
my
still
name.
cracking up. Right, and so
Yashira,
then hold
I'm
on.
Sakina
stupid.
Ra.
I'm stupid. I'm
So then
sorry.
right, I would make Nisha
Uh
um I'm trying to get her name. She is the canary, right? She
huh.
would be she would be canary.
Okay.
And
Oh,
then
I like her.
I know.
And I
I do
like
too.
her.
But she's so, you know what, because she's so bold, and she thinks out of the box. Like that's why she was never really part of the Justice League, because she was like, you know what, to hell with all y'all rules, and to hell with, I'm gonna do my own thing. So she hooked up with with the No Face, because he was a reporter, and so him and her would just go and do their own shit. And if they needed the Justice League, it was like, okay, well, I'll call their ass up. So, but
I
and
know.
then Dots, there's a lady on there called Huntress.
Huntress. Oh, Huntress. Huntress was serious now.
Yeah, Huntress was serious. Yeah.
Hold up. Wasn't Huntress in a movie that they
No,
did? A Suicide Squad, right? Wasn't she in Suicide Squad?
Oh,
well, she
What,
might have been.
what,
I
what, was
know
she when they
Suicide
was
Squad.
calling her name?
I
They
don't
call
think
her name or something she could have channeled.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see
Yeah, she
Suicide
can go
Squad. I
from a
remember the
regular
movie, but I
person
just
to a
didn't see
dark
it.
witch. She can go from a regular person to a dark witch, right?
Yeah,
mm,
yeah.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
yep. Yeah, she was in Suicide Squad if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yep, yep. Yeah, she's serious. Oh yeah, she real serious.
Right, and that, yeah, and so that would be that.
So who would you be?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that.
Um.
Supergirl?
Oh man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would, or would be oh yeah, that's her name. Yashiria, her name is Vixen.
Who
They
that?
called her yeah, that was Green Lantern's boo thing. Her name was Vixen, but her real name was Yashiria. He would call her Yashiria more than he would call her Vixen. But yeah, her name was Vixen. Yeah, and I would definitely be,
Hold
yes,
up.
yeah,
That was Green
Supergirl. And I
Lantern. That was Green Lantern girlfriend, right?
Yeah, that was his girl. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That was John's girlfriend. So, and I would be, yeah, and I would be definitely Supergirl for sure.
Okay.
Supergirl is funny. She's a cutie pie. She has these
And
strengths. She
no
really don't
black
want
and
to be
motherfucker
bad.
too. I writing
Yeah,
it
she
down.
really don't want to be bad, but sometimes she has to save the world. She doubts herself sometimes, even though she's super. Kind of sometimes even shy, even though she don't have a reason to. But she's always too in the shadow of her cousin Superman, right? So she's always looking for a way to come out of
Yeah,
uh
she
the
is.
the shadow from behind, you know. And so yeah, that would be me. That would be totally me for sure.
You feel as though that you are in the shadow?
Well, yeah, yeah. No, 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 no. That's a fair question. No, no, no.
Reggie! Hey,
That's a
Reg! In the
that's a fair
chat.
question. Yeah, that's a fair question for sure. So it's not so shadow is not always like necessarily in the shadows, but sometimes the shadow can mean just that you're behind the scenes more than you're in front of the scenes. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's a fair thing. That's a fair question to ask. Do you think that you are living in people's shadow? Well, when you're super, you have no reason to actually live in a shadow, but it's more of a thought, right? More of a mental thought than what it actually is. And
So
so
would you
there's no,
be
so there,
because Wonder
yeah,
Woman a little
So
off
y'all
color.
about to do. So y'all about to do a Justice League series.
Wonder Twins,
Yeah,
activate.
when y'all go into when y'all go into a certain topic as the Justice League, where it's just a universal topic where everybody got their opinion and nobody can get mad, but yeah, you can talk about it.
We
That's the
always talk
Justice League.
about it.
Oh yeah, yes, definitely. The unscrambled minds, boy, y'all. That's unscrambling.
I tried to. I really did. I
Y'all
really
real,
did. I
y'all
laughed,
real.
I giggled, and I chuckled.
Yeah, we were
Go,
talking about it. Should we bring it up last night? I didn't watch it all, so I can't
go
say.
ahead and put it on there. Just that one little part I love to see.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and roll
Even
off.
though Rogue was white, I like Rogue better than Storm. But she was from the South, so she's very country loving. I
Nobody,
like Rogue
nobody.
more than Storm.
Nobody was Storm, and
They'll
Storm
snap.
came from Wakanda.
Well,
Storm
Storm,
was
yeah,
Black
Storm
Panther
was not
white.
Justice League though. So we're talking about Justice
Yeah,
League. So Storm wasn't
yeah,
Justice League.
Yeah, we're talking about DC and
yeah.
Yeah,
Marvel. Marvel's a different thing.
exactly.
Okay, everything good,
They'll snap.
everything
Can you
lovely.
drop the link, please?
Yeah, I'll drop it again. You just dropped 1,000.
Oh gosh. Well, Reggie, Unc is not going out like that. He's up today talking about you. Talking about you. We just, I just, we just got this chat before
That
we got here.
come on. Yeah,
So
he said he
hey,
was the front page of the DC comics. Oh my God, that was the best last. I woke up, I tell you, hey, Bizzle. Well, I thought Reg, would you come on in? Come on in.
PC Bizzle, I know you wanted to talk before when we were on the Bible, but we kind of overshadowed you because we didn't want to turn to no scriptures. But peace to you, shalom.
Oh my God. Who's saying I'm getting kicked to the curb when Dulcie?
oh, get them You got to stop it.
Somebody, who's that?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm getting kicked to the curb.
Green Lantern was a fine man, honey. Don't make no mistakes about it. He was worth every bit of fighting over. So,
You
Listen,
know
he
what
was
though?
every
For
bit.
real though.
He was
For real
fine.
though.
What you
Let
talking
me
about,
ask
me?
that
Oh, talking
brother
about Green Lantern?
brother
Mhm.
Reggie.
Green Lantern was fine. So stop it. He
No,
was
he was
every bit.
black. He was really
Somebody
black.
else down in the chat, down in the
He
No, there
was
was just
worth the fight.
multiple
Hey,
because Green
true.
Lantern was based on the powers that came with the ring and stuff. So there's multiple.
I
There's Purple
know,
Lantern,
but
Red
the
Lantern.
real
No,
Green
no, no.
Lantern
We're
was
talking
black
about
in that
John.
comic book.
We're talking about John, the Green Lantern, the black one with the bald head
Yeah, he was
in
black.
Justice League.
Right,
Because
right.
he
Just
he
black.
went back and
Other
forth
people
between.
now, y'all. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Reggie,
he went back and forth between.
Lewis just came in. If you had to choose which superhero that fits you, which one would fit you, Reggie?
People do not. I guess you don't know that I'm on the front cover of DC
Of
comic
a
books.
comic book. Yes,
Are
he
you
is.
serious?
You
Hell
know,
yeah.
Reggie.
I'm on the
Peace,
front
brother
cover.
Reggie.
I'm on the front cover of DC comic books. I'm a human hero, so I'll
Yes,
show it to you.
yes.
I do
Put it
want
Yes,
up,
to see
Reggie.
that.
yes. Let us see it.
Peace,
Yeah.
I
brother
would love to
Reggie.
see that.
So yeah. So I'm gonna pull it up right now. But the DC Comics did
Yes, he did.
a section on freedom of
Mm.
speech, right? Free speech, and
Hey,
uh, so
Truist.
I was in charge of a group of young men protecting one of our people, one of our leaders,
Facts.
and
Facts.
and we were at Harvard University, and we got separated. And so when we got separated, uh, yeah, I found it. So when we actually got separated, I went into the building to negotiate to get my team in,
Reggie,
and
don't tell the book.
and
Let us get it, man.
Yeah, I showed
Or
you.
you have that for sale, Reg?
No, DC Comics sells it. So
Yeah,
here,
let him
How
get
can we
that
get it?
shit.
Let us
But
know. Yeah.
he get it.
I'll show it to you right now.
Yeah,
So,
Now, how
he
can
get.
we get it?
Do you
uh,
get paid if we buy it, Reggie?
no, mm.
Oh fuck.
No, it doesn't
Okay.
matter. It doesn't. It's not that much. Now it's an ebook. The original copies, they did a print run. So this was the DC comic. It was called DC Comic.
Wait a minute. Can you pull it up, Dulcie?
Oh, okay. Let me make it
There it
bigger.
is. Oh shoot.
Oh,
So this is DC Comic. It's called DC Comic First in defense of free speech. And here goes me right here sitting down reading,
Yes.
and here's the artist, and then on the second page. So I don't have to
That's
uh,
legendary and historical,
over
It
man.
is
here.
hmm.
legendary.
So
Good word.
this is the part that was captured where I had went inside to get my team in, and my team was being accosted at the door, right? So they had spotted my team outside, and then they ran to the door. I had gotten in already, and so I got them in, and what does it say? This is Reggie. This is how Reggie gets down. So on the bottom it says, "Who are those guys?" Those guys were with the. That's me talking. They're nervous, and then one of them, my people called. His name is Runner, right? Runner.
Oh,
That's his name. And
Reggie, you giving it all away, B.
no, this isn't. And then there's me. Let's get to work.
You're
And
so
so
serious.
we're doing what we're doing, and this person right here, you can guess who he is.
Where? Let me see. Where? Put the
This
thing
is
where I can
the man
see
at the podium.
Oh, that's Tebey. What's his name?
it. Dr. Ben. That's not Dr. Ben, is it? Let me
No,
see.
No.
that's Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
Oh, is it?
That is way
See?
cool.
Oh
It
And
is.
man, Reggie,
up on
Reggie,
top,
don't give it all away, Reggie.
he's speaking at
We
the.
got
You
to
wouldn't
get
know
this.
unless I tell you. And he's
Yeah.
speaking at the
Oh,
same podium. So we're in Harvard University. He's speaking at the same podium that Malcolm was speaking. So if you go back
Wow.
and
that's
look at
what.
the auditorium, this is the auditorium that Malcolm spoke. And so that's it. So Reggie is not like those people that you heard last night barking and making noise and stuff like primates, underdeveloped people. Um, your 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 brother Reggie, your brother Reggie is actually in the front cover of DC comic books.
My
I'm
Okay.
South Carolina brother. My
I'm not
South Carolina brother.
I'm
This
a
me open the knowledge, brother Reggie. It's just OTK, but I just put it short. But this me open the knowledge, brother Reggie.
peace. So I did this when I did my when I put up my bio
I love it.
of the
I
things,
love
and this
it.
is Reggie. This is
Look
Reggie in
at Reggie.
1986.
Oh my
This is Reggie
good.
in
Oh
1986.
yeah,
Wow.
Dr. Reggie.
This is
What year was
this is Reggie
that?
in 1986.
Wow. Look at
Hey
you.
Reggie, can you
Right.
put your email in the back chat?
Sure.
Oh
So
my God. Look at you, Reg. But it do look like you. But look.
yeah,
Skinny
I love it.
Ricky.
and
I like it too.
I was speaking in front of with Dr. Ricchetti. She wasn't a PhD then, Dr. Ricchetti, and then with Dr. Ben, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, and this was 1986. So this is how long I've been involved in it, and this is when we went to May 19th, and you see our brother right here. This
Look at
is Malcolm's grave. This is when we go to Malcolm's grave, and you
that.
see this young man here. You know who this young man is right here?
Find that up.
Sonetta, right? And
Is that his son standing beside him?
yes, that's his son. That's it. So he brings his son to
Look at
uh
Reggie.
yeah.
Handsome. Ooh.
Yes.
So some of the many videos and stuff that I've been on, me talking and arguing with Wesley Muhammad, but Wesley Muhammad said we never talked, and I showed the
Oh, I
video.
knew that was a lie.
So he lied. He's a liar. And then this is Dr. Ben funeralizing his first wife, Rosalie, up here. His brother Smalls, Reggie, Um, what else is going on here? So these are just some of the and this,
Wow.
and
And
this
brother
was
Reggie,
nine,
man.
watch this. This is 9 years ago. I was doing green screen before anybody else was doing it. So we had a series called Money Making Tuesdays, and I was doing green screen 9 years ago because I used my computer science background to do it. And here go Reggie. You know this picture right here. This is Reggie with Dr. Who's Reggie with? This is Reggie.
Dr. Khalid Muhammad. See?
That's
Yes, look at you.
right.
Woo, woo.
So
Oh,
that's
I can't.
Oh
Let
my
me
God, that is
pull it up on the big
amazing.
TV.
um,
Make
Right.
big. Oh my God, I love
and
that
this is
man.
Reggie with who?
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh,
Make that
Johnny
big.
Clark. Oh my
Huh?
God.
Right.
Make that real big, Reggie. Put that
That's
on the front screen. Make that big, and then go back to that picture with you and Khaled.
Reggie,
Yeah, I
let
want
me
to
Make
see
them
it.
see it.
big. Put them big, Reg.
Yeah,
that
put
is
This
it big.
Oh
history
my
right
God.
here.
Look at Reggie. Look at
Hey,
brother
we gonna be
Reggie.
talking about Reggie. We gonna be talking about Reggie like how Reggie talk about Dr.
Big
Reggie.
Mike.
Clark and Dr. Ben.
Right.
So
Look.
when I'm arguing, when I'm
Word.
arguing,
I love it.
all they can try to do is lie and say I'm going against the teachings of Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. They're liars.
Oh, that's way
Bro,
cool.
Watch
you
this
took it
now.
to
That
another
is
level.
fine, fine.
Here's
Wow.
here's here's his brother Reggie, 130 pounds, 40 pounds soaking wet. And but Dr. Clark, when I'm with Dr. Clark, you notice something? Dr. Clark can see then.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, Dr. Clark can see. So most of the time, people see Dr. Clark, he can't see, right? He's blind. I was with Dr. Clark. I knew Dr. Clark since '85, and I worked at the Schomburg Center for
Hmm.
Research in Black Culture, and I took this picture because we were Dr. Clark asked me to escort him to be his escort because Dr. Clark was meeting Bishop Tutu, and
Mm.
he goes, Brother Reggie, here. This is at the funeral of Dr. John Henry Clark. So this is me at the funeral of Dr. John Henry Clark. This was my post, right? So when you see Dr. Professor Smalls do a ceremony for Dr. Ben, uh, we had been doing a similar ceremony a long time ago before Dr. Ben passed with Dr. Clark. In this case, two men stood at the front and the back of the casket. And when we did Dr. Ben, two women, which is more closer to the Nile Valley. But Dr. Clark was more West African in a sense. And so that's so that's me. And so when I'm arguing with them little
Take that back one more time, please. I was just trying
Why
to see.
are you arguing? Dr. Reggie, why
brother
are
like,
you arguing?
oh, okay. So
Why are you arguing, my brother? This is what I used to come on the channel when you
Mm,
had your channel. This is what you should be going in on your channel. You don't need to be following into that or proving nothing. You got this research to back
Right.
you up,
here's
bro.
here's Brother Reggie in 1991. This is at the Schomburg Center, which I told you I worked, but I
mhm.
didn't work in the Schomburg Center as a pager. I worked at the Schomburg Center on the editorial advisory board of the Schomburg Center, and there's my name, Reginald Mabry. So I was on the editorial. I was an administrator in the Schomburg in 1991. So I came to the Schomburg to help the Schomburg get into digital publishing and to do other things. And so here's my here's the head of the Schomburg with a letter of reference. Here is the assistant director, Catherine Hooker, giving me a letter of reference. And here is in my professional life as a IT professional, right, from the state of New Mexico Public Defender Office, and they gave me a letter of reference. And here I wrote and unfortunately, I may have to do this again. This is a friend to the court, to the Supreme Court of the United States. I wrote the Supreme Court of the United States as a friend of the court on a matter of a student that got kicked out of the university. And so he was received by the office of the clerk, the Supreme Court of the United States. So let me just blow this up so that y'all see this part. So I filed Friends of the Court to the Supreme Court of the United States. So when I'm arguing with these uneducated, illiterate, because they're illiterate, they can't write. I'm talking about the people that we give a lot of time to. They can't, they can't write. They're not in history, right? And so, oh, I got a citation to the by the Congressman Adriana Espillat. I got it just last year in December. A citation of special congressional recognition to Reginald Mabry. So,
Mm.
so when I'm arguing, so none of those people they can call me pseudo. They can act like they bullying people, but in real life they don't matter. And in real life they don't matter. We all matter, but when you
Yeah.
make mistakes like that, here I'm at a conference, Ancient Nubia and Egyptian Interconnections, West Africa and Beyond. I'm with some of the top scholars, Abdul Salah, right? Shamaka Kite, Dr. Muhammadu Nasir Shah, Jahi Isa, Dr. Yves Victor Nigo. Who else is there? Uh, who else is Sandro Capocici? Dr. Sandro. All of these people are doctors. Doctor, 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 doctor. The only two doctors, the only people who are not doctors is Ananisa Malvarizan, and she's a PhD candidate, right? Asar Imhotep was selected, and Reginald Mabry. See that? Reginald Mabry. There I go right there. Reginald Mabry. So, so in scholarship, Ankh does not count.
Okay.
Ankh's arguments does not count in scholarship. The pseudo killers arguments, they don't count, right? They don't count in academia. My thinking counts more in academia, right? Because I can be selected to be on any number of panels on Nubia and ancient Egypt with top scholars, right? Now I wrote a paper, a journal article, just to reintroduce myself. Here's my journal article. It means it
Okay.
we translating Kemet, Kemeti, you and Kim, right? Okay, I wrote a journal article. What does that mean? Well, guess what? My journal article is cited, right, in Reconstructing the Social Sciences Humanities, right? This is a university press, right? And here I am right here, cited uh, right here. I'm cited with Leonard Jeffries, Jacob Carruthers, who you saw, Ivan Van Sertima, Charles Finch, Milan Karenga, Malefi Asante, Wade Nobles, James Turner, Renoko Rashida, Nana Eku Batwika, Professor George Edward Simmons, Professor James Small, and now Valley scholar Reginald Mabry are considered, or also considered an integral part of that group. However, okay, so I am cited, right, among
Mm-hmm.
grades, right? So when Unc says that Brother Reggie is pseudo, never in his damn life, never in his damn life will he be able. Oh, this one right here, Afrocentric ontologies for academic literacy development. This is a publication for first year student, and this is in, no, no, this one is not for first year students. This is the other one. Yeah, Pretoria, South Africa. Um, the scholar cites my publication, 2020, right? And where else am I cited at? Oh, and this scholar who is all the way in India, he cited me when he's comparing India to ancient Egypt, and he cited me where? Mm, oh, on the bottom. There it goes right there. So this is what he says. Verdict syncretism and hieroglyphs, homogeny, heterogeneity, Bonnie Spencer. Bonnie Spencer is a technical term that they use in academia. Um,
Mm-hmm.
It says widely used in several university departments of social science, with most common English translation in academia to mean that is good to think with. So my work is good to think with. According to Reginald Mabry, who is an independent scholar, it is a fact that syncretism is typical of the Vedic and ancient Egyptian affiliation, and much the result of popular piety is the temple theology, while each god appears in a variety of forms, functions, names, epithets, diversity, and intermingling with boundless energy, portraying
Mm.
gods often in tribes of resistance or competition with one another, and even remaining separate at that level of cult. So when I'm arguing with the bully and his team, I'm the bully's bully. I'll
Okay.
I'll stop. I'm the bully's bully because um, I'm how can I say I come from academic background. I worked with professors all my life. I worked for black institutions almost all my adult working life, and I also can write. So when I'm
What?
talking illiterate illiterate bullies who can't write an abstract, right? I don't I don't want for y'all to let you know that that the bully can be bullied, right? The bully
Mm.
can be bullied. That's
Well,
that's
what was it really about, though? What was the discussion really about that caused the big
uh,
the
okay. Well, I'll tell you in a second. So here goes some of my newspaper articles, right? Every one of these newspaper articles right here, I'm cited in the Amsterdam News. Scholars Freeing Your African Mind, Reggie Mabry, um, celebrating the life of street scholars Sekou Fortune, Dr. Ben's, and Dr. Clark's influence. I'm speaking to the Amsterdam News, Malcolm X Day, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and Williams. I'm speaking even with the Five Percenters. I helped the Five Percenters with their street sign of Allah and justice, right? Malcolm X influencing future generations. I spoke to the Amsterdam News. They took my comments, and all these other groups of people. I speak to newspapers, right? Newspapers, they call me, the Amsterdam News, they call me and they ask me, do I have a statement about certain things that happen in Black life? Dr. Ben's ailing health, Dr. Ben being hospitalized, Dr. Ben's death date, right?
mm,
Um, and thing and so Dr. Ben joins the ancestors, special a tribute to Dr. Ben, and other things like black radicalism and stuff like that. The Amsterdam News will call me on my telephone and ask me for a statement on some black life. Um, oh, you wasn't seeing it. I wasn't present. I wasn't showing it. Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. So let me just show it. So here it goes right here. I'm sorry about that. So just for the record, I'm not going to repeat it, but what I am going to do is I'm going to show you the newspaper clipping. So where is it? Where's the newspaper clippings here? This is what I was talking about, the New York Amsterdam News, right? These are my newspaper clippings, right? These are all my newspaper clippings where newspapers call me up and ask me for a written statement or a oral statement. So now that's how you bully a bully. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. So what it was about yesterday is that August said that the ancient Egyptians did not call themselves black. The ancient Egyptians did not call themselves black,
because the word didn't exist, did it?
right? The ancient Egyptians called themselves Kem,
Mm.
Kemet, and Kemetiyu, which I wrote in my article. The ancient Egyptian people had what you call a Black Panther movement. Well, whereas people in the United States fighting for against oppression called themselves Black Panthers. They selected a totem, the panther, that was black to be them. In ancient Egypt, they did the same. They selected the black bull and the black cattle to be themselves, right? And so we have authoritative uh, statements by kings saying that they're the black ram born of the black sheep. Now, so when I'm arguing with these people about what the ancient Egyptians called themselves, well, we have authoritative statements uh, about what the ancient Egyptians called themselves. But Ankh says calling them black is a social construct. Ankh does not know what a social construct is. Multimedia, I'm pretty sure many of you sisters here know what a social construct is. Social construct is any category that humans agree upon. So black people agree in that social construct of being black Americans or indigenous Americans or things like that. The ancient Egyptians had social constructs. That their social construct was identify themselves with their sacred cattle. That's a social contract. So Ankh is arguing with me about using the word black, but I can use it because in the contemporary world, right? In the contemporary world, we can use categories today that are similar to categories in the past, right? But I could also argue that they were just Kim. But what does
Right.
Kim, right? All right?
Mm-hmm.
What does Kim mean? And so, when what I do, because I'm not illiterate and I'm not unknown, I could let's see, I'll put this up. Okay, okay, let's put this up. What I would do to check with my thinking, oh, okay, yeah. What I would do is I would talk to I talk to university people and museum curators. So I have an ongoing conversation with the curator of the Brooklyn Museum. I was just going to show that, but I don't know what happened to it. Here it goes, right here. Let me just see. Okay, so I do what I do. Um, I take it off of YouTube, right? For the bullies,
Mm-hmm.
for, for the bullies, right? So here we go. Present. So I'm having a conversation.
Hello? This is
Sorry about
UnScramble.
that. I apologize. I didn't have my phone on.
Okay, it's all right. So I'm just share my screen. Share. So right now I am having a conversation with Dr. Davies, and who is a PhD, who's in charge, one of the important people of the Nile Valley Collective that Jabari was arguing with Unc on. I'm talking to Dr. Mary Beatty of ASCAC, and I'm talking to Dr. Uh, Yekatrina Barbash. She's a curator of the Brooklyn Museum, right? So, so in my time, when I find time, I write university people and stuff like that. And guess what? They write me back. They don't write back illiterate people who can't make who don't know who they are, don't have any affiliation with them, right? And don't know their work. So,
Do you do grants? Do you do
uh,
grants, Brother Reggie?
do I do what?
Do you also do you do grants at all for different projects for our people?
No, I work. No, I don't write grants. I don't write grants. That's something I should have done, but what happened was that I was just too busy working with institutions like the Department of Black Studies at City College and in Schaumburg, and then working a professional job. So I never got into grant writing. I never got into grant writing, and that's because I was just running around doing other people's work, helping other people. And so I never created that skill,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. There's a
Deep in that
question
law though.
that
You deep in that law though.
it
Yeah,
says,
I just lost a case today. Today I
wow.
lost a case. I lost a case in the appellate court, and so the next step is to write a brief for the Supreme Court, which I've already written before. I showed you I wrote a brief for the Supreme Court, but I lost a really nasty case because the only right that a Negro, a nigger, a Black American, an Indigenous American has, the only right we have is a right to go to court, but we don't have the right for representation. And so
Because
they,
even Negro, even I
huh?
was just saying that earlier, Negro means black too
Right, right. Well, it's a social
Yeah.
construct.
in
Hey,
Spanish. In
hey,
Spanish,
Reggie, don't
it means
forget to
black.
put your email in the back, please, man.
I just put it in a regular chat. I mean, I don't,
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
just,
put it up, man. Um,
but I lost today.
I'm
I just
sorry, I'm
lost the
Sister
person
Freedom.
I
I
was talking
apologize.
with.
It's okay.
So here's my email, brother Reggie's email. But so I just want to Reggie's email. So I think that I can articulate my points on a very high level if they want to use that word, and they're not on a high level. They don't have no writings. They have no credentials. They're not even in. They're in a sandbox playing with water pistols, right? And so when they come on and they start bullying people, they are so
Yelling, screaming, and cussing. Just
right and acting like a primate, right? Acting like a primate, right? And
Not good.
so
Oh
how
shit.
could Dulcinea argue? How could Dulcinea argue with this species of what species are they? What type of primate or are they primates? Right? Like
okay.
how could she argue with them when they got no credentials? Right? They got no credentials. Now I could disagree with Dulcinea. You know, I disagree with Dulcinea a lot, but I disagree with her on information, and she knows that I will look it up, right? I will look it up, right? So after she gets her debate with Nepal, after she finishes that, we're gonna go back to the Russian scientist uh,
Wait.
who, who got kicked out, who got dethroned by his own people.
Mm.
And
What
I'm
are
just
you
going to show
on?
Dulcinea that he was not only was he wrong, his own scientific community rejected him.
Mm. What's his
Yeah,
name?
I don't know. We'll get to that.
yeah,
Okay.
that's where
I don't,
pseudo come from.
yeah, but Dulcinea,
No,
he brought up,
seriously, with the definition pseudo, it
That's
never
where
made
pseudo come
He's
from.
talking about
Pseudo come from
Anatole
them
Kaya,
Greek.
so but I don't know if you're gonna want to stick to that after the debate. You'll have a lot more
I'm
sources that you're
saying
gonna want to
pseudo
go
don't
come
against.
don't
from.
bring him up. Don't bring him up during the
Oh, I'm
debate.
not bringing them up. I just know you're gonna have a whole lot of sources you're gonna want to go ahead and
But
go.
Dulcinea, he got kicked out of his own scientific community. They called
Yeah,
him pseudo.
pseudo is what came up from people with in their peers, and we got to understand when you say peers, that's people within your field.
All PhDs kicked him out. He was kicked
Okay,
out of the Russian Scientific Academy.
Mm.
right,
Wow.
So I was just saying, please don't bring him up, Dulcinea, because they might they might get you by listening to me because they don't. They are Google scholars. They're Google scholars. They don't got library cards. I got library cards.
all right. So Reggie, let me ask you this, Doctor Reggie.
My
Let
Laugh.
me ask you this, Dr. Reggie. Just
brother
because
Reggie.
he was discredited by all of his peers,
Yeah.
that does that mean his research was illegitimate, or
They
did
tell
his
you why.
research help gain their research? That's why they called him pseudo.
No, they tell you why they disagreed with him and kicked him out the scientific community. They tell you the points that he could not substantiate. He
Right.
basically said that there was a form of human
Mm-hmm.
that was born in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
They came into Africa and became black.
Wow.
Was that a
That's very cool.
Scandinavian?
No,
Well, they say
Russian.
the opposite. They say that people went out of Africa and turned white. I mean,
Well,
weird.
yeah, but
And that they came back. So what's the difference of what
oh,
mainstream
They
science and
turned
the
black when they
ways
went
that
back.
came in?
oh,
Because
because the thing is the way he turns black is through some melanin regression, right?
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
the where he's saying that species of human that came back from that was born in Russia, so he's a Russian nationalist. It was and it came into Africa and it populated Africa. The difference on Dulcinea between what you said was Africans who left Africa as Homo sapiens at that time period, they admixed with other populations, that the Denisovan and the
Neanderthal.
Neanderthal and the what they call the Hobbit or Homo florensis,
Yeah,
right?
then they came back to Africa, right? And then they came out again, right?
Not
Right.
all.
Well, some of them, some yes, they back migrated
Yes.
with some genome, but the
Not
time
all of them.
which they did, it doesn't necessarily mean that their skin color changed drastically. Skin color changes because of the where you are in the sun, right? And sometimes the foods that you eat. If you're eating a lot of shellfish. So and also by admixture, meaning that you admix with the other indigenous populations, and then your children change complexion based on and certainly based on the environment that you're in. So, but you have your debate. I'm not going to mess with you on that. I just wanted to say that. But at least you're thinking about it and you are willing to substantiate it without hooking and hollering, right?
Hey, Reggie, so who was we classified as before we breeded with the Neanderthals and the Deinocyphans and the Hobbits?
Oh,
Who was we classified as?
we are Homo sapiens sapien.
We was already Homo sapiens sapien
I
before we
believe we
even
were.
breeded with them?
Well,
Yes.
that's the debate that those one part of the
No, I ain't talking about the debate. I'm just asking you for my knowledge. We was
well,
already Homo sapiens
no,
sapien before we even breeded with them?
well, we have a common ancestor with Neanderthal and the Neanderthal and Homo florensis and the Denisovans, and that common ancestor is Homo heidelbergensis, right?
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
Homo heidelbergensis, they created cousins. So Homo
Uh-huh.
sapiens sapien, he was born of Homo heidelbergensis in Africa called Homo rhodesia, and
Uh-huh.
and then that species mixed with a whole bunch of species, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And
What was
so
these other species? Hold up, hold up, hold up. So what was these other species?
there were other species in,
Like what?
huh?
Like what?
I can pull up a book and tell you, but they're how can I say the Homo
I tell
sapiens
you
they
what, I'm sorry. I apologize,
no
Dr. Reggie, man. Go ahead,
no
close.
brother
Go ahead,
Reggie.
finish up,
Okay,
man. I will
Yeah,
come on
because
your
I mean,
show
like
and
the
I ask
Homo
you no questions.
habilis is at the same time as the Homo forensis, the Homo denisovan, Homo
Yeah, yeah,
neanderthal,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Homo sapien. So there are some more other than just the Homo forensis, but
yes.
those are the main ones.
That's the beautiful thing.
What's the common ancestor to all these different
That's why I was gonna come on Brother Reggie show
Well,
and do
no, that's Dulcinea's debate against Nepal.
Yeah, we need to be quiet about this. About it.
Dulcinea, I know what
right.
Dulcinea
That's
is
why I
going to
stopped.
do. I know she's going to challenge. Dulcinea is excellent on this. She is going to challenge um, Bones, right? She's going to challenge those categories, right? That's what she's going to do. She's going to challenge those categories, and Nepal, Sister Nepal is going to have to substantiate those categories, um, and that's pretty much what's going to make the debate interesting, right? Being able to identify this this species that they are or were did we evolve from primates, or do we evolve from another species that wasn't a primate, right? So where's the missing link? Some people say that we evolved directly from primates, right?
I don't
Uh-huh.
Um,
believe.
and some people say, no, we didn't evolve from primates. We evolved from another category, and that category, we may not have a lot of information on it, but it wasn't a primate, and so Nepal is going to look for a uh, that missing link, right? And Dulcinea is going to say what she knows about where Homo sapien, where no, not Homo sapien, Australopithecus, right? All those Australopithecus before Homo sapien sapien, there's all of these species that might have been or Homo sapien Australopithecus species. Like Lucy was an Australopithecus species.
Hey, hi. This is Dots for quickly. So, who do you have? What? Who do you have winning the debate? Dosane or Napa?
Well, I stick to consensus information that we can generally prove, right? So I would go with the information that Nepal is putting forth. The issue is, can she wield it against the dangerous Dulcinea? That
That's
is
true.
the
Yeah.
that is, can she wield those categories against
I don't know how you could possibly have proof of it. Now that's what I'm trying to figure out. You said you're going with what we have proof of. How
yes,
do we have proof?
See, and
Where
that's my goal, Sister
that's
Freedom. So you can't get too far
Yeah,
into that
Sister
okay,
Freedom.
let's be
because
quiet.
my goal
Yes,
to
but
show that we don't have as much proof as they're saying.
yeah.
So
right.
her
So
goal
I
is
know
going to
how
be
Dulcinea makes an
Yeah, the
their
argument.
particle God. That's what I call a particle God.
You mean
And then
God?
Black Nine Supreme
I wanted to follow up
to
real
show
quickly
they
about
just got was going by what one man said. That's bullcrap.
It's not one man. It's a
He was the
bulk of
first
the
one to do it,
evidence.
and then they copied. They
Yeah,
agreed
but
with no
you
proof.
can't argue, Sister Freedom. You
Why?
can't argue. You can't argue with no evidence that what Nepal and Dulcinea is going to do, what Dulcinea and Nepal is going to do, is that they're going to go over the evidence that's there and then either question it or defend it.
Hmm.
But they're not. That's their job.
You're right.
But I will say this. I do want to say this really quickly about Dr. Anatole and really
You're still
define
on that
because
deal?
people no, because I want to say that I
Right.
presented him not to be like I agreed with what he said. I think it's good that people are showing so much adversary to the things that he said, especially when him saying the Russians are elite. And what of anything, what I would show is the contradiction that people have so much animosity against him, but the basis of consensus science is based on the same properties, that there is an extreme or supreme being that degenerated from as far as other species, other human races, and other of the primates
Yeah.
degenerated from. So when
But
you go with consensus science, you have to believe in degeneration, and we can't not like degeneration when a Russian says it's the Russian that was supreme and everybody else degenerated, but then take it when consistent science says whoever they say is supreme and everything else degenerated from there. I don't believe in degeneracy, but if you believe we are primates, you definitely believe in degeneracy.
well, you're going to argue that. See, the danger sometimes. The simple. First of all, he has been deflocked, so you may have an argument, but not with him because he's been kicked out of his own academy,
The
right?
streets
So
is watching.
Probably because he didn't go with the main with
no, they tell you why he could not
20 from the
substantiate.
debate.
See, you're talking about what you think you know. I've read the article. So if you haven't read the article about why he's deflocked, right? Then you just commenting. But that's the problem with Ankh and them. They ain't read enough. They ain't study enough. They don't know Egypt. They don't make Egypt having their own language. Like if the Egyptians have a language, then they said what they said. They believe what they believe. Who the hell is Ankh? Who, and he don't even know the name of his own name, Ankh.
Reggie, 1 second. Let me just follow up real quick because
Yes.
I don't want to get too far ahead of the conversation. I wanted to jump in about something that I had heard real quick, but in reference to the show last night, right? You
Yes.
know, I just want to I just want to say this, like, for real, if anybody if any brother ever say one more again about how women are emotional, that women are quick, right, to sensitivity,
Word.
those are female traits, I'm sorry, but the data suggests but what
Old
we
nigga.
saw was the quite opposite. Well, I just want to like really make that shit
that
clear.
was crazy.
Old niggas.
I'm getting so annoyed sometimes when we
Word.
have our brethren coming over here showing love, and at times kind of getting on their high horse, talking about why y'all doing that. We're above that. Nah, y'all can't see. Once again, put your foot in your ass, because last night was a hotmess.com.org.net. So if any brother, okay, ever open their mouth again, as if they're so shocked or that somehow how we give it up is beneath it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's an automatic fail. I just really wanted to say that. All right. It
I
was
think
quick.
you're right. I think that you're
The
right. I think
second
it's been
point,
going on.
Gang, gang.
I
all
think it's
day,
been going on
all
a
day.
long
And
time.
I'm going to
But what
stand on that.
happens?
Once
Yeah.
my
But what
last
happens?
point, Reggie, my last point, specific. Now, this is specifically to you, Reggie. I don't remember, it was maybe a few days ago. I'm not too sure, but I do believe it was yourself, it was Unc, it was few of the brothers that go on show or whatever for the live. And oh, that's what it was. You guys were talking about a potential like tag team sort of debate, right? Like you and Smash versus I think Unc and Garfield, right? And they were talking about, well, whoever, we got to figure the money thing out, right? And then in that conversation, as shade was being thrown back and forth, you were mentioning that, the bottom line is that that you do this work for the people, right? That you're giving information away to your people, right? But I want to just kind of push your thinking to that, right? Because people will pay for what they value. You know what I'm saying? And I think that we have been conditioned to think that if you are a teacher or a professor of something, then by default, that must mean that you have to be broke, right? Like I think that especially especially when we do have people in excuse me within our quote unquote community that have a long history, if you will, right, of putting in work, like i.e. like you always talk about, like the research, academia, ways to identify sources, boom boom boom. Don't give that shit away for free, man. Like people
I
will
know
pay
that's
for
right.
what they value because
Well, I
you
know, but
treat,
see what happens
you
is
treat
our
people.
people.
Hold on,
No,
I'm gonna
you're
land my
right.
plane. I'm gonna
No,
Reggie,
I understand, but I will say this is what I
hold on,
know.
Reggie. I'm gonna land my plane. Just got. I was listening for a very long time. Let me just continue, please. Let me finish. So I'm saying that to say, that saying of you teach people how to treat you. You train people how to treat you. And what you do and what you have done and your willingness, right, to not charge and your a willingness to say, you know what, I literally am doing this shit from the heart. That's great. I think that's dope. But you also deserve to get paid for it. So I don't think there's anything wrong with getting paid, right? For your services. We live in a capitalist economy. You went to school, you put in a lot of years and years. I don't know if you have student debt, but I know all the damn degrees I got. I definitely got a lot of student debt, right? And I feel like I put in a lot of blood clot work in academia. So, yes, you're going to pay me what I charge per hour if you want my services because I understand the value. And so what I'm saying to you is respectfully is that kind of like poverty professor kind of mindset is very outdated. You deserve to get paid. You deserve to be recognized monetarily. You deserve that. No more free. Like it's nothing wrong with charging, and there's nothing wrong with people giving. It doesn't make a person's willingness to do that any greater or not. But in 2023, what I know, we pay for what we value. We can go out there and buy some Christian Louboutin with no problem, drop a couple of bands on that and be all good, but I can't support my bro who been putting in work for decades. But if my brother is not requesting that, or if my brother has been just over time creating the cycle of just giving, 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 what happens, right? There's no reciprocity, there's a lack of respect because people are not valuing it because you're just giving it away.
Well,
You give
I
it away.
Yeah, but I would have to ask, is that what Reggie wants though?
yeah.
Right? So it's
So
not, so that would be an assumption that we're assuming what we know what Reggie really wants or what he's
so
trying to do.
let me speak. Thank you. So what I want to say is you're right. Who is that? Nisha?
No,
Nisha.
that was Dot.
No,
God. No,
not.
you. But I was talking to you. You were speaking. So
Yeah, that
both
was
of
me, Gemini.
oh Gemini. Right. Hi. So you're all right. So here's the thing. In the YouTube world, right? The YouTube world, we have a lot of people who are looking for information, but the majority of the people, they're either working from home or not working, right? Or, um, or this is some entertainment. So I ask for cash apps from those groups of people. I buy me some lunch, right? If 100 people buy me lunch, right? Fine, $1. But what it is that there's different models of revenue. When I'm on YouTube, I'm generally just trying to teach my people what I learned and what I'm still learning. So I accept cash apps, but I had a professional life. So I worked as an IT director, right? I have engineering degrees. So there I worked and I got paid. Um, the issue is what's happening right here is that you have a lot of frauds and scammers, right? So people will give to a school, spend 10 years giving to a school that's never been built, right? 10 years given to a school that's never built. Or you would give to young Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh made hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations, right? Now he is where he is, right? And so on and so forth. And then we have this thing with debates where it's not an all or nothing. If I talk my talk enough and show up for a debate, I get paid even if I lose. I want to get paid, right? Because that's my time, even though I'm completely wrong. You are absolutely right, Dots. It's just that how I want to make my money. I want to make my money from my investments that I have, and I'm just waiting for my investments to hopefully mature so I can just continue to do what I like to do and only get cash apps. But you are absolutely right. Nisha's absolutely right. Sister Gemini is absolutely correct. All of you are correct. It's just that now we see people who are just particularly out of touch with research, acting as if they're the gatekeepers. They're acting as if they're the gatekeepers, like they have something special. But I showed you in 5 minutes or 7 minutes. I'm substantial in what I've done for my people. I'm notarized. I'm on the front page of DC Comics. I'm a human hero, right? I've been with heroes like Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. Ben, right? Dr. Jacob Carruthers. I have been with our heroes. I'm arguing with people who my teachers would never have nothing to do with. Nothing to do with. And what I try to do is I actually try to bring them along. I brought Dr. Ben to Sanetta's debate with Sarsoon Shetty versus Aline Bay. I brought Dr. Ben to the debate, right? I brought Dr. Jeffries and Professor Smalls to Sanetta's house, right? And with Baba Haru Samaj, right? And Infadishi.
Which is why I'm emphasizing the point, right, of value, and why you definitely should, right, be compensated and feel no sort of way about that. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I think, because
Yes, but
I
I
have
have
heard you
integrity.
say, I've heard you say a few times, like sometimes when, like, it sounds like you're a little bit frustrated because you feel as though, it's like, hey, y'all can donate, right? Family,
Yes,
it seems like
yes,
y'all can donate to everybody else, but then when it
yes.
comes to Brother Reggie, all of a sudden it's something different. And what I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is that you treat people how to treat you, Brother Reggie, and respectfully and genuinely. So I feel sometimes people get used to that, right? So, like, yes, we know how good you are with your research or what have you, but at the same time, there's a lot of people who just are used to you giving that knowledge away for free, right? So, I just updating
Yeah,
this
you're
whole
right. You're
comment.
right, but it's a divide. It's
Mhm.
complicated because while I'm doing this work, other people are doing work. who are not substantial in their research and asking for a lot of money and asking to buy products. So I'm in the but how can I say, I'm in the mix, right? So but I make the case like I did tonight. If you do buy me lunch, you're buying somebody who is a person that has served our community. So I'm telling you why, if you send me $5, like who I am, because I've lost a lot of money doing this. When I worked for Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and and Dr. Jeffries, there's no paycheck. So I started this. I'm 58 years old. I started this journey when I was on 22, 21, 22 years old. And I understand, Dots, you are absolutely right. All of you are right. I'm just saying I don't want to be a hustler. I don't want people to call me a hustler. If you give me money, fine. You give me money based on busting Onk's ass last night, right? That's or and the pseudo killers. You give me money because I show up and I bust ass. I do what other people hope to do.
Let
Um,
them know, Reggie. Let them know.
a lot of
Reggie said
people
he busted
a lot of
that.
people can't put Ankh in his place. I can put him in his place, and I can say
Oh my
that
God.
I could just say you are beneath me. You are beneath me. Don't call me no name out my name. You are beneath me. In your world, you might think, but let's pull up the record. What you was doing in 86 when I went to Africa in 87, where the hell was you and where's your work? I want to see
You and
that.
Unc will be fine. I think you and Unc will be fine. Like, Unc,
No, 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 no,
I think you
no.
guys will be
And
fine.
that's
Seriously.
what brothers do, man. That's what brothers do, man.
No, no, no. See that, but it goes back to what Dot said. Listen, I will respect you. I will give as much as respect. Morpheus called me up and told me this. He said, Reggie, let me just tell you how I feel. I will respect the person to the same degree and more if they respect me. But if they disrespect me, right? I will give them two times worth of disrespect. I will talk about your education. I will talk about your life. I will talk about your pedigree, right? I'll ask you for your works in front of the people. I will because you called me a name and I come to serve, and because you're falling out with me because I don't want to get underneath you, right? I will dress you down. And I don't think that you've seen anybody dress anybody down like I dress people down,
Let me
right?
ask you this, brother Reggie. If you do all of that, would you be lowering your standards?
Yes, I am. My
Why
son,
would you do that though? Why
yeah,
would you do that? If you such on a high level, like I said earlier,
because I was
brother, we gonna
insulted.
be going back over your research, like how you doing Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. That's how we gonna be looking at you, my brother.
Right, but
Don't
Dr.
this
Ben, what I'm trying to say is that I worked
you
with
too
Dr. Ben.
powerful for
Dr.
this,
Ben went through
man.
the same thing. Dr. Ben wasn't, you only see Dr. Ben when he's the great Dr. Ben. Y'all didn't know Dr. Ben when he was, how can I say, saying that Egypt was African civilization and was on the margins, right?
Why we
Um,
don't, Reggie? Why we don't, Reggie? I'm glad you say that. Why we don't, Reggie? You know why? Because y'all arguing amongst each other and nobody is teaching what Dr. Ben teach. Y'all only going to little pieces. Nobody do like a show like what Dr. Ben teach. Yes, you have did some, but it's so scattered out. Y'all don't stick to it.
what are you talking about? I've lectures of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. What are you
I
talking
said
about?
you. No, I said you, brother Reggie. I gave you props. I said you, brother Reggie.
Right, but I can only talk about myself. They didn't know Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. So I know how can I say, I brought Dr. Ben to Sonetta's event to make sure in his own life that the young people know him, right? I show so I do that, right? Now, but then people want to say what Dr. Ben said as if they knew, like Sarasu and Seti. Sarasu Seti was not a student of Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan. Never got, maybe went to a few lectures, but never sat in the classroom, right? Okay. Dr. Clark, I sat in his classroom, right? So, but I do agree with I do agree with all of you. But this is the state that we're in. If someone speaks well, when I first started on YouTube, everybody said my voice is funny. I sound like Mike Tyson. Nobody wanted to, and then they figured out who I was, right? But I had to fight for that.
They should have saw you on
Hey,
DVD before they saw you on YouTube. They should have saw you on DVD before they saw you on YouTube.
Yeah,
hey,
well, yeah.
brother Reggie, this is the truest. Peace to you. I wanted to
Peace,
ask a
peace,
question
gang,
about
gang.
the conversation. Peace, OTK. So is the argument coming from Ankh and the pseudo killers? Is their argument that the ancient Egyptians were not black because the terminology is a social construct, therefore it's the wrong term to use? Or is their argument that they weren't black even in the sense of the word we use it today?
um, they don't really have an argument because they're using the wrong terms. What they're saying is when we say that they're black, we're using a social construct. That's their
Oh,
argument.
okay. So if that is the argument,
Yeah.
then my question to them would be, are they suggesting no ancient African culture was black? Like would
Well,
they suggest that none of the ancient African people were black? Since they're saying black is a
right.
social
So
construct
right.
and we
So
can't
this is
use it for the ancient Egyptians, should we say nobody on the continent of Africa in antiquity was black?
okay. So you're right on the argument, the false argument, right? That they're using. They're saying that we shouldn't use the word black because black is a social construct tied to racism. So we
So
should
we
only
shouldn't
say
use it for nobody then.
right. What they're saying is that we should just call them Africans. But the problem is with that is that they don't know enough about the terms and how do you separate and show diversity. You show diversity through you use other tools. Skin color could be one tool. Culture could be another one. Technology could be another one. Language, writing could be another one. So there's a lot of ways to show diversity, the differences in diversity. Arcanum is acting as if they are anthropologists and they know the terms, right? It's similar. It's going to be similar to the Dulcinea and the Pa debate. The Pa is going to go with science, go with the terminology of science, right? And Dulcinea, who because that's Dulcinea, that's who she is, that's how she thinks, she's gonna try to rattle that cage. That's what she does. She even does it to me. She wants to know, okay, if you're saying it, I hear that you're saying it, but let's see if you know enough to defend it. She does that with me too, right? It's just that
Facts, brother Reggie.
right. So she does that with everybody. That's how Dulcinea thinks. It's just that I'm a little bit older, right, and a little bit more mature. So I don't get mad. I just say, well, okay, Dulcinea, here's this is where I disagree, and this is why I disagree, and here's my facts, right? But I don't have to call. I don't. But the only time I call a person a name is when they double down. They can't admit that they're wrong, right? But in this, so that's a whole nother story, and that's why I'm just saying, well, your information is wrong. I don't just have a blanket boiler plate word that a person is pseudo. I don't apply it to a person. I apply it to their information. What your statement, what you just said, is false, which is the word pseudo. Not you, Dulcinea, but I'll just say what you can't substantiate. You don't have the skills. Like you don't have the skills in ancient Egyptian language to be having a conversation with me. You don't have a skill. You don't have the skill set to have it. And then you're gonna go and you're gonna run behind a European and gonna say, well, what European says this? So now we don't have any agency because now.
But brother Reggie, it's not even a logical argument either,
No.
because it would be the equivalency of saying that the ancient Nordic people or that the ancient Vikings, we cannot say those people were white because they didn't call themselves white, or because it wasn't a term at the time. We know that those ancient Nordic people were white. So it's the
Well, what do
same
you mean
kind
by
of
white?
argument.
No, see, now we got to
What?
be careful. Okay, so the ancient Nordic people were European people, but they was heavily admixed at that time, right? So they were not like the later British whites, right? They had melanin, right? They were not completely white. They had to survive. They were sea-going people, so they ate a lot of shellfish, right? So if you look at something like in the British Isles, the Cheddar Man had melanin, right? He's the early European. So you get white by admixture, right? By sexual selection. So I wouldn't necessarily say that they were white, right? I would say that they are admixed when it
Oh
comes to
yeah, no, I'm not saying they're pale, but they
right.
would definitely be defined as white by the standard we use white today. And this is what I'm
Right.
saying in terms of the Egyptians, right? The ancient Egyptians should be classifiable as black based off of the standards we have for the word today.
Well, with the
That's a,
right. I don't disagree, but with so it's the amount of evidence on the plate that you examine, like you're examining something. So what you do is you put all the categories on the plate. You put what they said about themselves, what they thought about themselves, what they worshipped, right? Where were the cultures from? You put it all down on the plate, and then you make a statement to say I don't have to say that they're black. I could just say that they're Kim, right? Because that's the word that they used, right? Now, when I say that they're Kim, then I know what the definition of Kim means. It means brown, dark brown, right? Okay. So now, based on their words, do you understand what I'm saying? Before I don't want to talk over you or anything like that. Um,
yes,
um,
no, you're going by the linguistic argument. You're saying this is what the people called themselves. And
yeah.
unless you understand the language of the ancient people, it would be harder for you to try to make arguments about how they saw themselves, which would help us understand what they were in modern days.
Right. And so the experts say that Kemet means the dark one. It could be a feminine collective, right? Or it could just be feminine, and it also could be a place name. So the experts say that they're dark, that they're the dark one. That's what it means. So their argument is, well, the Nubians were depicted as black, right? And these people were depicted as brown. You could clearly see that they're brown, right? And then you put all more evidence on the plate and you say, well, the ancient Egyptians believed that they was the sacred black. They was the sacred black, like their cows, like the Apis, like the Bacchus, like uh the Minerva bull, right? That they
But
was
I don't even think that's a fair assessment to say the Nubians were depicted as black. I would say they were depicted as darker, right? I would say
right,
both were depicted as black, but the Nubians were clearly depicted darker in complexion. But just because they're darker, there's black people darker than most of us on the panel today. But that doesn't disqualify us that are brown or lighter skinned for being black as well. You know,
right.
so
And so
that's a
you're
bad
right.
logical argument too.
Right. And so these are sometimes where we have to debate, so we have to articulate it. It's just that when you have bullies, they're forcing the people not to think. They want them to, how am I going to think about somebody that I'm listen, there's a lot of people I argue with, so I'm not going to just narrow it down to them. But man, if you got a GED, if you got a GED, right? Look, you might be smart, but I would know that you're smart by the work that you put out, right? What you wrote. You just can't come and start talking to me and you ain't got no credible education. You can't pass the test. You can't pass the test now. I'm saying that there are some people like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. They didn't get a university education, but they have a whole history of learning from some of the greats, mentorships, right? But if you ain't got no mentorships, you ain't got no quality of work. I can't see you in the world. Then I just have to say that when you Unc said it yesterday. He said they first of all he was wearing. Did y'all see that? Unc had glasses on, and he forgot that he was wearing glasses, and he said, "I ain't got no glasses on." And the people said, "Look, Unc," and Unc realized that he did have his glasses on, and then he said, "No, it's not glasses. It's smart glasses." Like if you're wrong and you're strong and you don't want to change, that's problematic. So their arguments are just their arguments. They're making arguments and they're forcing you to believe their arguments and they can't sustain it. So you're absolutely right about the questions that you asked me. You're absolutely right. He can't.
If they make that argument, we can't call nobody on the continent of Africa in antiquity black. If they want to use that argument, then they're eliminating that term from any ancient African simply because they didn't use it. And that's just egregious.
Right. So that's a social. So then what they're doing is they're taking advantage of social constructs and they're misusing it because it's a fact that even calling them African is a social construct. Hey, peace, brother La. How you doing? Right. I'm glad I'm on the good side of the sisters. Right.
Oh, brother, I thought you couldn't get on here. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And so you're the.
Assalamualaikum. Sorry.
So you're the second, in case I get jumped out here, I get jumped. But I got jumped last night. I mean, but I had to reverse it. But do you understand Africa is a social construct? So
Absolutely.
Africa, yeah. So European is a social construct. So to be African is a social construct. To be European is a social construct. So if you can use black, if you can use African and European, you can definitely use black. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they love genetics so much, and they love DNA. Nothing about your genes. There's no African gene technically. We have haplogroups that trace to a certain landmass, but the genes themselves are not classified as African. They're not classified as black. These are social, political terms.
There you go. Right? You get A plus.
See?
You all get A plus. All of the terms that we use is socially constructed, right? The only thing is when it's applied with race. So if you see a term that now is used that has a value of separating one group of another based on some ideology of political, then that's the social construct of race. But everything is a social construct. To call a man, a woman, a woman, and Dulcinea and the Pa is going to be arguing. Guess what? About social constructs.
And guess what? Anthropology, even the field of anthropology, it falls under social sciences.
Social constructs. It is one of the places that give terms to these social constructs, social sciences. That's where it comes from. And so when I'm arguing, when I'm listening to what their arguments are, they don't know what social constructs is. They don't know that racism is a particular type of social construct, but it doesn't mean that the terms within that social construct you can't use because it may not apply to racism. Because in ancient Africa at this time period, up until they started noticing their neighbors, there wasn't any racism. If there wasn't any racism, but there were people who identified themselves different than their neighbors. So the ancient Egyptians identified themselves differently from their neighbors in clothing and character and skin color, right? They did that, but you can't say how could you put on a modern social construct of racism to ancient Egyptians? They was like, this is our territory. We don't want them people coming in with these looking like this. That's not how we get down in our territory. It disturbs what our belief system. We want you close. We want clothes on you, right? We want you bathed. We want you circumcised, right? And we want you to believe in our rules and our laws and our gods, right? And we want you to learn the language. If you don't, then we don't want you. You're a babbler. That's what the ancient Egyptians called many of the groups of people. You're babbling. You're incoherent. So you're right. And I think that so the debate that you're going to see with Dulcinea and Nepal is you're going to see one person applying uh, what is in the public to establish that we are from primates, and you're going to see another person challenge the term of where do you think we came from, right? And like, listen, I review a lot of debates, like Dr. Ali Muhammad. I thought Dr. Ali Muhammad had enough skill set to win against Jabari because he had a particular skill set. But what he did was he brought in a lot of stuff that he could not substantiate, right? And don't do that in a debate. Don't bring in stuff that you can't substantiate in a debate. All he had to do was prove that people of color were in the Americas before the African slave trade. That's all he had to do. That's all he had to do. But no. Yeah, he could easily, of course, there's people from Oceania that came to the Americas, right? They were African-derived people, descendants of African people that had a closer affinity, right, of skin color because they came from Oceania, right? They had similar customs, still similar customs of African people. You should see the Oceania people, right? If anybody, they look like Black Indians. They travel on canoes, on boats, on the double hull boat. They eat similar foods. They have the same muscular structure. They have dark skin, right? You know, they're smart. They know rock. All he had to do was to do that. But no, Dr. Ali Muhammad had to. He had to show how smart he is. I was like, damn, Dr. Ali Muhammad, you know about SNPs. You know all this stuff. DeBarry's a very smart dude. If you give him a messed up source, he's going to use your source against you. But no, Dr. Ali Muhammad. I like Dr. Ali Muhammad, right? I never argue with him. I'd be like, okay, Dr. Ali Muhammad, yeah, you hurt yourself, young man. I mean, I knew him when he was a younger man, right? I'm like, you could have easily won the debate or at least drew it to a tie, but no, you want to come with all the fringe theories. You didn't have to fight the fringe theories. So that's the thing with Sister Nepal and Dulcinea. It's Sister Nepal is going to not bring in fringe theories. And Sister Dulcinea is how can I say? You have to, if you bring in a fringe theory, you're gonna have to substantiate. But Dulcinea is one brave chick, so that's what she's gonna do. She is going to
Brother, you don't agree this is 2023 and you don't think that they have found out any more information since the 1800s when Darwin's theory, when his stolen plagiarized theory came out?
No, we're not arguing. We're not arguing Charles Darwin. Don't bring him up. That's Unc.
Okay, don't bring him up. I'm sorry.
Unc's daddy, right?
Okay.
I mean, not
it is a name that does truly irritate me.
Wow.
Okay? I can't stand Charles Darwin to even hear the name. It's because Unc says it all the time. It irritates my skin. But what I'm saying to you is this is 2023. They don't think that in the age of internet and information, we can't find any, they've never, you know what I'm saying? They haven't come
up with any more information. He's not an anthropologist. And so the anthropologists are the ones who have found the data, right? So we know the categories, right? Australopithecus, the Homo heidelbergensis, Homo sapien, Homo
These
sapiens
are
sapien, Homo
classifications
erectus,
that
Homo.
they came up with.
Huh? Say what?
These are classifications that they came up with.
Right, social constructs. That they're all social constructs.
which
So
which is fine. Like, this is something I just want to address, as a philosophy major myself, which is the humanities, social sciences, right? Like art, anthropology, which is a social science,
correct.
relies completely on social constructs. Because what is a social science? It is the study of human behaviors and societies. So you cannot study societies without studying social constructs.
That's
So
correct.
anthropology absolutely involves social. How do you engage in practicing and studying anthropology without using social constructs? You can't.
You
Even when it
create
comes to this talk to evolution, every single classification we have on the primate table is a social construct.
You are correct. So now it's social constructs with the evidence. So the anthropology is a little bit different because they create the social constructs based on the evidence that they have. Now, some of the evidence can be flawed. So this is where Dulcinea comes in. Dulcinea is going to question. She's going to question some of the gaps, right? Nepal is going to uh, defend against the gaps, right? That's where this debate is. But you are absolutely right. But the difference between anthropology is okay. We have a bone, we have a fossil. Let's date it. So there's dating, right? Okay. So, but what is the date of it actually real? So there you go, Dulcinea. She's going to do radiocarbon data. Or show
I
me
think a
proof.
lot of times when people bring up anthropology, I think the word they're really looking for is archaeology, because anthropology is more a study of specifically human behavior and
Right.
societal and civilization, where archaeology, it dives deeper than just human behavior. It goes into these the primates and even other animals and stuff.
No,
So
anthropology is
archaeology,
the one that deals with archaeology deals with things of humans. Archaeology
well,
deals
no, archaeology deals with human remains as well.
right, but then it branches off to anthropology.
Anthropology is a subset of archaeology, because anthropology is looking more so at the
Right,
sociological
right, right,
behaviors.
right, right. So then it separates into it blends and then it separates into two fields. You're not wrong, but we're expressing that now you build social constructs above your findings. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, yes, but the word they love to use is anthropology, but then they hate social constructs. So stop talking anthropology. Stick with your hardcore archaeology. If you don't like social constructs, then you need not be discussing anthropology, because that's the only way it operates.
Right. So, but now it's interdisciplinary. There are other categories. So again, there is writing, right? There is pottery. There is constructions. There are a whole bunch of other things that deal with archaeology, right? That actually deal with all those terms that you say. So their argument
But
is
even like pottery, writing, right? All of those things, right? These are human constructions, right? Throughout human history, as we're building civilizations and culture, which are all social behaviors.
And what
So
made
even
these
when it comes,
mutations? I'm sorry, Cliff.
yeah, go ahead.
What made these different mutations?
okay. So now you're into another
Well,
field. So now you're into another field about mutations, right?
maybe I should be quiet because of the debate.
So that's a biological. So those are biological.
Yeah, and the facts of the matter is are we primates? No matter if someone wants to stick with just the classification, if someone wants to stick with just 1990s and not go back to the 1700s, if someone wants to stick to taxonomy and only talk about primate taxonomy and not the other animals, none of that can be done in a debate that's called Are We Primates? You have to bring up the paleontology, you have to bring up the anthropology, you have to bring up the biology, you have to bring up the mathematics, you have to bring up the physics. All of this applies to
Now,
we
where did it come from? How did it come
gonna
about?
go for just one area, they're gonna lose if they're not prepared to come in through all areas of this debate, because you have to argue from all points of the argument. You can't just come with bones. You just can't come with, well, scientist says. You just can't come with the classification, because then we got to know who made the classification. And that's something that a lot of people don't want to go into. Like you said, don't bring up Darwin. Don't bring up that. We're not talking about that. Well, we have to talk about who came up with these classifications in the first
Right,
place. What's
facts.
the
And
impact?
soul
Right.
culture.
My question is just like somebody has to be able to show we are. Are you able to show we're not?
Well, it goes back to the social constructs. It goes back to the so. It goes back to the to the table with all things on the table, all terms, all tame, all terms, all measurements, all evidence. It all goes to be what's on your table to say what it is and what's not. And basically, at the end of the day, it's basically what we know now. It's like the Big Bang. What we know now, right? Or if there's other evidence out there that you wasn't smart enough yet to find, like did you read the latest scientific digest, right? Or is your data outdated?
Right.
So Nepal and Dulcinea have the chore of looking at the latest scientific thoughts, and even those things might be flawed, right? Either way, they may be true, they may be flawed, but it comes down to what my brother Truist was saying: social constructs. Social constructs is what we agree about right now, but what we agree right now still could be wrong. So then you start talking about consensus, right? Scientific consensus. Well, it was a consensus that we were less than humans, Africans. That was a scientific consensus at the time. Then they want to get away with it and say, "Oh, they were racist." No, at the time, no. Darwin talked about the civilized races and the uncivilized races of savages. Oh no, we were savages to Charles Darwin.
Yeah,
I don't.
brother Lot.
Huh? Say
Sorry,
what?
Reggie. Brother Lot's been waiting. Peace to you. Peace to brother Lot. You want to jump in? You wanted to ask Reggie something or say
No,
something?
ask anybody. I'll be right back anyway.
Okay.
Salam alaikum, brother La.
Walaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
See, I had to hear him say
What
that.
did you have to join? What do you like to share?
What I want to share or actually say to Brother Reggie is I actually got an opportunity and chance to watch the whole show. And
The comedy show, the Wild Wild West show.
nah, that wasn't a comedy show. That was actually so wrong on so many different levels.
Ooh.
It was funny to me. I laughed the whole time.
I love Brother La. I'm
I
not
do
gonna lie.
It was so wrong and so disrespectful towards just a male as myself being an alpha male.
Oh, sad.
Was so disrespectful.
Well,
To see a grown man catch a temper tantrum like that.
That's why I was laughing. I was on the floor.
See, I laugh because I
called me. I said, don't distract me because I'm looking at this ass.
I hope the friends can, fix it. Because I went on pseudo killers today and
oh, they're yelling today. That was on there.
My thing on it all is this. If you're wrong, can you at least admit you're wrong?
No.
To actually go beyond that and say, you know what, fuck you?
See, I wasn't there for all that. I just know before it got bad on the pseudo killers, I said I wasn't there for, because I'm a Kimite, and before it got bad with Jabari and everything, I just hope everything work out between them, and so I left.
It's only so much you could take, PK. That's
I
why
don't.
we don't let it go that far with us when we get into our little
That's
spats.
what I'm saying. That's why I left, because I have love for all of them, and I just really hope, that it irons out. So I didn't stay for whatever happened on the HOK, and I didn't stay for what happened when Uncle got ready to start really going in. And
No,
so
it really had nothing to do with that, Keenan. To be honest with you, says what it basically boiled down to is this: you had Unc, you had Brother Reggie, and you had Jabari, and it seemed like everything that he was presenting, they was friends with Jabari, and they was friends with Reggie. So you presenting it as the source, and Reggie and Jabari can just pick up the phone and call your song. Then
But
on top of that,
no matter what, they are brothers at the end of the day. But I'm just saying it was it was a rough ride last night.
but even with that being the case, Sister Freedom, I mean, like, for you to get that emotional to the point where you gotta talk to a person, another first and foremost, another human being. Second of all, men like that. Like,
It was wrong. It was wrong. I mean, and maybe when a particular person look back at it and see his actions towards everybody, it was horrible. I know. I know that they probably looked at me laughing my butt off in the chat and said a few things about me, but I do not care.
yeah, that whole presentation and all how you
It was
got
like
there.
a comedy show to me. My gosh, it
That was
was.
that was all chump behavior. You know what I'm saying, I just
Hey, no,
that's some real chump behavior. I can't respect that.
I can't respect it either. That's why I laughed because I said, see, this is what I'm talking about. And the moment you say something back, you the worst person in the world. But you done forgot you just called me stupid, dumb, silly, all kinds of names, cussed me out, told me get the F off your panel, all kinds of stuff. Oh man, please. Mm-mm. I don't know where Brother Reggie went, but he'd love to hear you say that. You there, Brother Reggie?
Yes, I'm coming back. I hurt my foot, so it takes me a while to move around. But yeah,
Yeah, I think he's coming back. Well, do you notice the amount of people? This is just on my debate coming up, but you notice the amount of people that feel like it's going to be unfair to bring up scientific racism, and those are all the people that are on the we are primate side. So they're like, oh, that's going to be unfair, and the only reason people are going to be on Dulcinea's side is if she brings that up because that shouldn't be brought up. Don't you see that
A
as
lot.
a clear indication that everyone knows as far as that's a huge part of this? That's why they don't want it to be brought up.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How you gonna steal my culture, my name, everything about me, and then put me in some darn classification? Because then to me, you would have to explain that they're still finding feet prints of giants and all. I mean, all of it just sounds weird, whack, crazy, and dumb for us to just swallow any information that they give us with no proof.
because you have to have some rules in a modern society. It doesn't necessarily
You
mean
can't steal somebody's culture and then say what you put together as rules is rules. No,
no,
it doesn't
no.
make sense for them to come up with what they think may have been the situation. We
Where
will
did, where did these
never
concepts
know.
Where did these concepts start? They didn't start in Europe. They didn't start in Greece.
Mm.
These concepts started in early humans, wherever they were. In the early humans, hunter and gatherer, there was an alpha male, right? And there was a queen mother, right? And then
Better
it,
go in.
say
Go
what?
in and tell it. I said you better go in and tell the truth. An alpha male and a queen mother. Which are you saying that at one time they worship woman as the highest being?
No, you.
You know it's true though.
Well, no. So, well, I would say this. When I mean an alpha male is that man, there is a male that rules over all the males because men are always competing for more food, more women.
Hmm.
So is that unaligned with what you were saying?
I mean, I'm just listening to what you're saying, but I know I study a little differently. But I'm just saying.
But there was so it was chaos. So what do you give me the motto that you want to give me? I'm gonna listen. What's your motto?
What I'm saying is, in a nutshell, right? The information that is in that theory, scientific theory, has no proof to it. So
Okay, on the model that you was talking about.
and
On
the time frame, they had the women, brother, they had the nerve to give a time frame. Are you serious? That's like saying I know when the world started. You don't. Some things like that's like saying I know what happens before you are born and before you came in the existence of your father's sac in your mother's womb. I know what happens to you after you die. You don't. You're given a theory of what you think might be the situation and putting the word science on top of it. What I'm saying is it just doesn't make any sense. And then they had the nerve to put us in classifications with different forms of monkeys, and then started calling us monkeys.
There's a lot of information to go through, Sister Freedom, and you obviously have a more complex mind than myself, right?
What I'm saying, even I was looking at
You go
Blackula.
in. What I was saying, so you're gonna add another
I
layer.
was looking at Blackula the other day.
Say that
Blackula.
again?
Do you remember the movie Blackula?
Yeah,
Dracula, the black
I
one.
like
And
Blackula.
just having to look at it because it's during the Halloween time. They all the scary movies on and all that. And the guy was talking to Blackula and one of Blackula's wife, and he said to him, he said, "You acting like an animal trying to take my wife and all that." He turned to the undone person, turned to looked at Blackula and said, "Well, I would say that you're more of an animal than me." Like I'm just saying, like that Darwin or whatever that is, that theory thing. Sorry, I mentioned that word again. Um, allowed them to think still that they were better than us in some type of way and put us in classifications of animals.
Okay,
Well,
let
you have
me
to look at what IBM said because the fact is they weaponized science at that
They
particular
sure
time.
did. And then
Scientific
put that
theory is
concept.
not all bad when it comes to all science. So you can't just say, oh, this whole social contract of scientific theory is incorrect. No, the scientific method and the scientific theory is great. But the fact is that they utilize that as a weapon as far as for this particular scientific theory that isn't backed up by the amounts of the scientific method. And a lot of people are saying that they're for modern science, but they're not with the modern science. If you're still what me and BLS was going back and forth in the chat, if you're still saying that only protein coding is what has the full regulatory functions of who the anatomy of humans, then you're not up to date on biology. Biology is past that. Biology is past saying there's junk DNA. They're past it. So if you're still saying there's junk DNA and not understanding what the regulatory non-coding DNA does, then you are behind in science. And that's what a lot
Okay.
of these Darwinists are. They're very behind in science, even though they keep saying, well, modern science agrees with me. Modern science agrees with me. No, even modern science is saying, hey, we predict this and we hope that this will be the outcome in the future, but we don't have the outcome yet that is definitively saying this is true. But we hope to see this in the future, then we'll know that this is right.
But let
okay,
me ask you
so
this,
my
Dustin.
question. Wait a minute. Let me ask this because my question is if science is wrong or whatever, and we don't know that
I
we
just said,
came from a
well,
woman.
be
I'm not
specific of
saying that.
what
We
part of
saying we
science,
don't
because
know.
no one said that science in a whole is wrong. So
Okay,
be
we
specific.
don't know if we came from a man. We don't know that. We don't know that we came from a woman.
Uh,
And we
Who
don't.
said we don't know we came
who
from a
said
man
that
and
we
woman?
don't
Who said that?
Well, because when Freedom and Reggie was talking, and she
That's
said,
not what I said.
"You said we came from a woman," and Reggie said,
No, I did not say that, baby.
"What did you say?"
Reggie said that it was an alpha man and a queen alpha
Right.
woman. And
And
then
then
I said, "Oh, you admitting that the woman is supreme?" That's what I was saying. I
right.
wasn't saying nothing well, we definitely come from the portal of a woman, though. But I thought you was gonna go into what we were talking about earlier. Sakina was sounding so good when we were talking about the all and that
Right,
everything is connected.
exactly. So right, because we when we I've heard this conversation before saying that we all come from woman. But I know we come from a mother. But when we say this all
I mean,
or this,
there's a man there too, maybe for 2 or 3 minutes, but he's still there.
yeah, he's still there. But my question is if
Sorry.
if we all assumingly they say that God is a woman, if you want to say it that way, right? Um, wouldn't she be white anyway? Seeing that Africa, um,
Was
right?
it
Seeing
white
that
or right? You said white or
and
right?
we saying white, seeing
Okay.
that, seeing that, um, we can't say that the primate wouldn't be us, and right because the primate is saying that that human would be from Africa, and we know it ain't
There
us.
was no word by the name of Africa
Right,
during
and
that
even
time.
if it was, it wouldn't be us no damn way, right? And
Yeah, it
so
doesn't matter if the primate is from America, if the
or
primate is from
Africa,
Asia. We're
right?
not
It wouldn't
primates.
be us anyway. So it would be white. So and that means that we came from white, and the white didn't come from us. So what
There's
if?
no way that happened. No way possible.
So wouldn't that be the right outcome anyway? We came
Mm-mm.
from white, and
How,
that white comes
why would,
from
why would we come from
No,
white?
that's what primates is saying.
right.
That's
They
what
said
the primate theory
exactly.
is
So
saying
that
that you
means
came
that
from
they're
white.
not saying that we came from the monkey. They saying they came from the monkey.
Yeah, it came
Right?
from that monkey. It
They're
did.
Exactly.
saying
So
they're the
what are we
supreme
really
being.
exactly? They
No,
saying
they're
they are
saying
the
they're the supreme
yeah. So
being,
why are we
and
saying that?
monkeys,
Why are they?
monkeys.
Why are we saying? Can I finish before you
But no,
interrupt?
because they're
Why
not
are we
saying that we
saying
came
that
from
they are
them.
racist
Oh,
if they
stop! Stop
saying
the
they are
monkeys!
the monkey? If y'all
No,
let me
I'm
finish,
explaining it,
y'all
Sakina. They're not
can't
saying that
explain
they
it. You
came.
saying they are
No, I'm
racist
not
if they
saying that
saying
because
they
I'm
were
saying
the
they're not
monkey.
saying that
Don't do
we
this
came.
tonight.
They're
Why
not
Please.
do
saying
I get
either.
offended?
Can I explain it really quick for you,
Yeah.
Sakina? Because you're wrong with what you just said. They're not saying that white people came from monkeys. They're not saying black people came from monkeys. They're saying white people are supreme and monkeys and black people are degenerate DNA that
That's what
has
they.
broken down from the hominoid common ancestor that would have been superior, that they're closest alike. So the common ancestor is not an ape, a monkey, or anything. The closest that it is to a white person. And then the
Absolutely.
DNA has
That's what I just said.
degenerated from there to create black people, monkeys, apes, orangutan, chimpanzees. That's what they're saying. And indigenous black man, that's incorrect. That's why we don't understand the coding or the vaccine. RNA is not protein coding, RNA is messenger coding. So that's why we have to understand the difference between protein coding and messenger and what these things are saying, because that's why they lump everything up under protein coding and they rely on us never understanding what RNA is. But RNA is messenger, not protein coding.
That
So
part.
so wait, so um with a lot of these scientific races scientists, people that you're speaking about, I will agree that a lot of them used evolution to make arguments that the white race was superior,
Come
but
on.
they weren't using it in the way you guys are suggesting. They were not suggesting that it was only black people that evolved from primates and white people did not, and therefore they're superior. What they're actually saying
No
is
one
that
said that, the
all
truest. No one said that,
oh,
the truest. That is
okay,
not what I
well,
just said at all.
okay, well, you just said that they said white people did not evolve from monkeys
I
or
said
did
they
not.
said no one evolved from monkeys, no one evolved from primates, no one evolved from it.
Well,
So you have to understand what
that's
they're saying, that there's a common ancestor. Now we have to go to this common ancestor. The common ancestor had a lot of the superior, the common ancestor's upright, and a lot of superiority the common ancestor had.
wait,
Now,
common ancestor for who?
all the people, as far as when it comes to white people, Asian, Indian, orangutan. Well, let's stick with the ones that go from apes, chimpanzees. Let's not go orangutans. Let's go from the common ancestor that is for all the species of humans and chimpanzees and gorillas, meaning apes, the great apes. So what they were saying is the common ancestor had great properties. It had great genes. It was able to do a lot. And what they're saying is they're the closest to the superiority of the common ancestor.
No. Okay, so
Yes,
so
they
that's
are. Listen, what they're saying. I have it. I have the information that
okay.
they say this.
You're
We're
saying
closest to
Darwin
the
said this.
superior. It's more than just Darwin, but you'll see.
No, I just want to be clear. You're saying Darwin said this.
This is including Darwin and others that said this.
Okay.
So
All
why
right.
people
I'll wait for you to finish.
the superiority of what that common ancestor was. Now there's degeneracy that happens, meaning those genes don't select the best things. They don't select the best DNA. They don't select the best regulatory functionality, and then that's what breaks down into the gorilla, the chimpanzee, and they suggested that's what broke down to the African as well.
All right. So, what the argument to make their claim to say the white race is superior is actually yes, that all humans have a common hominin ancestor, and all hominins have a common ape ancestor with the other great apes, and all apes have a common primate ancestor with monkeys, right? But what they say to say white people are more superior than Africans is that because the African is the first Homo sapien sapien, because we are first, we are therefore the least evolved. Because in their eyes, because we're first, we're the closest to these archaic hominids. We are the closest to these archaic apes. So that's the argument. What you just said is not what scientific racists, especially Darwin, was doing. They're saying because the African was first, this is why we are the most primitive.
Well, it depends on. There are people that say that, but that's not all of them. And as time has progressed, no, they haven't been saying that. That's why they say even chimpanzees came last. But chimpanzees are a simpler form because in biology, looking up what degenerate is, biology is having referred it to a simpler form as a result of losing complex or adaptive structure present in an ancestral form. So it depends on who you're talking about, but no, I'm going to prove to you that Darwin stood up for this as well. That
Well, there's no way he was comparing.
That had degeneracy, and they said as far as well the Africans did as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, when we're talking about humans, chimpanzees are not really relevant in the who comes first argument. When we're talking about racial superiority between human races, the argument to say the white race is superior to the African race when we're talking about this evolutionary biology has always primarily been the argument that Africans are primitive and closer to animals since we were first. This is what neo-Darwinists use.
And they use the degeneracy argument to persuade that, and then they find and use that as well to say that's what's happened with the great apes that are non-human is degeneracy, and they use that to this day.
You already know what's going to happen with me. But you're right.
You're going to need to know what biology degeneracy says, and you're going to need to know that for the debate. But I'm going to be teaching you guys as well. So you're going to know all the players because there's way more players than just Darwin. There's way more players than just Linnaeus. So you need to know all the players. But you do need to understand what they're saying about degeneracy because they say that about the apes. That's how they say that they were have a hominin common ancestor, and they degenerated from that hominin common ancestor. That's how they can say, oh, this hominin was upright, but that's why chimpanzees are not all the way upright anymore. Their feet don't really support them being having a straight bone structure and different things like that because They have degenerated from the complex or adaptive structure that was in the ancestral form. And you need to
What,
know that when you're saying, are we primates? How do you not know that? And that's part of the we're primates argument.
well, that's the issue, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but when we're talking about degeneracy in biology, yes, degeneracy is absolutely a phenomena that occurs. But when we're talking about evolution, especially primate evolution, degeneracy and de-evolution, they're really not real actual concepts. Evolution doesn't work in that way. It only adapts and moves forward. It doesn't have like a direction to de-evolve. Evolution, whether it's for the better or worse, is evolution. So when we're looking at the primate chart, it is not showing degeneracy or de-evolution at all. It's showing evolution, whether it was for the better or the worse of the species.
Mm.
I never said de-evolution. It's showing degeneracy, and you can look up science journals, and they will show you that they say there's degeneracy in non-human primates' feet. There's degeneracy in their brain structure. They argue degeneracy as far as how we become primates, because if you don't, you have a lot of questions of how this ancestor that had all these complex structures that led to the human, but those complex structures are missing in the chimpanzee, the bonobo, the non-human great apes, and how they explain that is degeneracy. And that's the problem. You guys don't even know your argument. That's a major problem when debating this. You guys don't even know what they're saying about primate evolution.
Are you a
We
primate?
never became primates though.
Where
We
brother
like
Reggie at?
everything on the chart. Have a good time.
Good luck.
Everything on the chart is a primate. Everything is a primate. So we never become it. It's our androgyny. We've always been
Get that, but that's
primates.
from a
And
common ancestry, which you have to understand degeneracy to understand how the common ancestor led to the human versus the chimpanzee versus the great ape. You have to or the lesser great apes.
okay, so
You
put
have
it this way: are you a degeneracy of your great great grandmother?
I'm not arguing for are we primates and saying yes. That form of degeneracy, I agree more with you that evolution is not going as far as that. But that will show as far as when you have your own evolutionary past. Then you don't have to be a degenerate form of something else that you're not. You're just a farm that actually evolved over the time. There was never a time where chimpanzees were walking upright. There was never a time that an ancestral form of chimpanzees was walking upright. There was never a part of that an ancestral form of bonobos were walking upright. And I can go on and on and on. Because
Right, because they're not hominins.
We
They're
won't
not
know
hominins.
until
no,
another 2 years.
no.
Hopefully,
Sorry,
we'll
no,
live to find out.
This modern science says that the ancestor between the last ancestor of a chimpanzee, a bonobo, and a human is a hominoid.
A hominoid, but not a hominid.
That was upright. That walked upright.
Wait, that you're saying the common ancestor of a chimpanzee and a Homo sapien sapien walked upright?
Yes, that they say that it walked upright.
Can you name that the species in particular you're referring to?
And what about those white people that was, excuse me, I mean to say that, the undone people that was walking on all fours? I think they was in Russia or
No,
something.
you said it right. You said it right, sis.
Yeah, the undone people.
Yeah, don't sugarcoat it.
Oh, that ain't sugarcoating. They undone. They ain't done yet.
But the only reason I brought up
I'm
de-evolution
not
is because
bringing up the one that they give, but I think you should look at Mr. Metro because they're not saying Australopithecus is one as far as the Australopithecus afarensis is that, but an Australopithecus afarensis, according to them, was walking upright, even though
yeah, but Australopithecus doesn't birth a chimpanzee.
Right. But yeah, I'm not getting into the points of my
I'll let you save the whatever it is
No,
but yeah, just
she got the debate coming up. She can't go that far
yeah,
in.
yeah. I'll let her save that. But yeah, Mr. Metro, I know that about Australopithecus, but Australopithecus
I'll let her.
only produces humans. So that has nothing to do with other great
But
apes.
that's not even a fact either. I don't understand it. My whole
Yeah,
thing
that's
is
not a fact that
they don't.
Australopithecus
That's not a fact,
uses
and they
humans.
know that they just don't. It's no way you guessing. That's just like they guess about a whole bunch of stuff. They saying they put us in classifications with a bunch of guessing.
No, I just thought. Well, I was just thinking it came out of. They were saying we came from them. Like if the monkey came. Well, I'm just saying if it came that way, it was supposed to come from the whites, and so the common ancestor was supposed to come from them, and then we were supposed to come from them.
You know that is funny. That is so funny.
That's the way I took it.
I know, baby, but I'm just saying we ain't came from them because we would smell like them.
Well, no, that's the way.
Wow.
The common ancestor was supposed to be with them on top, and we came. And you see, what I'm saying
Oh,
the
I can't
common
even imagine
ancestor
that.
was human, and the human being with them on top, and then we come next.
No,
That's
we created. My boy said we created them in a laboratory, and I'm saying I can believe something similar to that, but I mean, you know,
I'm putting it in the back for you, Truist, so you can look it up yourself. Here you go.
um,
That's what
these
they're saying as
creatures
far
is
as
made
that
with
is most
animal and human or something. They made
and
with
then
animal
there's
and human.
different. I will tell you, there's different people that are saying that it's even a hominid that is the chimp's common ancestor. There's
and
different
Okay.
biology.
more
And
Yeah.
plausible saying
Well,
than
you know,
that.
what I'm saying?
I will.
Look
I'll look into it, but I won't discuss it live on the air because I don't want to give your cards away at all. But I'll look
please
into it.
don't,
Okay.
But
please.
one last question, and then I'm gonna mute up because I've been talking a lot.
Well, let me ask
Um,
Brother
Yeah,
but
Love
brother. You don't want to
something.
answer any more questions, brother. I'm
I
telling
want
you.
to ask you a
okay,
question, Brother
no
Love.
problem, no problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
Brother Love. Do you
Yes.
think that the undone people are made with? I'm just asking, a form of a human and an animal, or something that's close to like an animal that has sex with something that we may see today as a human, and then they came
For me
because
to
you know
speak that,
a
yeah,
lot
but
of
sister,
tales, and
yeah,
you know.
sister, for me to speak that into existence without having proof or knowledge, I'm not going to do that. I don't
No,
know.
I said, do you think? I didn't say that you had to say
I
factual.
really, to be honest with you, I've never even thought about it, to be honest with you.
I mean, when you go in them game stores and stuff, and you smell that horrible
Mm.
sulfur smell. I mean, I'm just saying. Then we look
I
at
don't
the
go in game stores. I don't play no games. The only game I play is chess. That's it.
okay, but
Yeah, I don't play
okay,
video games at
go
all.
into an environment where you know that they've sweated in,
I mean,
and
if
that
you're talking, if you're talking in regards for smell, no,
you've never smelled them.
no, I'm not. The smell isn't. I have, but the smell is entirely different. When black folks sweat, we smell
Oh
funky.
no, not ours. Now I'm talking about them. I'm not talking about ours. I'm not talking about ours. And then the fur, the fur that they have, and then the body structure and the face. I mean, just everything. It's just like a caveman mixed with animal. I'm just asking. But if you say that you don't want to, elaborate on the undone people, I can understand. But they are different. I mean, I'm just saying.
Banned from where forever? Because I don't know. I hope you're not talking about other lesser channels because we don't care.
We don't. We don't. We okay.
It's
Yeah, I
the
see
first
what
time
you
I was
just
actually be able to. It's the first time I was actually be able to get on with the same panel from the last time when we seen each other. Dulcinea and spoke was on Sonetas, and I just want to applaud you for being reserved the way you was when when Nepal said what she said.
what she said. I forgot.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're just going back and forth a little bit about the debate.
Yeah, but it was she threw a little indirect there, and
Congratulations, Natural. Sorry.
I'm glad you caught it. I don't know if you did catch it, but you was just still about it. when I gave the analogy saying that besides yourself having a thinking cap on, you have all the rest of these other sisters on the panel.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
That's well, thank you, brother Law. Thank
Yeah.
you so
And
much
it was
for
just, and then in a sense, she just shunned it like unscrambled minds. What? Really?
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
The
I'm
Wow.
glad you did.
the debate is about are we primates, but again, that question has to address who came up with it and who came up with the science. And since who came up with the science was a version of scientific racism, which I'll show and prove in the debate, we'll have to say who they were attacking. And the fact is, they weren't attacking all humans as much as you want them to say, oh, were they attacking all humans? No, they were attacking indigenous people. But they attacked indigenous people all over the world.
Well, I want to say that little remark about unscrambled minds wasn't cool.
mm,
It's okay.
mm.
We ain't even worried.
I'm just happy and glad.
Mm.
I am too.
See,
Yeah.
well, I always knowing everything.
I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Yeah. And I see somebody in the background said something in regards for Brass saying that me being a chatty patty. It's not about being a chatty patty. Why you saying him for? It's not about being a chatty patty. It's about
Whatever he want to say, just like everybody else do.
being reserved.
Right. And why can't he say it, Brass? He can say whatever he want to say. It doesn't bother us.
I mean, it don't bother me at all. I mean, if you want to have a dialogue and you want to express how you truly feel, don't do it in the chat. Get up on the panel. We can speak to each
Okay.
other face to face.
That part.
Nah. Juju, what's up? Peace.
Where's she at?
She been on the chat. She been watching on the chat.
Oh, hey, Juju. I didn't even know where my glasses at.
Hey, Dulcie, look at the back chat. I posted a Britannica link. Oh, just look at the chart, and I'm not going to speak anything about what you
All right,
presented,
so
but just look at the chart.
all right, so
Yeah.
this how we gonna handle this. I'm gonna address this one time, then I'm not gonna address it no more. All the slick talking, Brass, I'm not gonna do it with you. I'm not gonna disrespect you in any capacity, form, or fashion. I don't do that. This is a YouTube, bro. Or sister. I'm not doing that.
Oh, yeah, because Brass might not even be a boy.
Yeah. I'm not into that. I don't do the YouTube gangster shit.
No,
I don't do
Brass is
none of
a
that.
boy. He's been on our panel. He's been on our panel before. Brass is a man or a boy, however you want to say. He's not a
Yeah.
girl. It's a he.
Yeah, but calling a grown man chatty pat, that's not cute.
And calling me a hit dog and
Oh my God, get your
yeah,
mind right.
yeah,
Stop that. Brass was wrong. Don't talk like that.
I ain't paying him. I said goofy shit. It's real goofy.
We can block him, but it is what it
Nah,
is.
let him rock. Let him
Be
rock.
nice, Brass. Be
No,
nice.
I
That's
mean,
what
I don't know the brother. I don't
we
know who he is.
I
I
got
don't know
the
where he
picture.
come from. I don't know nothing about him. I ain't paying that brother no mind.
I
But
mean,
check
because
out especially that last one, the truest,
the-
because they'll go into that and what I'm saying about degeneracy and non-human primates.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
I just read the first one where it said some suggest. I'm gonna read the second one.
what you gonna read? You gonna read something? What'd you say, Truist?
Yeah, he's reading their modern arguments as far as
Oh yeah, nah, y'all could go ahead. I'm reading in the background.
just giving some stuff. I'm giving them some stuff that I'm presenting in my debate, just for the back, just so Truist can know. But I think a lot of people, and I hope that Sister Nepal isn't up to date, but I doubt that. I think she's gonna be pretty up to date when it comes to the science, but I think for a lot of people, they're not really that up to date. And that is just only an advantage for me because what people are going to call me dangerous for being more present day. They're going to call me dangerous when I bring up that junk DNA is not junk. And I bring up regulatory functions that junk DNA has. And if you're not up to date on that, then you're going to still be saying, oh, only protein coding predicts or regulates anything, and that's just not correct. So that would just be an easy win to people because obviously, if people don't know it and they hear it, they're going to be like, "Oh, a biologist says that." That's easy to believe instead of having a bunch of people that actually study this and kind of can know the aspects of this debate. But that's where it's going to be an advantage and a disadvantage. But part of it is going to be an advantage that people are going to be like, I always felt like junk DNA wasn't junk DNA, and then you're going to see some regulatory function it has in the human.
So what is junk DNA? Can you say what it is without or
Yeah,
no?
so they call it non-coding DNA because it doesn't code protein. So there's protein coding and there's regulatory DNA that is transmission or really goes into describing a gene's expression. So what they found is as far as that the junk DNA is like a version of RNA, and that these RNA descriptors actually tell gene expression, which meaning like they actually translate different traits or different things that we have over a period of time. You'll see it a lot when it comes to questioning intelligence. A lot of it is they're finding that intelligence is found in that RNA coding.
Okay, so are you gonna not be able to do the what do we call that? The racism thing or no?
Oh, absolutely. That's all part of the debate. People want to hyper focus on one part, but all of it is part of the debate. That's why I said that my argument is going to include scientific racism, biology, physics, mathematics, paleontology, anthropology. What is anthropology saying today? All that's going to be in my part of the debate. And if you just
Okay.
hyper focus on classification, that's on you. Even what biologists are saying about taxonomy today, you need to know what biologists are saying. And I appreciate saying I sound like Ngozi. I appreciate that.
Right, because I want
Yeah,
I
thank
need
you.
to get into that because all this saying we're not this, we're not that, it's not this, it's not that, this ain't this ain't that. It'll
Oh, and
answer.
I took your advice with that, Sakina. So you'll understand. You'll understand more because I get it. I've always held back for this moment. I've held
Okay.
back into being like not being forward in all portions of the argument because what is the point of that if people are wanting to debate and then I'm just giving all the articles, all my arguments? There's no point in that. But I have given you a little bit when I've said
Yeah, I appreciate it, but
the Cambrian.
I don't want you to give it up now. But I
Right.
just
Yeah, it will be definitive of what I'm saying for sure, of what my argument is. And if my argument isn't just they're wrong, that's not my argument.
right. So I appreciate. I got my ticket today though, so I'm out. I'm ready. I'm ready with
And
my.
see, Gideon, I know a lot of people are going to come out of the debate saying that. Dulcinea thinks she's slick. She misrepresented. She's dangerous. That's Juju. Juju said, that's why I knew she was so dangerous. But yeah, that's what people are going to be saying. But it is what it is. Take it up with the biologists. Don't take it up with me.
Yes, this is gonna be juicy. Yes, this is gonna be real juicy.
It depends on which biologist you're saying. Some people say that we should throw out Darwin altogether in evolution. There's many challenges to Darwinism and neo-Darwinism. So there's a lot of people that are flipping the information, and then there's a lot of people that are adding on to the information. But I will show you some of the arguments that are being added on. They're waiting. They're waiting for it the predictions to be true, and they don't have the predictions to say what they're adding on is the final say, as far as to say, oh, this concurs with us being primates. They're just saying that this should happen if I'm right about this DNA. So in the future, hopefully it happens.
Well, we gonna need something to happen. That's for sure. Some gonna have to
Buy
happen.
the ticket, Gideon, and you'll see the biologists that are saying what I say.
Some definitely gonna happen. What, Saturday? Is it Saturday?
Yeah, it's this Saturday.
Yes, it's
And
this
you guys
Saturday.
haven't actually moved past Darwin. You guys are arguing Darwin a lot. Darwin is very crucial part of being a primate. So you guys haven't moved past Darwin. You guys can't move past Darwin because you don't have enough evidence to move past Darwin.
Well, ain't Darwin the Godfather?
Yeah, I actually have someone. I actually will include a response by a mainstream biologist in the debate, as far as it to one of the scientists that have something to say. Um, and it'll be one of the special ones because everyone knows Stephen Myers. I'll say that everyone knows about him, and how you guys feel about him. Everyone feels negatively about him, but he has a response from a biologist to his book Darwin's Doubt, which I'm going to address that as well and show you some scientific evidence of what he's saying in his response, and see if the scientists are saying that what his response is true.
Good answer. It's gonna be a great one. It's gonna be a great one.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist. I'm in computer science. I wouldn't be that type of scientist. There's a lot of people that do question this though that are in computer science. Mainly because now that computer science has gone so far, there's a lot of technology to actually try to implement what these proponents are saying through a computer, and seeing if a computer can match up with having the significance of the protein coding or the different codes, the different selection, especially with coding in randomness or coding into a computer natural selection. And computer scientists have always had a problem with this because they're unable to get the computer to spew out the correct data that says this is correct. Who got Juju? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna go on again, Juju, but I guess email me. I'll drop my email in the chat. Just email me. Yeah, Brash, you can ask a question. Just know that the answer, depending on what is being asked, and be respectful, of course.
Or just jump on the panel.
Right, or jump on the panel. That part. Yes, he is. That's why I said I know he would be your favorite. He wrote Darwin's Doubt. But yes, he proposes that intelligent design is more accurate. But he's not an intelligent design guy. That's not his profession. Yes, there is mainstream that reject it, to have different proponents of it, and there's going to be mainstream that just question it or challenge it. But yeah, there's going to be the same as far as this. But again, it's based on what you think is mainstream. If a biologist that has a PhD in biology is rejecting it, that makes them mainstream science. Now, if you know that biologist has a background in intelligent design, it doesn't not make him a mainstream scientist. He would have had to go through the same avenues to get his biology degrees.
Hey, peace, y'all. I'm back.
To
I
ask
just
Steve Meyer for that.
I just read the article you said about degeneracy. I'm not gonna talk about it too much, but what I wanted to say is I have to admit, I was not aware of the biological definition of degeneracy. I was aware of the usual usage of the word, but there's a difference between degeneracy when we're talking about a state of constantly becoming worse or becoming lessening, right? Which is how the word's typically applied. And then there's the way it's applied in biology. I'm not going to touch that because I'm sure that's what you're going to use in your debate. But the term degeneracy, when it comes to biology, it is tied to natural selection. And you cannot talk about natural selection without discussing degeneracy based off of what I just read. So that would be the whole foundation of Darwin's theory at that point. Then,
Right, exactly.
so
That's my
so
point. And I'm not really going and pushing into, like you
yeah,
said, to go into the emotional appeal of degenerate and everything of what people take it to be outside of science, but understanding that it is saying a complex going to a simpler form. And then you need to understand that if these are choosing it, and these are random selections, they're random selections both ways. They're random selections that are choosing to go to simpler or random selections that going to more advanced. So you have to talk in the probability of it choosing those selections, all the selections that make it a simpler form or all the selection that make it more advanced form. What is the probability statistically of it doing that without causing harm or disease?
right. And like I said, I had to admit I was not aware of the difference in definitions between the two. That's why I was pushing back so hard against the word, because I'm thinking about how the word is applied in layman's sense. But no, it has its own biological terminology. So good one. That's I give a few points to you for that. That was good.
But that's the main point. I'm not bringing up intelligent design. But I will bring up someone that believes in intelligent design because they are talking about the science or the math. And I think that's the difference because people will bring up different scientists and yes, they believe different things. Most of the science believe in Jesus or have a Christian background. Well, a lot of people that go for this science is they want to bring up someone's beliefs, even when they're not necessarily saying it. So I don't bring up anything that he's saying as far as intelligent design. I'm just bringing up the other stuff that talks about Darwin's doubt, which is not just about intelligent design. It's about all the shortcomings when it comes to Darwinism and neo-Darwinism that can't be, I mean, that they are the shortcomings that Darwin even said, because Darwin was very honest in the beginning. I can say that about him, that he was like, this is not proven. This part is not proven. I hope to see this in the future. I hope they'll be able to find this in the future because right now it's not for sure. And something like the Cambrian explosion, that completely he was perplexed by the Cambrian explosion. It goes against everything that he was trying to say happens in evolution.
And also, I mean, intelligent design doesn't automatically apply a creator, and neither does evolution or natural selection doesn't automatically imply there isn't a creator. You can still fit a creator into natural selection, and you can not have a creator involved in intelligent design because an intelligent designer doesn't have to be a deity. So this is just logical arguments that are poor when we're talking about these things from just sticking to the science. We don't have to throw theism or deities into the conversation.
Right, exactly. Because in that point in evolution, we just have to say, is it random or is there functionality that is learning and changing and coding? That will be intelligent versus random happenstance.
Mm-mm. This is going. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
no, brother in the chat that said, did I forget the word design? No, I didn't. Design implies a designer, but not every designer has to be a deity. A designer could have been something as simple as a primordial particle, or something that was there at the very beginning of the universe of creation. It doesn't have to be a deity. Not all designers or creators have to be seen as a god. But most deities or creators have that characteristic. Most do, but not every designer has to be a deity. They're not interchangeable all the time.
And you know, biologists actually on your side, on Darwin's side, they actually are arguing for design, but that's so much of what y'all don't understand. They're arguing design of code because what they're saying is not every change has to be a protein code change. Some changes can come by rewiring. Well, what is rewiring if it's not a design?
This is crazy. Right. I'm with you, Gideon. What?
Yeah, but again, no one's arguing. That was the truest that's saying intelligent design. You guys can bring it up as much as you want, but that's not a part of the debate at all. Stephen Myers, when he actually wrote his book Darwin's Doubt, there's plenty chapters that are not about intelligent design. So I'm not using any of his arguments for intelligent design, just the arguments that he has as far as about Darwin's Doubt. But that's what I would say as far as that religious people tend to try to be like, well, what religion do you have? So I can fight against it with religion. No, fight against it with science.
Oh, okay, Gideon. That's cool then. You said designer. That's cool. I thought y'all might have been implying a god into the conversation. As long as you're cool with just leaving it at that, that's cool. Because what, like she just said, the conversation doesn't need to be about intelligent design at all. But what people tend to do sometimes is try to force a god into the conversation so you can try and straw man someone's argument or try and discredit them as being spooky instead of just actually looking at the argument being presented.
Right. And God is staying out of the debate, and a design is staying out of the debate. That was brought up in here. There's nothing in my argument that says anything about intelligent design. That's why we've been talking about all the scientific portions. But I can see some people are going to fall a little short from my argument because of just what they're showing in the chat that they know, especially like I hope before Saturday, a lot of y'all really read up on RNA because there's going to be a lot of RNA in my presentation, but I have been going over that to not go over people's heads when I'm teaching you guys about the RNA coding that you guys don't obviously know about already.
You always crazy. I don't know. I think you got
No, no one said that. No one said to prove a negative. Like I said, intelligent design isn't being brought up. And Marcus, you're going to be one of the main ones. I already know. With all my arguments, you're going to be like, oh my God, the way Dulcinea did it, I could see you crying on the channels now. The way Dulcinea did it was so persuasive, but she was wrong about almost all the articles that she presented. And I'm beloved. I'll actually watch that one that is about me being wrong about all the articles I presented.
But if you persuasive, that's worth the win.
That's all it takes. Being persuasive, and that's why they're gonna be like, "Oh my God, she's so persuasive. That's so dangerous." Because the people don't even understand what she was saying.
Right.
She was able to manipulate them in thinking that she was right, but she was wrong.
Damn right. We've seen shotgun weddings just as beautiful. Man. That's the way it goes sometimes. But if you present a good argument, how many people they didn't elected for president knowing he was mine and voted for him anyway?
I think I can read a
Would be
portion.
the
Hold on.
people who are so impressionable to get their way via YouTube. Like if you're
No, keep going.
Right, Sakina. She said, I hope she surprised the shit out the crowd with game changing info. That's what you're supposed to do. Game changing info. Right. Not just banana pudding, but game changing. For real. Because that's all it takes is some game changing info.
Okay, so everyone says I'm wrong about an incontrovertible fact. So I want to read what this biologist says. Darwinism is a part of modern scientific culture. As such, it is often suggesting that evolution and Darwinism are synonymous. However, evolution is a fact, while Darwinism and the derived theories are only explanations of the course of evolution. So a biologist said exactly what I've been trying to teach y'all over and over and over and over and over again, but I'm wrong.
See, you hear what Brad said? These debates aren't always about who is right. So spit your bars in a way they understand, and you got as good as a shot as anyone else. I'm telling you.
Peace, Aton. Oh, I know it. I know it. Because, like I said, no one's going in trying to convince the pseudo killers of anything. Like I said, I know I won with them once they're saying, I'm dangerous. Like Gemini put in chat, she's high voltage. This is what I was afraid of. That's how I know I won amongst the pseudo killers. But no one's coming to convince them. It's for the people outside of them.
Wow, you getting tomatoes with the pseudo killers.
Yeah, for real.
Right.
I'm getting that she's dangerous.
Don't
She can
worry.
convince people of stuff that she's completely wrong about. She was dead wrong. Everything that she
dangerous
said,
too.
she was wrong about.
Right, voltage.
I am dangerous. I've been called dangerous too. You dangerous. That's one of their buzzwords. I'm dangerous to who? Like it'd be
Right.
different. It'd be different if you were writing something, y'all was publishing something, y'all had some control, some connection to academia. Uh, none of those things. None of those things count. They don't count. I mean, they don't. They count, but you don't have those things. You're just YouTubers. So for the leader of the PK or PK or whatever they call, for him to call me dangerous, his presentation the other day was dangerous. It was dangerous to to black minds to say to another person, "F you," right? That's just that's just dangerous, right? Conduct is dangerous. Those things are dangerous when you violate basic humanity. First of all, we're all humans, so they say. So to violate humanity, a person's humanity, right? The only problem is, Dulcinea, y'all were going back and forth. Uh, you was going back and forth with one of them, right? The leader, right? The leader, and you egged him on, and so that got into a very uh a predictable opinion. I mean, a predictable action by him, by calling him a name, right? In my case,
Yeah.
call anybody a name. I didn't call nobody a name. I don't have to. I just say your information is wrong. But they took the step forward, and as far as I am concerned, um, they violated my humanity by putting me into a category that they're not credentialed enough to put me in that category. And after I helped them on debates, I participated with them. I thought we had friendship, but friendship is not calling me a name, right? We can't be friends if you continue to call me names, and I tell you that you're inappropriate. And I'm saying it like soft, you know, and I'm saying it like people might say, "Reg, you are a crybaby," or you because I'm not cursing, because I don't have to curse at you. You're nobody for me to curse at. You're zero. You're nothing. You don't do anything that's important to academia. You Nothing that you will produce will be remembered. You haven't produced anything. So that's that part. That part. So I treat people as the same way. Jabari said that my information is always I make bad arguments. Oh, I make bad arguments? Then I'm gonna deal with him on my arguments. I'm going to deal with him on that. I make bad arguments. I'm going to show you whose arguments are bad or not. That doesn't mean we have to always beef, but he didn't call me a name. He didn't call me a name. But he did violate something that has to do with friendship because he tried to gaslight in front of Soneta's audience. So I say, oh, so now listen to what I have to say, right? And let's see if you can handle it. Let's see if you can handle it. But this other group, who are they? So you're a small group, mostly women. Some men come on, but y'all control it, right? I don't agree, obviously, with everything that y'all say, right? I listen, but I treat you with a certain amount of humanity. And if I go too far, then you can say, Brother Reggie, you went too far, and then I could do this. I apologize. You're correct. You were right. I apologize. I went a little bit too far, right? I didn't realize that I was being hurtful, right? How do I know that? Because I'm my mother and father's son. I was married. I have a son and I have other relationships, right? So I could do that and I could say, you know what? I apologize. I overstepped my boundaries, right? But when you're dealing with a group of people that is unforgiven, as if they don't, how can I say, as if they don't go to the bathroom, right? um, and act as if they smell differently, right? As if they actually did something in life. Now, I'm not talking about all of the pseudo killers, but I am very concerned about the leader. And today I learned something about Cedric. Cedric was being a little bit reckless, I think, about calling me a pseudo. Um, I have credentials like he have credentials. I've spoken to him many times. I thought if we have a disagreement, we have a disagreement, but don't do the gang stuff because ancient history is not your area. Stick to your area, right? But if you want to wear the flag, uh, fine. I'll tell Cedric anytime that you want to talk about this topic on ancient Egypt, you call me out and I will drag you. I will embarrass you, right? Don't tell me that my meta nature is magic, because guess what? I only use sources and definitions that are in the dictionary items, right? You don't even know how to look at the damn dictionary items. You don't even know how to look at the material, right? And since you said that I was pseudo following your leader, I'm just saying if anybody's from the pseudo killer that's out there, I will drag you. And like Sister Juju, I like Juju a lot, and I like Miss Tiffany a lot, right? But then if my only issue is they've never done anything bad to me. But if they ever asked me a question, I gave them my best answer with no obligation. You don't have to join anything. I gave you my best answer. You can accept it or not accept it, right? But your leader, let me see, let me go this. Your leader, he I thought was my friend. So his behavior is unacceptable. And I'm talking like I talk to a child. Your behavior is not acceptable. It's not going to help you in this world. That's what I would say to my son or someone I'm mentoring. I would give them some advice. If you think that you can get ahead in life, well, guess what? If I know where you're going somewhere, if I know where you're going, and I know if it's academic, I can open up doors and I can damn sure close doors. And I've closed the doors. You can't go nowhere with people that I know, right? That's how I'm giving it up. You can't go nowhere. And if you write another book, if you write a book and you put your book out there and it's on Amazon, I'll buy the book, I'll review your book. That's how I'm giving it up, right? Because you say I'm pseudo, you write your next book, I will review it, and I will put my review in it professionally, right? If you miscite, if you plagiarize, I will point that out. That's how I'm giving up. So, hey, listen, I mean, sometimes these things go in other directions, but I'm 58 years old. I ain't fighting in the street. My son is in a PhD program. My son calls me up and says, Dad, Father, why are you dealing with these people? It's just like who was telling me Gemini and Dots was saying, right? And maybe Nisha. Like, why do I do this? I do this because I think that if I don't do this, then if I don't hold them to what they are and in their bad behavior, then I'm participating in it. And I might have participated in it with them far too much, but now I see it for what it is. You're a cannibal. You eat the people. You eat humans. You eat people who even care about you. You eat them. Right? You're a savage, right? Because somebody don't agree with you, you're not smart enough. You're simply not smart enough. So with this debate that's going on, like I said, with Dulcinea and Apa, I agree with facts that seem to be proven. Now, if Dulcinea has some information that she can rattle a cage, kudos to her. If she does like my brother Dr. Ali Muhammad did, which was an easy debate to win. He just went extra, right? Sanchez.
I think he should have started with the DNA, but before
Yeah,
you said Sanchez did win by votes. They had to add the voting in to people that didn't watch the debate, but as far as with who watched the debate, Sanchez won by votes that day against
he won popular devote. But see, that's the thing about YouTube. He has a huge following. So his followers paid for the debate and they voted, right? More of his followers paid for the debate doesn't mean his information was right, right? It doesn't mean Top Cat and Gorilla Hebrew.
Top
That
Cats
ain't-
won too.
Well, yeah, by popular vote because Top Cat has a bigger audience.
Until there's a judging system outside of that, that is the way to win as far as on these debates. Correct? It's
Right, social media.
popular vote.
Who's the most popular? Right, but Top Cat, I talked to him personally. I said you make me laugh. You're a good debater. You was just off topic, right? I just thought that you was off topic dealing with Deuteronomy. Like stick to that, prove it or disprove it, but you didn't have to put in all those other type of things. But Top Cat is how could I say, as a debater, he can win a debate. And in this world on YouTube, that's all you have to do. Win a debate, right? And so by votes, Top Cat won by votes. As somebody who studies, I took the time to listen to it. He was just off topic. So Dulcinea, uh,
Brother Reggie,
yes. Time
I'm
is it?
just going to say this for future references. My advice to you, King, was be would be basically don't entertain the chat. And if anything's going to progressively come from any kind of resolution between you and Unc, it's going to happen between y'all two men, not by nobody else here on the panel, not by nobody in the chat, none of that.
Oh
Because I'm
no,
looking at, because I was still and I was quiet for the whole time, and I'm just sitting here looking at the chat and seeing how people going against this one, and the alliance is going here, and the alliance is going there. But at the end of the day, this is two men that had a disagreement, and at one time was friends.
yeah, but I'll just say it like this. As far as I am concerned, friends don't do that to friends based on YouTube views and YouTube money and YouTube. Friends don't do that. Friends call people up and say where they disagree with, right? But if I was challenging his information on a skin map, um, listen, I wrote to the author of the skin map, so I emailed him, right? Chaplain, right? I emailed him. So I know what he says, right? So I don't need him to tell me what Chaplain says because Chaplain has an email and I emailed him, right? So what it is La, check this out. You learn something, you're a little younger than me, just, you're younger than me. When a person acts like your friends, right? And then all of a sudden calls you a name, right? To your face. You either accept it or you don't accept it. I don't accept bad behavior, right? Now, with Sarnetta, for example, and listen, Sarnetta done some things, said something to me I didn't like. I didn't talk to Sarnetta for a year. For a year, a whole year. Well, we resolved that, right? But with this person, sometimes you do something so far that you have to repay me to fix it. You have to repair, right? But he doubled down the other night and said again, I'm pseudo. Then he has Cedric. So I don't care about. Listen, it's only YouTube.
That's what I was just about to say. I mean, it's YouTube. Like the YouTube thing is one thing, and like from my outlook on things is different. Like you can have a fallout if you're not jeopardizing no money in my pocket or my life ain't threatened, and you ain't invite me to your Frank and things of that nature. I mean, it's for me. I'll just see it, walk away. With all those principles and those things, then we got to engage in hand-to-hand combat,
Oh wait, hold up. It says nutrition for the cranium,
or
Reg.
just go grip up on some iron.
Wait, nutritional for the cranium, Reg. Pass on your dream girl, yo. What does that mean? What is that? What does that mean? I'm 58 years old. What are you talking about? I got a son. that's 26 years old. What are you talking about? Dream girl, right? What do you mean? You talking about some what are you talking about? I'm 58 years old. I can do what I want, who I
Brother
want.
Reggie, Brother
Yeah.
Reggie, this is what I'm saying. Don't entertain the clowns in the quarter waters in the chat.
No, sometimes you just entertained somebody a few minutes ago. Stop it, La.
No, the reason why,
Stop.
and
I'm
no,
sorry.
the reason why, listen, and the reason why, and I say that, and I'm gonna say this so you can understand, because you understand me clearly and very well. I'm not in the part of the YouTube world.
Oh no, you're
So
not. No.
reacting on chats and doing all, I'm not gonna never do that. Even face to face, I'm the most humblest person. But if you push buttons and you feel you tough, okay, I
Oh,
oblige you. Let
yeah.
me see that you tough.
Listen, I know brother La. I know La from the streets. He's Mr. Sleeper. He will sleep you, right? But but I understand the chatty patty stuff, right? I understand that. I just have to respond to some things. Since I'm on, it's 2 o'clock, so I will respond. What he says, brother La, yes you are. Juju said that. I don't know why she said that.
And I'll
Uh,
say this about you, Brother Reggie, because there was that one time that you feel like I disrespected you, and I never meant to disrespect you or ever call you a name. I have mad respect for you more than other people. And I feel like no matter what, whether people say you're crying or bringing out violins, what you've always done is stick to the information. And I think what's happening is that you don't have that on the other side. So some other people gotta be entertaining because they don't really have the information. Some people can be entertaining and have information, but we know let's stick with the people that just are entertaining and they don't have the information. All
right.
they can do is come at you like this. All they can do is go back and forth because I won't say anything as far as anything said, but this isn't your first time. This isn't the
No.
first time that this has been a falling out. And it usually is based on this when you're starting to win over whatever information that you're presenting. And it comes down to this point. So I'm not saying that you can't reconcile or anything like that, but maybe it should be a light at the end of the tunnel that some conversations, if you do reconcile with them, don't need to be had with him. It's going to go over his head anyways.
Right. Well,
So that's a whole Snapple fact. I'm just looking at something that the sister Juju said. At the end of the day, Juju was a woman, man. First and foremost, she's a woman. This is between two men. Yeah, she's with Unc, but at the end of the day, she's a woman.
yeah.
Let's leave her out of the equation, man.
Yes.
Let two men handle BI.
Who said something about Juju? I don't.
No, the reason why is because I'm looking at the chat.
Yeah. So am I now. So who said something about Juju that they should be? Juju's a very nice, very good sister.
It's a beautiful system, man.
So I
Ain't,
won't say
yeah,
about,
it ain't. This
so
just got basically what this. I'm gonna just put it in this term so I can simplify it. It's like brothers on the block if y'all was hustling. Everybody got work. You got one person come on the block that want to dumb down and have cheaper work and want to get scandal when everybody else is pushing 20s. You want to come through with tray bags.
that's complicated. They don't know what they may not know what trade back.
I know what you mean.
So now what you doing now is this. You trying to undercut the market on the block and everybody getting money. We all got this one got red taps. You got red caps, green caps, black caps. We all got everybody moving, all the money coming through. So now you want to go for a money grab and scoop.
Yeah.
Now the key is this. The platform is taken from you. Now the street, the block is everybody rocking. Now you going dry. So now you scavenging. It's a scavenger hunt now. What you gonna do now?
Well, the thing about it though is quality is always going to win. Quality is always going to win out because when everybody's shorting it, they're cutting it, they're doing all this other stuff where the quality is gone. Then there's going to be people like, damn, the quality just ain't there. And that's where Brother Reggie's going to come in with the quality, with the real information. And then people are going to be like, I missed this. I missed real information. I was tired of all that other stuff. And that's where the real beef lies because you see it, you see the support, you see the difference, you see the views. People are still viewing the quality over the people that have quantity, even if they pay for subscribers and it looks nice how many subscribers. The people in the chat ain't matching up to the people that are coming for quality.
Yeah, and but we hope to have quality, but we're always when we try it, we're always sabotaged. That is the nature of our people. We have crabs in a basket. We have people who want to like process, take the block and stuff like that. Or eyes go on you.
He said, first of all,
Wait. I got La on what you call it? Because La, you don't know La's a comedian. You know, I was coming down the block one day in the street, and I bumped into La, and we just happened to talk, and he how can I say he gave me his impression. Give me a general impression, La, of what's going on by some of the men in the street. Just give me a general impression. Just La's a funny dude. Watch, give me a come on, La. Right? Who we dealing with in these streets? Right? Come on,
a
give it
lot,
up.
a lot of fiends, a whole lot of fiends.
No, give me okay. What's a fiend? What's a fiend? Give me an impression, like in your life growing up, in Staten Island, right? Like if you came across them, what do they look like? Watch La. Watch it. This dude is the funny. Look. Watch it.
Yeah, you know, James.
Hey, y'all. I want to get Aton in too. He's been waiting for a while. What's
La
up,
is
Aton?
you only saw 5 seconds of La's impression of what's going on in YouTube, bro.
Right. What's going
Nah,
on?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you good?
Can't we have some comic relief? Why I gotta be so serious?
Well,
That's why I was trying to bring Aton in. I mean, he's our
and it was
resident punching bag. He comes in for the girls to
Okay,
punch
wait,
him
hold
on
on.
him,
Hold on,
kick a
Dustin.
little bit.
He's feeling his act. Wait. Go ahead.
listen, brother, right? I'm gonna just take it. I'm gonna tell you like this, right? This is what we really gotta do. When you get money, right? And this person over here getting money, and that person over here getting money, and you undercutting everybody's money, we can't get no money.
Yo, La is the best. Don't let him do impressions.
I cannot. Y'all, it's on one tonight.
I mean, that's the Emmy Award right there, boy.
And listen, panel. Okay, y'all, listen. Surface cuts. I told everybody surface cuts because if you cut too deep, you cannot come back from a deep cut. It takes longer to heal, and we're not on here like his supporters versus Reggie supporters. That's just way too much. So surface cuts. If y'all gonna sit here and keep it a buck, then keep it surface. Keep it where we can at least come back because we sort of kind of maybe family at this point. We spend a lot of time with each other. I spend all my goddamn hours with y'all versus doing some of the shit I really have to do. So I'm just saying, don't fall out to the point of no return. And that's all I'm saying. It's all Gemini saying.
No,
All I'm saying, we talking about YouTube money. You know what I can do with YouTube money? That's like telling a dope fiend $20. You know what I can do for $20?
Gemini, we're not talking about a person, Gemini. We're not talking about a person. We're just talking about generally what it's come to.
No, because he got people. You cannot tell people in general. Generally, these is people taking this personal. You cannot tell his supporters, supporters.
But we're not talking about him, Gemini.
Okay, but they are taking what you're saying personal, just like some of the snapback you saying is personal. I've been here, I've been listening. Don't act like I can't hear you. I'm just saying.
When I say what's personal to me, right? I don't have to. I don't what
Yeah, but
when
you said it out loud so other people then therefore can take it whatever way they hear it.
right, but you know what it is? It already happened. It happened to me. I'm a human
Yeah,
being.
but they ain't let it go, and apparently neither have you.
Why should I let it go?
Yeah,
Thank
he
you. That's
has
what the
every
other
right.
people are saying.
It's
But it's
done
a
to
two-way street,
it's
not a
done to
one-way
them.
road.
It's not done to them. So he has
That's
every
all I've
right.
been
It's like
saying, man.
if it was
Yeah, but
done
it's
to
a
them,
two-way street,
would
not a
they be
one-way
so
road.
cool? Would they be
Right.
so
So
cool
what
being
happens
called
is,
a name? Would they be so cool if they were being
Yeah,
the
yeah,
product of a
yeah.
text? They
You,
wouldn't. They
yeah,
absolutely
because you got
wouldn't.
so don't
They
forget now,
don't.
you got
They don't
supporters
even
too,
like
Dulcinea.
little. They don't even like little attacks. So they wouldn't be so cool to have the name calling. They wouldn't stick by it. So you can't ask another person to do something that you wouldn't. Walk a mile in his shoes. You would feel some type of way. So he feels some type of way as well. And he
Yeah,
has
and
a
then
right
they
to
feel some
express
type
that.
of way as well. So then we can go on the
No, but they
merry-go-round of
don't
feeling
have
some type of
they
way.
don't have a
who
right to express
started it,
that. They can
Gemini?
just feel some type of way because they're crabs in the bucket or the sheep
Wait.
following sheep, but they're not the victims here. So they have no right to feel some type of way. They're not the aggressor or the victim. They're just the sheep. So they can feel some type of way all they want, but that has nothing to do with them. He has every right to come out and say, "Oh, this is being done for me." They have no right to be like, "Oh, let me come up there to stand up for Unc." They have no right to do it
Okay,
because they're not a
somebody
part of it.
listen. Not to
Mm,
interrupt y'all,
going
but
back to the chat.
nah, yeah, nah,
That's it.
yeah,
That's all with the period at the end of that. I'm putting the period
yeah,
at the end of that.
yeah. And I'm about to get off because I see that somebody said I was addressing somebody and calling them a clown. I ain't got no issues or problem with addressing a person, calling you by your name. I don't do the internet beefing over the chat. No, I'm not going to do that. Y'all not going, but I'm gonna see it, I recognize it, but I'm not. I don't want no smoke.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying,
Just jump on the stream. You want to have a dialogue with me? Talk to me.
oh, so
Yeah.
what I am saying is that I'm sourcing bad behavior and the origin of the bad behavior, right? So if I don't start the bad behavior, and if I did, and I'm wrong, because I care about my people, I would say, okay, I apologize. I overstepped my boundary. Now, if a group of people doubles down, and today I was upset because Cedric, who I respect, called me a pseudo, right? Now, I had always good relationships with Cedric, right? So he calls me a pseudo too. So now it's a partial organizational thing, right? But that's okay. I didn't call him no names. And with the other brother, I made some points. And my point is, I'm not going to take your name calling on YouTube, right? And if you think that's all right, then you think that's all right. So, to what Gemini is saying, is that you are saying to me that I should just ignore it and eat it and not speak about it? Is that what you're saying to me, Gemini?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Right.
What I'm
Okay.
saying is that what I'm saying is that for you, because I get it, right? This is between you and this is between Bobby. But in the same breath, let's not sit here and act like people don't have supporters and people who feel just as passionately as if it was happening to them. That's the whole point of having a supporter. Somebody who got your back, somebody who was there when another person is sitting here saying something. You ain't got to say everything that's on your mind, but you still in and around and you still addressing certain things and you trying to keep things to a minimum. So again, what Dulcinea is saying, hey, you're the one, you're part of the party that's actually in in the mess, and everybody else is just bystanders. I get that, but it's not like that, is it? We when you are addressing these things, and you think nobody else has nothing to say, you have to remember it's a two-way street, not a one-way road. When you got something to say, somebody else got something to say. When you got something to say, sometimes your supporters got something to say. I'm saying keep what we're saying to a minimum so that this don't fall off forever. This is not a forever thing. This is temporary. So I don't want nobody getting into bringing dogs into a temporary fight.
How do you know it's temporary? I can pick and choose who I want to be friends with.
Come on. Come on. This is a
No,
temporary fight. This is a temporary fight,
no,
whether it's a month, 2 months,
no,
3 months, 4 months, 6 months. It's
no.
temporary.
Human beings and particularly men and women should, because weak men make weak women, right? That's weak. Women become weak only when they watch weak men. Now, if we're in an environment where it passes our intellectual conversation, right? And it came to what you said was people got supporters. Question is, yes, you may have supporters, but if they're following bad behavior, then they are part of the problem, right? Now, I was on their channel earlier because I wanted to see what if they had any intellectual comeback to the other night. That I didn't have. I just heard the same straw man arguments, but I was looking for information. But in that, I heard my name being pseudo again, right? And I'm like, okay, but you're not arguing the point. You're calling me a name. Now, you may be worried about, well, friendship. Friendship is conditional. Family sometimes is unconditional. Friendship is conditional. I'm sure you in your life don't have people in your job calling you out your name and you didn't do anything but express your point. So now
No,
you're
that's not true. That's not true. I do. I do. I do. And I did. And I did just recently and couldn't do anything about it. And I opted not to even, and I was pissed, right? I was absolutely pissed, right? The younger me would have reached over there, just lost my job right along with that person. But these days I'm thinking about it. And what you're saying is for us to assume how long this beef is going to go on with y'all. We don't know that. We don't know. We don't know whether it's going to be a day, a month, or a year. We don't know that. So I'm just saying to be on the safe side because you head deep in it. Other people just stepping in it. You can't expect somebody to know how far and how long this is going to go. So I still suggest, as a safety, as a precaution for all parties involved who are not the actual parties, just to minimize how we all come back together in the case that you and him do make up and nobody remembers deep cuts. Everybody remember deep cuts.
I am not.
Surface cut, okay. Deep
Okay,
cuts,
so now you're
not
going
so
a
much.
little bit. Okay, so if it's about me and him, right? You are giving some good philosophy. I'm talking about
Okay, call it what you want. Philosophy,
right.
whatever, whatever. I'm just simply saying to the parties that are not directly involved, you know, to minimize the scarring, I would
Right.
appreciate on
But
this
think about
show
what I'm
some
doing.
surface cuts,
But hear
not some
now.
deep cuts.
Think about what I'm doing. Do I don't have a record out here of humiliating people. I don't have that record. I've been around this YouTube space 7, 8 years. The only time that I get into that moment is when someone crosses the line. I don't have a record of just picking fights with people. Do I? You probably don't know me that long, right? I think everybody
Yeah,
that
but you
knows.
don't have to explain that to me. I'm saying you don't have to explain that to me. Not at all. We're gonna see the outcome when we see the outcome.
It's not.
What's
But
understood
what you're
don't have to be
saying,
explained.
but what you're
Sure.
saying, it doesn't really matter to you all. It matters to the two parties. It don't matter what. I'm
Clearly
not
it
interested
matters
in
to
you with
certain
them.
people. folk, clearly it matters. And this is why I'm saying that. If
Why
it
does
didn't
it
matter,
matter?
you wouldn't hear
Tell
me
me why
say
it matters.
anything.
No, no. Now I want to know why does it matter to you? Why does it matter to the rest of the
Why
people?
does it matter to me that people don't come in here swinging and just and sword fighting and gun carrying and shooting bullets and cutting chopping people's heads off? If that's what you asking me, are you serious
Is
right
that
now?
happening? Is that happening?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not
it can
that's
happen.
not
Yeah,
happening
no,
at
it
all.
didn't
And there's
happen.
been
Thank you.
times
Hold
where
on, it
it
didn't
actually
happen. It
happens
didn't
of other
happen
people that are
because
not this
we
particular
are in
party.
here. We are in here preventing it from happening. But don't act like it cannot happen. If they really wanted to disrespect everything about this and just everybody get blocked, they could have come in here like that. But they did not. They're being
No, but
respectful.
I think as far as when it comes to it, Brother Reggie has always known that he is a friend of this channel. He's an actual friend of this channel that has been invited multiple times, that is respected by multiple people on this channel, like the first one that's called.
Stop
As
it.
far
We're
as
not gonna
getting
go.
into,
No,
he
stop it. We're
is.
not gonna
He
go
is.
respect because you were
I've been
like
on this
one of
road.
the
I've been
first
on
people
this.
that we
I've
had
been on
to
this panel for a
explain
long
to
time. He
understand
has been
not
all the
to
time we have a
not
question. He's
to
the one that's called
disrespect Reggie
every time.
and do not you can and nobody can disrespect
Reggie.
his scholarship because
And
Reggie.
that's what I'm
something
saying. He's the
happened.
one. He's the
We had
one
to
person
explain
that no
that. We had
matter.
to
That's what I
Gem-
explain
just
that.
said. He's the
Reggie.
Gemini
one
the
person
goddess.
that is
Gemini the
called.
goddess.
Hold on,
Oh,
brother Law. No, hold on. And
okay.
because
Reggie.
I can mute all of y'all. Hold on. He's the one person that is respected as far as to be like whenever we have a question about anything. He is the one that's called. He's been asked, hey, we have a question about this. Me and Dulce arguing about this. We confused about this. Brother Reggie, can you come on? He immediately is like, I can.
No, there was a time Brother Reggie stopped coming on and he addressed that earlier, but I don't want to get off into all of that. All I am saying is because we don't exactly know the depth of it, we know what it feels like and what it looks like today, but tomorrow is a different
But you're
beast.
saying someone's getting
And
shot
all
when
I'm
they're
saying
not.
is
All
something
Brother
real
Reggie is
simple.
saying is how he feels
It's
about
not
the
that
thing.
complicated. All I'm
And it's
saying
not
is
that it's not
just
as
be
complicated as
mindful
you're
of how
making
deep
it.
you want to cut somebody.
It's
That's all I'm
no one's
saying.
getting
Is
cut.
be
No
is
one's
be
getting cut
mindful
here.
how deep you want
No
to cut
one's getting
somebody.
cut
Then
here.
no,
No
no,
one's
no.
getting
You
cut
feel
here.
like that because I am
Brother
not
Reggie.
talking to you. I am not addressing that to you.
Brother Reggie.
And don't
That
there
thing is
are
happening. And if
you
you
don't
feel like because your affiliations are somewhat getting cut,
no.
that's on
This is
you.
nothing to
No
do
one
with
has
my
bombs.
Brother
No
affiliation.
one
Reggie,
has
can you
This
hear
has
me? Can you
ammunition.
hear
No
me?
one has
everything to
guns.
do
No one has
with it
knives. No
all.
one has
This is
any of
not
that.
just this is not a
No one
cherry
has
pick
that.
right now. This is not me cherry picking. This is not a cherry. This is the entire
Oh no,
tree.
this is definitely you
This
cherry
entire
picking.
tree we're
This is
trying to preserve.
definitely you cherry picking.
Not a cherry pick. This is not a cherry
It
pick.
is definitely you cherry picking because
Not
there's
a cherry
other
pick.
people that have been
Not a
on this
cherry pick.
panel that you've completely
Cherry pick.
disrespected.
We have
You
not been in this
disrespected
situation
them as
before.
much
All this
that
is
they will
brand
never
new.
even come back.
So
That
I don't know what you're
it's like
talking about.
condolences.
This is
So
not like
it's
a moment
definitely cherry
before. This is
picking.
this moment today. We're not
This is
going back in the
definitely
past.
cherry picking on something that no one
It's
is
not cherry
disrespecting.
picking.
No one's disrespecting anyone. They're just saying how they feel. No one has been disrespected. No one has brought out a knife, literally. No one has been disrespected at all.
Girl, you better be glad ain't nobody bringing out no knife.
Exactly. That shows that no one has brought out knives. No one has
Gemini the goddess.
brought out
Dulcinea.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What I'm saying to you is this. This is over two men having a disagreement argument about scholarship, information.
Uh-huh.
Ain't no guns, ain't no knives, and none of that coming out.
facts.
That's all it's about. These were
Okay.
once, but
What
these
I'm
were once.
are we
I hear
gonna
what
are
you say. Hold
we
on, sis. Hold on, sis. Hold
gonna
on,
say,
hold
are
on,
we
sis.
really no, let me address this back to Dustin now. You really sitting here really saying that all this time I've been in this chat, these folks ain't felt like breaking out no guns and knives. on some of the
No,
stuff that's
It
being
doesn't
said.
matter what
Are we
they
really
feel.
gonna sit
You're
here and
saying
act
it
like
like
that?
Listen to
people
what
on
I'm
the
saying to you,
panel are
sis.
doing
Okay,
it.
so
The
then do
pseudo
not
killers always
minimize.
do that.
So then
The
do
people in
not
the chat
minimize
always
their
do it,
efforts.
especially the
Do
people that
not
are doing it. They always do that. The
don't
ones that are in the
minimize
chat
my
always
efforts
do
and
that.
don't
The
minimize
ones
the
that are in the
effort.
chat always
Do
do that.
not
It wouldn't
minimize
be no
people's
different if it's Reggie. It
efforts.
wouldn't be no different if it was me. It wouldn't be no
Don't
different if it's
minimize
Sister
people's
Freedom.
efforts,
The
is
ones
what I'm
that they
saying.
are
Do
doing it
not
always do it.
minimize
And no one on
people's
the panel
effort.
is
Do
shooting. No
not
one on the
minimize
panel is using knives. No
people's
one on the panel
efforts.
is disrespecting someone that far. It's just people in the chat are being them. That's how they're always going to be in the chat. That's how they're
Yeah,
on
what
South
did
Every
what
Chat.
did what
And
did
this ain't
brother
nobody's
Reggie?
chat but Unscramble Minds chat.
Hold
So it
on.
doesn't matter what a fan of somebody else. That's
Hey,
their
come on,
prerogative.
come on, come on, come on, come on.
I
Let's
hear you,
go. Let's
sis.
keep going.
I hear you. I definitely hear you. No,
Come
and
on,
Brother Lai, don't
let's
do
come
that
on.
because me and Dulcinea are talking. We're not even technically arguing. We're probably fussing a little loud at the very least.
Do
It's
what?
the same point we're
Unnecessarily.
trying
No,
to
that was
make.
that
Yeah.
was that was me.
Do
That was
what?
me. That was Aton Yard. That
Now
was
what
me.
y'all to stop doing that though? It's so it should
Yeah, I'm just
stop.
saying, come on, come
Please.
on. I know how y'all get down, but come on. Let's
Yeah.
come on. We good.
I didn't say no. I didn't do nothing.
No,
Hey,
you did.
peace to the panel.
You
Peace
do
to the
not.
panel. Hope everybody's doing all right. I wanted to ask Brother Reggie a question.
sure.
Hey, Brother Reggie,
What's up,
I
DQ?
told me under chilling, you know me, baby. I'm always sitting back analyzing. Let me go ahead and try to put fire out one of these campfires, try to douse it out. We understand that you and Unc are going through this. We can already beef over if it's intellectual, if it turned personal, that's whatever. This is between you. What I want to speak about is when you lump the whole PK in with the situation. Whenever you do that, you're definitely going to catch bullets. When you just mention Unc name. When you mention the whole PK, we shooting shots. I love you to death, Reggie. You are one of the premier elders, completely riding with you is all love. Within the information intellectual scholarship realm, if there's a discrepancy, I feel like everybody is fair game for critiquing. We can do that. Once everybody start throwing mud at each other, you can throw mud, but throw mud at the person you want to throw mud on. Because if you just throw mud that direction and
DQ.
everybody starts slinging, it
DQ.
get crazy. What's
DQ.
popping? What's popping, King?
My dude. When I commented on Unc's bad behavior, and I
100.
commented on Cedric's, which I was surprised at Cedric today because he doubled down. I didn't.
Yeah.
I always say that I respect Sister Juju. I respect Miss Tiffany.
You do.
There are. I don't know. There are people who support the pseudo killer channel, right? But they're not all pseudo killers, right?
Mhm.
So I didn't. So fundamentally, it's really about. It should be about the information, right? The key
That's
topic.
fair.
Did the people of ancient Egypt call themselves Kim? And what does that mean, right? And so there's different ways to present the argument. I usually present on this subject primary information, right? So I know that
Mhm.
they call themselves Kim, and I know they call themselves the collective, which is Kemet. I know that some scholars took it and made it just the land, but the word Kemet is not always applied to land, it's applied to people, right? So if you want me to show you that, I can show that. I can show you that very quickly. It's a
Hey,
very
Brother Reggie, not to stop you. You have showed me so many times
yes,
that I can go to work and I can tell people the difference between the Peppy Kim, the Black Bull, Peppy the Red. Like
right,
I'm on this with you. I'm with you. I didn't
right,
already boil down to where I see where the discrepancy is coming. Because
yes,
I keep saying this, what you're showing is 100% correct. It's showing that. It's just the premise of the whole situation where it's not gelling in
Fine,
to where different
that's
people are
fine.
saying.
So when I show it, and I
Mm-hmm.
show what the experts say, that Kim means dark and Kemet means the dark one, and then I show the Kemet glyph with the people that Diop argued in UNESCO, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So once I show the information, then the rebuttal has to only really be on that information, right? That's the only thing. The problem is when you can't rebuttal the information and then you start projecting, right? So I thought that we can have these type of conversations based on the evidence that is there without all the hyperbole, right? So I've been on the pseudo killer channels many times, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can I was many times, and I've had really great relationships with Brother Ankh, right? I've known Ankh more than I think most of the people here on this platform, right? So I'm just surprised when when he crosses the line, right? When he does somebody that who thought he was a friend, right? And he does it for a reason outside of the intellectual thing. Where I'm wrong, you have the opportunity to prove that I'm wrong. As simple as that. You simply. But the problem that I do have, DQ, is
Mm-hmm.
that when people start taking sides and saying things. You can look at the chat, right? You can look at you can look at the chat. The real issue is, can we be human enough, man and woman enough, to defend our arguments without name calling? That's simple. That's all it is,
But
right?
Reggie, I'm gonna be 100 with you, man. You know, I keep it straight down the middle. I can't sugarcoat nothing, bro. You get busy just like we get busy. You call people names, Reggie. Like you do that, man. I done
Only
seen
in
you get
defense.
busy before.
No, only in defense. No, see, you got me
I'm not
wrong.
look. No, I'm not saying no. Check this out. You got me wrong. You trying to say I'm trying to paint you like you're on the offense. I'm just saying. I said, nigga, you from New York, Reggie.
No,
You handle
no,
your business.
yeah, no, no. Now I handle no, no. Now, yep, I'm from.
Yeah,
That's right.
Reggie.
I seen where that was going. I seen where that was going. I only handle it right now intellectually, right? I worked in the public defender office for 16 and a half years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know law, right? I know that all of this leads when people overstep their bounds, it leads to it. I know where it leads to. It leads to broken families. Those are the
Yeah,
people
I'm not
that
speaking on that physical trauma though, Reggie. I'm just
right.
speaking about speak strictly on this intellectual, everything intellectual.
Okay.
Well, I'm
So
in the
prove.
intellectual realm. You sling you
I bet.
sling with it.
I
Yeah,
bet.
I'm saying
I
you
bet.
do that.
I bang when usually a defensive person. So you're gonna have to give me, since you said this, DQ, my
Uh-huh.
man, 100 grand, right? Let's be 10
Okay.
toes down, right? Like let's be here when all the buildings fall. We still gonna be standing tall. Give me a
Mm-hmm.
situation where I called the person out of their
Mm-hmm.
name, right? Just because I disagree with them. People don't
No.
like Dr. Ali Muhammad. I don't. People don't like Dr. Ali Muhammad's information. I don't agree with it, but I don't call him no names. Who else?
I got you.
There's a number of people I disagree. The like Dulcinea, I disagree with her information. Which and I disagree with her when she was saying, Dr. Reggie, you're supposed to be a doctor. Doctor, I'm not a doctor. But nevertheless, I just said, okay, I'll just do a video on the information. I'm not knocking
Reggie.
her, saying that I don't agree with her, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? When I the other night, I think it was last night or the night before, I forget now, it's late, right? I came on Sunday the show to respond to the information, right? But I also added some things in it from the previous night, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
the earlier shows where some of the name calling come. Now I'm not perfect, but I have been known to apologize, right? So DQ, let's be 10 toes down. Let's
Yes,
be
sir.
here when the buildings fall. We're gonna still be. Tell me about myself because now you're lumping me into bad behavior, and
No,
I'm
I would say this. No, this is just my interpretation of the situation and me being analytical over years. Hey, hold up. I'm getting a phone call.
I see. Oh no, mute the mic.
Muted,
All
bro.
right. My bad. I'm bad. I'm bad.
Okay.
What I was gonna say, Reggie, you stand on your accomplishments. Like we
Yeah.
understand that you have fought for it. And when it comes to your work and your scholarship, you you're very, very, very defensive about it. The only time I've seen you throughout these years come out of character is when somebody would try to criticize one of your articles or try to debate
Oh,
one of your viewpoints. I was very big on the Black City plan. I actually printed off copies down here in Dallas type shit. But I remember when that shit was popping off and you was banging on people because they had some critiques of what you were saying.
give me an
Um,
example. Lord Abba, I debated Sharif Bey in front
I
of.
watched that debate. I watched that debate. That's the first.
Sharif,
That's the debate.
did I
Look,
go?
with
I
me
have a
being 100,
Sharif Bey. I also was beefing with the Moors, right?
you definitely was.
Right. That's a very dangerous, long respected, dangerous organization. We didn't go to blows, right? We
No,
wasn't
you
dis
didn't.
Black City Plan is okay. So if you have critiques on it, fine. But you're gonna have to be 10 toes down right now. You
Hey,
gotta
I'm telling you, Reggie. Look, I'm saying I can openly admit and say that you're a defensive person. But once you get offended, you do some shit and then you try to act like you didn't do some shit, Reggie. Like I like when you stand in the street and be like, I threw that damn rock. Let's go. You'll be like, why y'all throwing a rock at me? And
yeah,
they be like, no, because you standing for it. Like, I respect you, Reggie. I told you that. You don't go looking for a fight. But once you in the fight, you in the fight. You can't get back on the sideline.
yeah. Well, I think that that's right. But look what I fight for. Like
No,
look
I'm with you on that. I'm telling you,
look
we
what I
all
fight.
fighting for the same thing. This is just a small microcosm in the big picture.
Yeah, but we're not fighting for the same thing. Um, uh,
Explain, elaborate on that.
yeah.
You don't think that Unc is fighting for the same thing you fighting for?
I didn't bring him in. Why are you bringing him in?
Well, you don't think. Well, I say Unc because you know him. You don't think that I'm fighting for the same thing you
I
fighting for?
don't. No, what we do is we watch, we pay attention, we
Uh huh.
listen to you speak, we see what your associations are, right? And we put that
Okay.
on the plate. I don't know, right? Some people, like when it comes to plans, some people have a Moorish nationality plan. Some people have
Okay.
a Israelite plan. Some people have a Christianity plan. Some people have a local city plan. Some people call
Mhm.
themselves Pan-Africanists, right? I sit
That's
down
fair.
and okay, so DQ
Yes, sir.
now what happens is when you start calling them some suckers or they whack or they don't know what they talk. No, 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 no. That's a whole nother story. But just based on information, if someone had critiques on my Black City plan, um that's why I wrote a book. DQ, you have
Yes, sir.
critiques on my article.
Uh
That's
huh.
why I published it in the journal. I expect critiques. It allows us,
100.
right? But talking, all that talking, that's not permanent. Writing is permanent. Talking and getting up there, people change their minds, change their names. That's not permanent, right? What's permanent is when you write something, you stand on something, you work a project out, right, as best as you can. You put some history on it. This YouTube stuff, it ain't personal. That's why I was just saying, and we don't have to have permanent friends. We can work together, but we don't have to be friends. What the, I learned that a long time ago. We can work on the same. I'm not. How can I say? Me and Jabari read friendly. But last night, we agreed on me, Jabari and Smash agreed on something different um than the pseudo killers. So we argued it out, right?
Hey,
We
brother
ain't
Reggie,
what's this friendship stuff? It's
brother Reggie,
friendship.
I want to go ahead and just say this, so we can go ahead and move on and get another topic. I just want
No,
to
I want
say
you to be 10 toes down. I want you to answer. I listen to you. I want you to
I
answer
am,
my.
but I'm just reading the room. I'm reading the room. You know, it's getting late. I don't want the ladies to, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
That's all it is. Just reading the
got
room. You know, I respect everything you do. We can chop it up another time. I just want to just let you know the reason why you going to get gunshots from pseudo killers if you say pseudo killers and not just specifically say Uncle Cedric. You know, we just rode like that. But it's all
I'm
love.
trying to be better. How about that? See, that's the thing. I try to be but let's 10 toes down, my man.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go back. Why you call
What's
yourselves the
happening?
pseudo? Why you call yourselves the pseudo killers? Do you think that that's a? I think that's a very aggressive word.
Hey,
I think.
for me, I grew up in a pretty up a tough environment. So usually, what people think is tough is probably like normal. For me, my viewpoint. So pseudo killers is not really a tough term to me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing. You know
Okay,
what I'm
but now
saying?
look at the actions. Okay, so you say it's not a tough term. So
Yeah.
so when they critique somebody,
Uh
how
huh.
how is that? Is that rough?
No. Basically, if you want to be realistic about it,
Yeah.
the about pseudo killers, pride ourselves on being scientifically literate. So we try to put everything through a scientific methodology or use a correct methodology when coming to the conclusion of an experiment or coming to the end of an equation, anything of
Oh,
that
now
type
now you
situation.
can't leave. Now you can't leave. Okay, so I have a degree. I have a degree, but no, you can't leave now. No, no, you a little bit above
You
yourself.
got a degree
I
in
have a
computer.
degree. No,
I
wait,
know.
no, no,
Reggie,
no, you don't. I
I
have a
got your
degree.
degrees right here. I read them.
I have a degree in computer science, but I also have the honors award in Black Studies. Right?
Yes, you do.
I
Yes, you
do.
do.
Right? So it's just not computer science and technology. Right? It's not
Talk
that.
about the ass cat.
So I want to ask you on the pseudo killers,
What's
how
popping?
many people have degrees?
Have degrees. There's quite a amount of people who do have degrees. Probably not within like topics we're talking about, because if we was had degrees in topics we're talking about, we would be in that job. We wouldn't be talking on YouTube. So a lot of us are just avid learners of information. So
Oh, the
besides
learn
that,
the
now
learn.
hold
So
up,
why
hold up.
you killing? Why
Reggie,
you
let me
killing?
land, baby. Let me land, baby.
I know. I'm just
Um,
saying. Why you killing? If you just why don't you call yourself the learners? Why you got to be the pseudo killers?
because we killing shit, Reggie.
Oh, you
That's
killing.
why we killing this pseudo shit, Reggie. Now you know 6 years ago the community was crazy. You understand this, Reggie. We remember the whole flying melanin. We remember the craziness that was going on. The community is a lot more scientifically literate now. It's just
You
information
you guys
comes
attribute
so
that to
fast.
you guys? You attribute all that as far as to the pseudo killers?
No, ma'am, not at all. Where did it come from, Queen?
I was just
Let me.
asking. I want to make it clear that you're not attributing that to the pseudo
No, I'm
killers.
not attributing anything to the pseudo killers, Dulcinea. I got you, Queen. I'm just speaking about how the community has got a lot more, um, a lot better at discernment and using information correctly due to how fast it's coming now. You can take pseudo killers completely out. The little group of small microcosm of people we are, take us completely out. I'm just talking about the whole consciousness of the whole has became better than 10 freaking years ago.
Okay. So
Yeah,
can I
definitely, and I could see that and attributing that to younger people. I want to say this to get in. YouTube ain't taking this down. There's no one being disrespectful enough as far as for anyone to even remotely try to get this video taken down. But from what I see, from my perspective on this side, we've had a lot of people on this channel. We've had Top Cats, we've had Dane Calloway, which we got calls. Sister Freedom can confirm that, as far as we had calls about how Dane was treated over here when we got him over here, and how big that was for us to turn around and allow people on the platform to go at him. But one of the things that we've stood by is that, anyone can get it. And I think it's a real big misconception here that people feel like because they're associated with someone, that their person that they're associated with has to have some kind of free ride over here, has to be protected. We got to put him in bubble wrap while someone else is not. No, we've gone with it, everybody, just like Reggie's, like he's gone at me and I've gone at him. Like, and it wasn't nothing to cry about. He just went on to his platform and he talked about the information. So I don't get what this crying is about going after a specific person. No matter how many people that support him are in the chat, there's people in the chat that support a lot of other YouTubers that people have gone after on this platform. Many people, and they don't cry about it. They don't go cry about it. But for some reason, it's okay to cry about one particular guy. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. And first of all, my good brother, right? I'm gonna keep you 10 toes down, right? Okay. So no, I want to keep. I was one of the first people on these platforms to do presentations with citations, right? One of the
Mm-hmm.
first debates to do present, not theatrics, not any of that, but with citations. I think I've done more for the platforms than a lot of people, right? So now we do PowerPoints, right? We ask for sources so that people can check sources, right? I was the author of Kim on Trial, right? I was the author of it, right? I brought in Smash Rockwell, right? It was one of the biggest, well-known debates. I had a debate. I let Polite, I share my information with Polite. I worked with him, right? It got so deep that we planned for him to go to Africa, right? Help plan that trip, right? Got a
You
whole
help everybody, Reggie. You one of the
did
top researchers we know.
did
That's some
that.
shit, man.
Did that. So when it comes to science, now let's walk this science stuff back. Okay.
Why? Why we gotta
Let's
do
walk
that?
it back. The person that was called the scientist on the channels was who? Do you know?
They
Who's the
said what?
who is called the scientist? Who had the moniker, the name, the scientist?
Who was it?
Oh, Ngozi.
Big
Ngozi was a
cousin.
person. Let's keep it
Big
100.
cousin.
Ngozi was a person who brought scientific method to the platform.
Team
Ngozi,
Osiris.
I'm just going to say Ngozi with Team Osiris, right? But
Yeah,
Ngozi,
that's how I found out in Golden when I was searching Team Osiris.
right? That wasn't known up until that particular point. They decided to actually do that. It grafted and changed to some other stuff, but prior to
Mm-hmm.
them, it was them. Let's keep it 100. So I know, and then I know the Amin Ra squad. When I met the Amin Ra squad, I met them largely at Kim on Trial. Who was at the Amin
Mm-hmm.
Ra squad? I mean, who was on the Kim on Trial?
And
Uh,
that,
Brother
you had
Ankh,
Brother Smash Rockwell. You had you. You had Brother Polite. Um, you had They didn't get to talk much, but you had Sanjetti. You had I'm trying to
Asar
name
Imhotep.
the whole Asar Imhotep, and I forgot
Right?
who else. That was y'all squad.
All right, wonderful, great. Uh, and what happened to that?
No,
What
y'all went
happened?
off. Y'all went off. Polite whooped ass.
Yeah, and then later on, what happened is that we find that it wasn't so scientific then because we find some members of the Amira squad simply wasn't scientific. So I'll give credit to Ankh. He peeped that. He let some
Mm-hmm.
people rock for a long, long time. But it wasn't, watch this, it wasn't scientific until it became Ankh creating another group.
Now,
Pulling it
can I be 100 with you, Reggie? If we want to
Yeah,
be really 100, it became scientific when the pandemic hit because it became more about people's health than all the internet bullshit. Just to be 100 with you.
yeah, and I give Ankh a lot of credit for his stance on the pandemic. On the pandemic, if you go back when COVID hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was the first person to do a presentation on COVID because where I live in the Bronx, it was one of the first hit places. The building that
That's
I
right.
live in had the highest deaths of COVID in my community, right?
Mhm.
So I researched that. I researched that, and I do think that Ankh did a great job of pulling together a conference. It was a great conference that or talk, right? But however, I'm just
Mhm.
talking about. Listen, um, it started. The process started earlier than that. I give credit to where credit is due, but watch this. With none of that, do we got any name calling? The people being called pseudos. Now, when did that happen?
Before people was called pseudo, they was getting called nut ass niggas. I remember Sonetta clearly calling people that shit.
Sinetta?
Like, am I lying, Reggie? So
Sinetta.
when Gang was time out.
Reggie though, or as far as that or
No,
whatever. I know still calls names to this day or
no,
anything. I know that Aton,
I'm
he
speaking about
unmuted himself. What did you
who
want to
the
contribute to the conversation, Aton?
Yeah.
He's a resident. He gets beat up over here, and I don't think he goes and cries about his wounds or anything. We probably gave him busted his eye out.
Peace
So,
King, Peace King.
peace, Aton.
Dulcinea, knock it off. First of all, I ain't nobody beat me up over here.
No, I think Nisha she got a knockout punch with
Okay,
I
well,
forgot
I ain't
the
got
one.
nothing to say about Nisha. I ain't got nothing to say about Nisha. So,
Oh man.
nah, I was gonna say this. This is what I was gonna say. Like brother Reggie, like, I've been doing this for a minute, right? And I'm in my 50s as well, so I know people like brother Reggie, Sonetta, and I always give them their respect because they still here, they doing it, and they was in the streets doing it. And I know you guys remember, sisters, I told you, I said I don't debate nobody on YouTube. I'll debate them in the streets. Now, somebody like Reggie, I would debate him. I would actually invite him to a debate, and it's going to be an educational debate too, because he actually goes into court and battles.
Facts.
Now, my thing is this.
Oh, I lost a
So,
big case today. I lost a big case that I've been fighting for 5 years today, right? And it was I had to cry. But go ahead. Yeah. This
well,
system is not fair. But go ahead.
my thing is that I might be able to help you with that because the debate will be civics. Why do we lose in court? Are we bringing the right causes of action? Are we presenting ourselves in the proper light? Now, the other thing is this. Why do the other side, we'll say attorneys, what do they put forward to try to stifle us at the gate? That's a key question.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the case
I
that
mean,
we
no, no. You ain't got to
no
say that. You know what I'm saying?
what it is. No, because I can tell
Just
you what's
rhetorical.
yeah. So what it is, okay. So the government has incredible resources, right? Of teams. When the government lays a charge on you or does wrong, to fight the government, right? They have qualified immunity, right? They have sovereign immunity. So then you have to go the extra large. The only right that a black person has is the right to go to court. That's the only right we have. We don't have any other rights. We have the right to go to court on an issue that we were disenfranchised with, right? Now, when you're fighting the government in this particular case, this is a civil rights claim on a university where the university discriminated against a student, right? And so then the student now fights the university for discrimination. Now the attorney general of the university, the attorney general, sorry, of the state takes the university's case. So
Mhm.
now they have enormous amount of resources. So okay, so we are and then if you're pro se, like my person was, and I was doing work for him legally. I mean, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
as a legal assistant. They
Mhm.
so it's just the two of us against 30 people, right? So
Yeah,
why do
that's
we
what
do it?
I was saying, Reggie. You know, like why are they stifling us at the door? Now, let me say something real quick, right? So, are you familiar with Title 28 CFR, Chapter 14.2?
And it's a
Now,
federal. It's
yeah,
federal.
that's federal because I don't know where you started. Did you start in the state or you start in the federal?
No, federal. I do mostly federal cases.
Okay. Okay. So the one thing about federal court is you always got to exhaust your administrative remedies. You know
Always.
what I'm saying? Always. So when you come in, it's called prejudicial, right? It's like with prejudice. So basically, you got to show them that you already went to the certain type of people that have the oversight to
Always
go
do
ahead and
that.
check them.
That's why I can defeat a failure to state a claim. So
Exactly.
I've
Yeah, you
defeated
talking about 12B6. Yeah, you talking about
12B6
12B6.
motion to
Oh, Bryce is
dismiss.
about to come up, and we're just gonna let Brass get his opinion out really quick, and then go. Come on, Brass, you can come up and say what you got to say.
What's up, Brass?
Oh well, he's not back up yet. Y'all can continue. I'll let you know once
So,
he's back.
on the 12B6 motion to dismiss, if you look up my personal case,
Hmm.
you will find that I lost on my personal case a failure to state a claim in federal court, but I had more rights in state court, so I refiled. I refiled after they did some more. I refiled in state court. So then in state court, you have the city human rights laws, which has a higher ceiling. So then I was able to survive. And I've had this particular case, I fought full term from uh, from filing the claim, passed through to discovery to summary judgment. And then from summary judgment, we lost the summary judgment. We took it to appeal. Today we lost the appeal, but the problem is now we can go to the Supreme Court, but the problem with the Supreme Court is that it's not really, I mean, it's very expensive, not in necessarily the filings, but it's expensive in the way they want it done, even for a pro se litigant, right? And so
Right.
the thing about it is that the Supreme Court also does not have to take your case. So what I'm saying about this is that there has never been a case that went to the Supreme Court on the status of our peoples. The
Well,
American,
that's the thing, and that's where I mean we ain't got to go through it right now. And that was the one major question: is why are we not getting our civil rights? Are we actually bringing the right cause of action? And are we presenting ourselves in the right status of who we are? Now, and that goes all the way back to uh, uh, Plessy versus Ferguson,
Mhm.
Dred Scott case, all those different type of things are what you're talking about. Now
Yeah.
my thing is this because I already know what you're talking about. Like if you don't get a fee waiver in the Supreme Court, you got to get 40 what's it like 40 something books. You got to get them books and you got to do all that stuff and so on and so
No,
forth.
actually not. That's the lie because Gideon versus Wayne
Wait,
Wright.
wait, 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 brother. I'm telling you from experience. When I got my fee waiver revoked, you got to put in them. You got to get 48 books. You got to put it in book format, and you got to submit that. Trust and believe. So,
I understand, but what I'm saying is that that burden when when you're a pro se does not that is not the burden. For example, Gideon versus Wainwright, that is the reason why criminal defendants can get an attorney, right? His
right.
case, he literally wrote it on a piece handwritten piece of paper, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying that if you have an attorney, then yes, you have to publish those. You have to perfect your appeal, right? It's called, and
Well,
I
They made me do that. I think it was just a little bit too strong. That's the thing. They knew it was strong, and I think they wanted to see if I was going to go ahead with that. But I'm tell you something. My
Mhm.
denial, it was
Yeah,
like 2 lines. It was 2 lines, Reggie. It was the clerk, and the clerk did it.
yeah,
It wasn't even 9 justices with their opinions. They just said, nah, it's dismissed, period. But I already had it. I mean, it was A1 tight. I can't tell you what it is because we still
right.
moving,
Okay, I
but
know. I understand.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But the one thing I want to say is that you know, I mean those pictures because I was working at the time and I was just in and out. Those pictures that you put up, just a little quick sidebar. Those pictures you put up with them brothers, them elders, that's A1. Can't be questioned. I mean, people in their feelings, you know how it is. I mean, we elders I'm a grandfather. We elders at this time. We ain't got time for that.
no.
At the end of the day, you just smash them and just move on about your
If
business.
we, if
I'm a
they're not even gonna. It's not. I hate to break it to you. It's not going to be a debate. I'm going to tell you why it's not going to debate. Because if
absolutely. That's what I'm saying. There ain't
because
gonna
you know
be no
why it's not going
debate.
to be a debate? Because a loser gets nothing, right? And
That's
and
right.
and so the way the fix is in is when people come in with ideas so they can project their thoughts, right, and lose, and then think that they're gonna get a bag. That's not what's happening. So
I'm with you.
it's not going to work like that. Like I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate. So now I'm punishing myself. Where the loser, and they've already lost. They actually have already lost. So and they know that they lost, and so what they want to do is do a popular type of a thing, right? So we have
Well, this
debate.
is where you got to get creative, though, Reggie. This is where you get creative. You get in the
Yeah,
ring and you put your information, and people gonna get the information. It ain't about wins or losses. It really ain't. It ain't for me.
yeah,
It
but
ain't
it's a
for
waste
me.
of my.
Like that's why I said if I debate you, I'm gonna debate you on something that we both know, and at the end of the day, everybody gonna walk around with a big notepad of notes.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a notepad like you on the screen. But what they do, what you've seen it already. What they do is they say they got this new game. I'm gonna use your information against you. So they ain't gonna present no information, right? So they're going to
Hmm.
use my information against me, and then so there you go. So listen, you seem to be very talented, but and you also understand what this thing is. So why, with all the work that I've been doing, because and I'm published on the topic of Kemet, right?
Hmm.
Why is someone gonna call me pseudo and I'm published,
I would
and then
say this.
yeah,
I would say this, Reggie.
yeah,
See, and I'm gonna use me an example. Me, I know how to adjust to the time.
yes.
See, what I've been hearing is a lot of people talking about young people that's doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got a 30-something-year-old son. I got you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
I got 6 children and they tell me I need to sit in my seat and put a smoking jacket on and shut up. Absolutely
Uh-huh.
not. I'll run circles around you and I'll show you. Why? Because the foundation of the information is where you're at right now. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be able to do it. Don't and if you wanna have a pale skin as your source to what you are trying to prove, then you already lost. You're not qualified. And you don't understand the language. See, you do that metanetter. I study the metanetter. I study Hebrew. I study Arabic. I understand the language. I read the dictionary. I read the Strongs. I read the
Yeah, the blue book. Yeah.
no. I'm talking
You
about
know,
not just the Strongs, but I read all the different encyclopedias and dictionaries. The
right.
Webster. I read those things. I cross reference everything. So you got to understand the language. See, a lot of these people are just talking. That's
Right.
that's
So
all they're doing.
they already lost
So
the debate. They ain't got a library card. They ain't what the museums that they've been to, some of them I've taken them to, right? So they've already lost the debate. So now it's just popular opinion to show how much gift the gab they got. They got no credentials. So the thing is, you should have some type of credentials about. I'm actually a published person in this area, but what they would do is say, oh, it's in a black journal. Did you hear that? Journal of Pan African Studies. It's a Journal of Pan that don't count. Oh, it's black, right? Oh, it's who cited it? Who read it? I got two citations. Oh, they're obscure. You the people that saying that they're 15, 20 years off of having an original idea accepted in a journal, any journal. The Journal of Pan African Studies is one of the oldest black journals that we actually have, over 20 years that deal with these topics. You won't get any, not you, but I'm talking about my detractors.
No, I understand what you're saying.
They are not. They and then listen. I've done law, right? I've done scholarship. I've supported black people to the in all capacity. They haven't done any of that. So I'm a member of organizations, associations for the study of classical African civilization. I've been a member of that organization since 1986. They haven't been to Africa. They haven't been to Africa. They ain't been in museums. Museums are closer, right? They and so when they go in museums, they read the captions. So listen, the debate ain't gonna happen. It just really is not gonna happen. It's just gonna be a whole bunch of back and forth talking, a lot of cash apps passing back and forth. They've already lost.
Okay, y'all,
And
let's get
yeah.
the closing, and then we'll go to the sisters that are awake still.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I just want to
No,
say,
it's a pleasure talking to you.
no,
You
I was just saying, yeah,
you're
no,
my
but
age, huh?
no, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, it's cool. I mean, I sit in the position, in my point, I sit in the position of power when I'm dealing with the youth. You know what I'm saying? When people younger than me, I don't stoop down. If I know there's people that's actually, that want to get aggressive, you know what I'm saying, about information and maybe passionate about it, my ears get bigger and I shut up. At the end of the day, they're not gonna be able to move me. And I was checking out a lot of things in the chat. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are very upset, Reggie. You know what I'm saying, sisters? A lot of people are upset because they feel at this point in time that the elders have neglected them and haven't led them in the right position. That's why I adjust. I don't hold them accountable. But the elders, the people that are my age that act like that, I mean, I don't know. But you already know how I feel, Dulcinea. You're gonna win. And I don't even doubt that. And Reggie said some really good things about that debate too. So he ain't gonna tell you because he's loyal, but he thinks he's gonna win too.
I'm gonna say I'm being objective,
I
but what
don't
I
think he thinks I'm just gonna win, but I think he has given a lot of advice as far as with going about the debate. I've
Uh-huh.
heard him multiple times as far as with giving advice for the debate, and I respect everything that he said, and I've taken that account when I have been building my PowerPoint.
yeah,
Well,
I just
you got a good future in politics, Dulcinea. Very good.
Very true.
she might need some. Yeah, I mean, how can I say? Sometimes, well, we're just see, but I encourage people to have civil conversations, right, without the name calling. I encourage that, and I thought that me being on these platforms, I thought like I was helpful in encouraging that. I've been in part of most of the debates that's happened on Sonetta, one way or another. I've been on it. I've helped people, right? But this is the end of listen, I'm just hoping my cryptocurrency does well. I'm going fishing, and I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back. I've done my part, but the minute that you do your part and then you're disrespected and you're published on the same subject, but if the people don't respect your publications, and then they just call you names and they don't refute.
Yeah.
So with that said, I think Dulcinea is right. It's 3:10.
Hey, but look though, Reggie, real quick. I'm sorry, Sakina. But Reggie, if I just walked up on you and say, "Man, you know what? You ain't did shit," what you gonna say to me?
I'm gonna walk away.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sakina.
Brother Ray, did you get my message in the back chat?
No, but I'm gonna see it right now. Okay, I gotta write this down. Okay, let me just see if I can write this down. And when do you want me to do this?
It don't matter.
Is it short or long?
Um, it don't. I don't care. Well, I don't know.
Okay. You want to do it
Long.
tomorrow? You want to do it tomorrow? You want to do it tonight?
It can be tomorrow.
Oh, it'll be tomorrow. Okay, so let me just put this down because I put my phone is charging. But yeah, but I hate to see y'all argue, and please don't argue over men. Please don't do. Please
No,
don't
we don't
don't
argue
argue
over
over
it.
don't argue over the BS of men. Because like I said, a weak man makes a weak woman. Don't argue your own issues. If you have a disagreement, argue it out. But please don't argue over some some man and what they with and some men business. My situation is pick and choose. I don't think that anybody I don't think that anybody should accept bad behavior. I just don't think it. I don't think it's ha ha he funny. I'm an adult. I'm an adult. I don't accept bad behavior. I learned and I survived the streets, right? I survived the streets. I survived like we all do tough projects, right? I'm a stand-up dude. I can walk to my block. I can walk to my block, and you probably see me online. I can walk to my block, and I'm respected in my neighborhood, right? I grew up with General Yohana, by the way. We graduated from my high school, Captain Tazariak's leader, right? So I can go. I'm a stand-up dude. I can go to my projects. I tell everybody what I'm gonna do, what I'm not gonna do, right? And I helped a lot of people in my projects. So like a lot of us do. But all of this name calling, you know what happens in the projects. You can't do that. I learned that a long time ago. So that's why I'm not aggressive when it comes to uh, this back and forth stuff. But I will tell you that you are wrong. I will tell you that you are wrong, and you have no basis for saying you fail to. My brother, there was Yah. They failed to state a claim. They 12B6, right?
Yep, I'm still here. I'm still here.
They 12B6. They don't have a claim, right? Like if you put on a discovery, which is the research, they don't have no discovery, right? So they're gonna lose summary judgment. But there it goes. So with that said, I think I'm done. Um, it's late for me, man. Unless somebody got something else to say, I'm
No,
done.
thank you for coming up. You have a good night.
We appreciate you showing.
All right. So good night, or good night, Gemini. Good night, Ebony Knowledge. Good night, Miss Nicole. Who else is still in the chat? And then so good night, Dulcinea, Sister Nisha, Daughters of the Sea, Dots, right? Peace, E Bizzle, Truest. I don't see Goddess Sister Freedom's mic open. Sakina Ra, I got you. I got it. And hopefully tomorrow when I wake up at 12 o'clock, because I'm gonna wake up at 12. So that's pretty much it for me. So good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you again for coming.
Peace.
Peace. Let me go ahead.
Hey,
So for all the pseudo
sisters,
killers, hold on, hold
I want to
on.
make y'all
Before you
laugh
go,
though.
remember
I
that
want to
please,
make
because
y'all laugh though.
we gotta do our public apology to the pseudo killers. So hold on. We're so sorry. We didn't mean anything said tonight. Please forgive us. Don't leave us. Okay.
You need to.
All right.
I
Go
want
on,
I want
Kenneth.
I want to make y'all laugh because y'all so good and y'all keep being what you are. Now,
Oh,
I wanted to say this, right? Because I was thinking about the last time I was on. I said, you guys know who Richard Pryor is, right?
yes, of course.
You remember the one part when he always acted like Mudbone? Remember Mudbone?
Yeah. Oh,
And he say, well, you know, and he get to smacking his lip. Boy, I tell you, these niggas is crazy. Now, I be looking at these niggas around the street and shit like that, and I I'm just sitting on the porch. I got my drink in one hand, I got my cigar in the other hand, I got my pistol in my holster, and you know, these niggas
Good
is
night
talking
again, Brother
about
Reggie.
these niggas is talking about I don't know what the hell they talking about, but the boy they be talking though. Sound like they know some shit, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't heard no shit like that. I ain't heard about a hibiscus and a hibiscus tea and um but hey, shit, if that's what they want, that's what they want. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is that boy, don't be messing with them women though, cause they gonna beat your ass up, and we just gonna sit back and watch.
because that's all we gonna do. That's all we gonna do, right? But I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes down to this, Hoblo, no, Homo erectus, Homo sapien, Homo this, Homo that, Homo. I'm
That's too
almost
many
homophobic.
homos.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm almost homo scared. I'm like,
Yeah.
how you get human out of that shit? I'm like, can I just have a cracker? I just want
You
a
know
piece
what I'm saying?
of bread. I'm
I
like,
guess I can say this much about it. I feel like what's been happening is we've been mixing a lot. There are bones that are accurate that are the predecessor of humans, but then there's bones that are not accurate that aren't the predecessor of humans. So we have a lot of stuff that we got to go, and you got to know, what a fossil is and a fragment, and then them saying, "Oh, they found 3 teeth." Now from 3 teeth, they're able to reconstruct exactly what the species was. Like, come on now. Maybe if there was DNA in the teeth, but even with that, the DNA is so fragmented. It's not going to be a whole sequence or genome. So at the point of a fragment DNA, they're really making it up. So when you
shit,
say
I'm
you're making
serious.
it up, you guess it. You guess
There
it.
you go.
I'm
There
telling
you go.
Ebony, I'm serious though. Shit, I'm serious. All this homo shit running around here. Is we gonna get bit by a homo, homo
You might.
mosquito?
That Homo erectus might have had rabies. Who knows?
Homo
Yeah,
erectus
he
almost
said
sound like your butt. Is it like Homo
exactly.
erectus?
You're
Like you have
homo and you erectus. Like, come on, man. That don't sound right to me.
right.
I'm
There's too much homo going on. You got the homo this and your homo that and your homo that and Jimmy crack corn. I don't care what the hell is going on around here.
But I will tell you this, Akina. I have a major. You're gonna be in there when I do talk about coming from the waters and stuff like that. You're gonna be like, "That's my part right there. That's me."
See,
Because
there it
that
is.
is something that's a fact. That's a fact.
I might start singing like that, the Little Mermaid, like ha ha.
shit.
Yeah,
You
Right?
know what I'm saying?
that's all I'm saying. It's gonna be something real though. I'm excited. I'm ready. I can't wait.
Wow,
I
it's gonna be
cannot
beautiful.
wait. It's gonna be
Yeah,
yes, it is. I
it's gonna be
cannot
beautiful.
wait because it's
I'll be
just about the presentation, and you know what I'm saying. It don't
You know
matter
how
about
I get down.
yeah.
You know how I get down with it. My thing is this: a lot of people have backed up and bowed down. And I don't think Dulcinea are gonna do that.
I'm excited.
Everybody has kind of sidestepped, backed off, and I don't think she's gonna do that. That's
Right,
why I
because
say think. I say think based on what I hear, based on me hearing her for the last couple months. I don't think she's gonna do that.
yes,
Yeah, and I
no people
respect
should
a
be
lot of
calm.
the people that come on, but I gotta say, really, I really respect the truest. I know he had to leave or anything, but I respect him. Me and him, we've been going back and forth. I don't even know how long now, but we've been going
Yeah, I
back
was
and
trying to
forth
jump
with a
in,
lot of stuff.
Dulcinea, because he wanted to
And
debate you.
he's definitely
He want to debate you tonight. Yeah, he want to
no,
debate you
no,
tonight.
he definitely is sharp with the information, and I respect when he actually says, you taught me something, or I never seen this. I respect that because so many people they want to stick with, oh well, I know everything, and we don't know everything. There's stuff that I'ma learn from the debate from the other side, plain and simple, and that's okay to admit that, like, I don't know everything, and I'm gonna learn stuff from the other side. I don't believe it's gonna alter my belief system in any way, but I can definitely say that Nepal's gonna teach me something I didn't know, and I like people that go into that and they come in to debate, but they're still open to information and what's actually being said. And I really don't like when people come in to debate me and then they just want to say, well, you're saying this, you're saying that. And I just don't like that stance. Don't tell someone what they're saying. Don't come in with pre-notions of what's being said. Actually listen and debate what they're saying. And I think that's what really got frustrating for Brother Reggie, is that he was really expecting, okay, come with some information, come to combat what I'm saying. And he was met with ad hominem attacks. And that's why I thought that he had a right to speak up about that, because I hate that too. I think that that's the weakest part of the community, of the people that feel like they have to go to ad hominem attacks. But hey, Tanya, let me ask you this, because you're on the other side. Um, I feel like this whole thing is going down because people have lost in their debates, and now they're not being able to debate the people like the aboriginals, the Indians, the flat earthers, or anything like that. So now it's kind of like the inside is imploding. Like, since we can't debate the outside, we got to go at each other. But what do you think of that?
Well, I think Top Cat has pretty much just kind of shut them down on that argument. I think that Ad Power and A1 shut them down on that argument. Like you gotta put America in the picture now. So you gotta figure out who you're gonna debate. And I absolutely agree. I mean, I didn't look at it from that perspective. I didn't think about it like that. Well, what you just said. But I actually agree. I never saw it from that perspective. And maybe that's what's happening. Now my thing is this, based on Sonetta and Reggie. See, I know them from back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Just knowing that they was in the streets, I used to get the DVDs, I used to see what they was doing, you know what I'm saying? And I was out there in Harlem and DC and shit like that, back in like 2010, 2011. So I saw that it was actually, I see them cats putting in the work from afar. Now, for them to do that to Reggie, I was like, wow, why would you do that?
Anybody can get
There's
it.
some other things that I would like to say, Dulcinea and Sakina, but I'm not, because I don't want to get involved with it. I got a lot of things to say about that because that's a problem. And I actually mentioned it to Top Cat on his channel a while back about what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, these people have you know, you talking about trying to keep up with the Joneses and trying to figure out a way to stay relevant. I think that's pretty much. I think that's more. I think it's more about that than anything else. I'm watching my
I
words,
hope you're
Dulcinea.
in the building, KLP in the house. I hope. Do you have a ticket, or are you just going back and forth? Do you have a ticket to the debate?
Dulcinea, I'm be honest with you. I don't pay for that shit. I don't pay for that. I ain't with that. I really ain't. You know what I'm
Then
saying?
you can't say who won at the end.
Look, The thing about me is I have discernment and I have good sense of body language, voice, tone. I hear what you're saying. I know that you're sharp. I know you know what you're doing. You just don't walk into somewhere just talking just to be talking. That's why I'm saying you're going to win. I have analyzed because I have experience in this thing. I have analyzed both parties for a minute, and I know that you're going to win. Remember the last time I told you I'm a chess player, and I told you where you will lose. And that's the only place you're going to lose is if you come out your skin and let her bring you out your skin. If you stay within, you're going to win. It's not about, that's why I told Reggie, it's not about wins or losses. It's about educating the people and the simple fact of the first person that loses their cool loses. I'm
Agreed. And
not
that's
going to,
what I've been saying the whole time too. I know Sonetta even called me like, stop saying you're not gonna win. But my whole premise is not the debating to win or lose, and especially because I've seen it so many times of the voting system is how you win or lose, period. So what happens with the people voting that watch the debate, and it's not the vote outside of the debate, because then that's the popularity contest. They didn't watch the debate. Now they're just choosing who won based on who they are affiliated with. But it's the votes within the debate, within the Zoom, that says they won or not. I've seen it so many times that the votes within the Zoom say a certain way, then people outside of the Zoom get to start voting and everything, and then they say, oh, that person won because everybody outside the Zoom was saying opposite. So that's why I'm not even going
no,
into it to be
I heard you
the Zoom
smack.
or anything. But
No,
I do.
I
I have
already
that's
heard you. I already heard you smack them around on Sonetta's channel. I
But
already
yeah,
heard
but
you
that's
smack them
my
around.
premise, to
You see what I'm
give
saying?
them information that they haven't heard of. I know they haven't heard of. I know I was giving BLS some information that he's not actually familiar with as of right now, and I want people to look into that. I want people to understand what they said before about science 10 years ago is not the same, and I think that's something with a benefit of being in the computer science field, because you know how often things change, technology changes.
Right,
Like in
right,
a 5-year period, technology is completely different. So when
right.
we're talking about science, science evolves as well, and people say, well, it adds, it doesn't change it, but it depends on the science. Sometimes it changes it. Phrenology, it was a science before, now it's a complete pseudoscience. Craniology was a science before, now it's a pseudoscience. To say, oh, I can measure your skull and say how intelligent you're going to be, that's a pseudoscience. So, but that was something that people believed in at a certain time. So that's where we have to continue to question these things. We have to evolve with the times. And it's 2023. So we got to start acting like it's 2023, because our children aren't going to move forward if we're still teaching them something from 1970 and stuff like that.
And Brother Sanchez then smashed that.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, he smashed that in 2 sentences. So there it is. You know, about the forensic. He said, being in the military, do forensics.
oh
He
yeah,
already
he
he already
killed with the
smashed that.
forensic, but they it goes over their head. It goes over their head as far as how long bones can even last. So you're saying there's million-year-old bones? No. There's million-year-old fossils and impressions and different things like that. But even that, Nisha was killing that, because Nisha's like, let me look into how they find these things. And it's not an exact science, nowhere near close. So what they've learned is the closest to exact science that they have is genomes and looking into the DNA. But
Hmm.
now the DNA is giving us some different things that we didn't know even 2 years ago. We've come so far as with the DNA talk, and still with DNA, I would say we're at maybe 5-7% of understanding DNA, and that's being
Exactly,
nice.
exactly. Because it's young. It's very young.
It's very young. Yes, exactly. Very
It's
young.
very young.
And
It's
that's
very young.
why they
I
thought that
don't talk
everything
about it.
would be said by the proteins, and that all your traits and all your physicality and all everything as far as the components, biological components that you have would be based on protein coding, but that's just not true.
Exactly.
It's way more
Exactly.
than just protein coding. And that's where RNA, I've always been saying that the jab was dangerous because RNA is messenger DNA. So that's what I brought up with Dr. Ali when he was on. When
Right.
you're introducing a messenger DNA to your body, how can you be for sure that it's doing what you intended to do and not that it does something else? Because think about like white blood cells and lupus.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing about it, or any autoimmune disease, is the main thing is that your white blood cells start fighting each other because they see it as a threat to your body. So it's
Mm-hmm.
confused. The cells are confused really at that point, and that's why they're attacking each other, and that's what's leaving your immune system vulnerable because of that. So when you're introducing a foreign DNA or coder into your body, how do you know that it's going to look at the good cells and be like they're okay, or see the good cells and say, oh, that's cancer that I need to fight off? And the answer is it doesn't quite know. They haven't
Well,
figured out where they can make sure it does the right thing. And that's why you can see for some people it works, for some people it's had devastating consequences introducing RNA to their body.
well, that was the thing because you talk about lupus, right? My oldest daughter's mom. You know what I'm saying? She has lupus, and the bottom line when we had talked about it, right? When she went to the hospital and she found out she had lupus, right? Because she was just in the in the bathtub, just stuck, like about to die. And the doctor told her. He asked her the question. He said, "Have you ever been sick in your life?" She said, "No." And that's the first time I know she, and this was the conversation. She was like, "I've never been sick in my life." So what the doctor was saying is was like your body was operated at such a temperature that it was just killing everything in your body. That's why you never was sick. And then when you got older, it actually consumed your whole body, and then this is what happens. And I was
Right.
like, wow, I didn't even think about that. You know what I'm saying? Like for real.
Damn.
And you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying,
Right.
Sakina?
That
So it
reminded me
was
of that movie. Remember that movie with Bruce Willis and
right.
Samuel
Samuel
Jackson?
Jackson. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a real thing. That's how I've developed I had to see as far as if I can break out of it, but I've developed an allergy to avocados like that. I used to could eat guacamole, different things, but when you introduce something to your body and then it's like, oh, now this is a problem. Like I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I
What is
take
this?
an EpiPen
And
for that.
exactly, you can develop allergies way until adult years because of that. Your body's so sensitive.
Yeah, I have.
So it's like you get a it's like the first time she gets a cold or something, that shit just escalates because it never happened. There's been so much stuff in her body that it just
Mhm.
erupted. You know what I'm saying, Sakina? Go ahead.
No, I understand because I have like I said, I had developed asthma, and with the eczema, and now my allergies are so bad that I have to have these EpiPens. Like I have like four. They come in a pack of two, and like I'm allergic to so much stuff that I just have to really be careful. Like I could eat some today and tomorrow I could eat the same thing and it might break me out.
Well, like when I was young, like there were certain things like I can't eat no salt, no pepper, no shellfish. I can't eat none of that.
Yeah.
Because back in the day I used to eat that when I was a kid, but I used to always get migraines. Once I started drinking green tea in the morning, chamomile at night, chamomile with lavender, green tea with ginger, or just green tea straight, I ain't got them problems because those are antioxidants. You know what I'm saying? It cleans your gut and it relaxes your gut, and at the same time, it relaxes your nervous system. Now, the other thing is niacin. Niacin is good for you too, but those things can work really well for you, Sakina. Doing what you need to do. I guarantee you won't need none of that. Man, I don't pop no pill. I don't do none of that. I'm telling you, I used to get migraines. I couldn't move. You know what I'm
No,
saying? When I was a
Right.
things
kid.
That's a
like
real
my
thing.
tongue will swell up or my skin will break out or like I have woke up once where I had to like go to the ER because my tongue swelled up and almost choked me to death or like stuff like that. It be that
Mhm.
serious, and then I'm allergic to the EpiPen too. So like I had to take the first one, and then it gives me the shakes real bad, and then the only way I can stop is to take the second EpiPen, and then I got 20 minutes to get to the ER, otherwise I'll die. And it's just a whole bunch of complications with it. And like I said, because I'm allergic to peanut oil, but I can eat peanuts. But if the peanut, like the peanut butter, if it oil separate from the peanut butter, I can't eat it because
Yeah, because the
I love
sensitivity are different. I have a question. I want to read this, then I have a question for y'all, and I want KLP to answer this in the chat too. It says Dulcinea has to try and prove humans are not primates. That's like saying apples are not fruit. There are some things that cannot be argued, and HOK notes this. And I love your point to this, Bellagio. But I want y'all to tell me what is the definition of a primate to you, Sakina, and to you, Anton?
Go ahead, Sakina. Did he say apple? Apple wasn't a fruit.
He
no, he
said
said
it would be like trying to argue apples are not fruit, but Blasio made
Oh,
a
okay.
good
He said
point.
apple was not fruit. Okay.
Tomatoes were once classified as veggies, now they're classified as fruit. So,
right.
Yeah.
Tomatoes
Anything that has a seed is a fruit.
yeah,
yeah,
tomatoes were always a fruit, and somebody classified it as a vegetable. That's what the problem was. My mom them always classified it as a fruit, and they used to eat them. And I don't know if y'all knew this, but the elderly used to eat them with salt and just eat them like apples,
yeah,
Yep.
actually.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so that's why they were considered fruit, not vegetables. We started eating them like vegetables. So yeah, that's the truth.
yeah,
So we mixed that up, not them.
not them. Yep.
Yeah.
But what is your definition of
Primates
a
to
primate to
me
you,
would
Sakina?
primate would have been first because we know primes is prime numbers, prime elements, prime colors, prime things. So we know those to be strong and first elements.
Thank you, Sakina. Did you get that from it too, Aton?
Yeah. She said prime. I mean, I deal with numbers. Yeah. Prime.
Exactly. So now,
Mhm.
even though I'm going to address the classification, but KLP, now you have to answer no, and that's what
Well,
prime is.
let
So,
me
so
put some on
please
top of that.
show how the classification puts them as prime.
Let me put some on top of that. Right. Let's deal with the word eights. ATES. Right. So you got an eight. So within when you're dealing with language, right, the vowels can be interchanged. So if you call yourself a Israelite or Israelite, is that the same thing? That means you come from a prime source, a primary source. You know what I'm saying? So if you're talking about a primate, you're talking about something that is a species, or you come from a primary source or a primary being or a primary human or a primary something. I mean, if that's the case, right? And this is where it gets a little bit complicated. And I know you're probably not going to touch on that, so it's not even going to be a problem. But the bottom line is, if you can equate what you're talking about with the Bible, when it talks about we will come down, you see what I'm saying? Those are the primates. Those are the main people. Those are the people. And those are the people that came down and did whatever they needed to do and created whatever they created. See, but now you got certain people that want to equate themselves to monkeys. You see what I'm saying? I just don't get it. I mean, I just don't get it. But
Are we
anyway, let me
redefining
shut up.
words? What does that word mean? Look it up. We're not reading defining the word. We're just going as far as what it means. So
See, but
now
this is
that's
the
why it matters. That's why who came up with the term matters. That's
thank
why
you.
all this matters. And as much, and I saw that part scared Sister Nepal, and I saw it. It scared Sister Nepal when Top Cats was going through, and I when he was even going through it all, I was like, Nepal's gonna be here. Nepal's definitely taking notes. But that part I could see scared her, because now we do have to go into what primate means and how the people that created this classification were using it. And you can't say they weren't using it by pure definition of what prime is, because that's what Leonis was saying as far as when he classified a group as primate. It's part of the
And,
order of the animal kingdom, the
There
order.
you go.
Now
There
you
you
and
gotta
go.
know what biologists say about that order.
And
There you
why it
go.
matters is because that's what science is, the matters. And matters are all everything. Molecules matters. Matters are everything about those things. Atoms, the matters, and those are facts. And we deal with that. Facts. The facts are everything that matters. Everything that you deal with, all of it matters. Look
Right.
up, look up,
Now, I
look
I
up
know I know I
matter.
know one thing. I
Look
know
up the
one
word
thing.
matters. Look up in science what matters is. Matters are all the atoms and all of those things. That's what matters is. Matters is
Right.
actually molecules and atoms and things of that nature. Look it up.
Now I know
Matters.
one thing. When I
Yes,
wake up,
primate
I
is
ain't gotta
super
shave my
prime.
whole
Have you
back.
looked up the definition, KLP?
Yeah, I ain't
Because
gotta
it will
shave my whole
say
back.
the
I know that much.
order,
Right?
it will say the order
These
that
people crazy.
includes monkeys, lemurs, orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, and humans. It
Right.
says the order that
Right.
includes them. So
And
if it's the
it would be
order
male
that
and
includes
female
them,
mate.
where are they in the order? That's what
Right.
a
Male and
primate is.
female mate. Not just man, woman too. Male and female mate.
Right. And
Yeah.
yeah, no one's saying that they come from monkeys. I'm clear on what the argument is. I'm clear that they're saying there's a common ancestor between monkeys and humans and between the great apes and humans. We're clear on that. But now you got to go into that common ancestor. And that's another thing I don't like about you guys that believe this, is that they're telling you that the common ancestor is ape like or ape human like, because it would have to have the qualifications of the genomes to be passed down to their predecessors that would make the humans or make the chimpanzees, make the bonobos. So it would have these genomes or these protein coatings that would make them monkey like or
Exactly.
monkey human like or ape human like. So how are you guys going to act like, oh, it was just a straight up human, or we don't know what it is or anything? No, the genome says it has to be monkey like. It has to be ape like. That's what the genomes say it has to be. Now, it's
You
not
want
a
to
modern day ape. It's not a modern day monkey. We get that.
you want to say something, Sakina?
Right, because great ape doesn't mean monkey no more. There was a change. Great ape means it's no longer like King Kong. King Kong was a big, ginormous great ape, but he was not an ape. He was a big one though. He was, like a big
Facts,
woman.
exactly.
So he was no longer a regular sized monkey. He was too big. So he was more like a monster. He was too big to be a monkey. He was or an ape. He was what they call him, King Kong. He was too
King
big.
Kong.
Exactly. So
And it's not about what order, the definition of order means to me. It's what Linnaeus meant by order. He's the one that defined it. He's the one that set it apart. He's the one that put the taxonomy order together. So it doesn't matter what the order meant to me. What did the order mean to him? Because the scientists that you're vouching for, follow him, not me.
see, this is what I be saying when I say you can't use today's thought with yesterday's mind because it confuses shit.
Yeah, I always say those that don't remember the past is damned to repeat it.
You see, because it messes all the things up. So when Freedom say they didn't call it Africa back then, I understand it. But at the same time, well, if we don't know what they called it, right? Because at this point, I'm like, where do we stand? If we don't come from this, we don't come from that, we don't. When do we get to be the greatest? When do we get to be what? I'm sick and tired of hearing find your tribe. I'm sick and tired. When can we be something? We at one point said we were the people of Egypt. We were this, we were that, and now we debunking that. Listen, why is it that the one place that said that we were all these years, we were the Egyptians, we were the Egyptians from Africa, and now they want to be that too.
Yeah, so I guess the ancient ancestors was some gorillas swinging on vines, eating
See what I'm saying?
bananas out
Why
the
is
damn
it
tree.
right?
Yeah,
So
I
now
don't know.
everything, even we can't even have Africa.
That part. That part.
Yeah, I think, but I think what allows it to be open for people to really dial down is because people don't know themselves. Like, first off, even if your ancestor was a pharaoh, say your ancestor was Pharaoh Tut. I mean, at the end of the day, my stance on it is that's not you. So Pharaoh Tut could have been great, but you still have to do something with your life to be great that's outside of Pharaoh Tut. But now it's more things that connect you to, and that's motivation for you to be great, for you to know that. But I get the other people saying, hey, you're just claiming these people and you have no idea. You have no idea if that's who you are. And what if you're spending so much time learning about other people that you're completely neglecting someone else? And that's why I was saying, as far as being great before, is because I get why a lot of people that are finding their roots in America have so much animosity to Africa, not because Africans or anything like that.
Yeah.
The animosity is coming from because you said we're African. You've neglected all this great history that's here in America. And now I'm looking
Right.
through my genealogy and I'm finding out that my ancestors are a part of that great history that was already here.
Here, let me say this. First of all, as an American, right, to sit here and say, I'm proud to be an American slave. Yay. My brothers fought in all the wars and my ancestors have fought in every last war there has been through slavery, to get free from slavery, and even my brothers have fought in the wars. So, yay.
But why
No,
start at slavery?
but for the French, they can say yay for whatever they have in France, and they can be proud of that. For the English, they can be proud of whatever they have in English. For any other city, for any other colony, but when it comes to us Americans, we have a history of saying what? Because we don't know where we originated. And if we originated here in America, to say that we came off of a slave ship and just move on in life, but knowing that we can celebrate our American history and know that our ancestors fought for freedom. Okay, yeah, I am proud of that. My brothers fought, my uncles fought for freedom through the wars. I can say that. Can you?
I
That's
do
what I'm
have
saying.
family that fought in the wars as far as that, but like I can give an example as far as it, because you're starting with slavery, but I have a cousin and she's in part
I'm
of her
saying that
family
my brother
isn't
fought in both of those wars for Iraq and Iran. My nephew just got out of the service. Three of my nephews just got out. Two of my great nephews just got out, and my nephew just got out. I got cousins that's still in.
And yeah, my dad was in
I
the
got
Navy.
big nephews, and my little cousin I just showed you a picture that's going through right now.
But I want to go back further because I have a little cousin. I have
I'm
little
saying, as far
cousins.
as America, yeah, I'm appreciated to my family that's been in the service since the wars from slavery. I'm not disclaiming none of that, but I'm asking about from slavery till now. I'm asking about the other lineage from our ancestors and beyond. So if we can
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you listen to me, Sakina, for a second, because you keep saying I'm talking about American history that starts with slavery, I'm not. My little cousins, they are indigenous. They have lineage indigenous to Mexico, period. That didn't start with slavery. They are indigenous to Mexico.
Right,
So
that's
my little cousin, she was like, I really want to learn about Mexico before I learn anything about Africa, because I know my mom's side is indigenous to Mexico, and I want to be able to help her to learn that
that's
because
what
that's
I'm saying,
important. And
Dulcinea.
that's what I'm saying as well, is that first off, it's finding out your lineage, but understanding as well for what other people are saying is not that Africa is not great. Other people are saying, oh, because we put so much esteem on this, I don't know anything about Mexico when they were great too. They have pyramids too. They have stuff that's before slavery. That's great. So greatness didn't start in one, doesn't have an origin on this earth. Greatness is everywhere. What if you found out that you have Chinese background and that your great 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 grandfather was a ninja? That's great. That's greatness that you could know about, but it's greatness that you'll never even seek to find out if all you're looking at is one place of where you're from.
Well, y'all tearing up DNA anyway. You saying it's a joke, and then you can't. And once you get to Europe, we don't even know who the damn Europeans are. So why should I even fool around with DNA?
I'm not saying find out through DNA, other than you could probably find out who your family is. I'm saying with
Oh, my
finding out who
family,
your family is.
didn't say nothing about my family. My genealogy. My family don't take me nowhere to China.
How do you know that?
From the greatest aunt that I know of didn't have nothing about Chinese in her.
That you know of, but then that's where it gets to the convoluted part of this, is
My
that
mom's
we
great.
gotta know exponential math to know how many grandparents you have. So by the time you get to you start with 4, and then you got 8, then you have 16, then you have 32, then you have 64, then you have 128, so on and so forth. So
I don't want to start getting
I'm
people.
just saying, as far as we don't know, and the fact that black people are all over the planet, so you don't know. You don't know. So no one's taken away from Africa. To take the part that we're saying that it wasn't called Africa before, fine. You can take that part out. You can say it was called Africa or anything. But
Right.
say you spend all this time
DNA.
thinking your people are from Mali and all this other stuff and learning Mali's greatness, and then you find out Ghana, and you haven't even spent a second on Ghana. So that's
Right.
what people are saying, is not to take away the esteem of Africa, but saying that it's greater to know where. And I
Right.
can tell you that from experience, as far as like when Africans actually know, they know that they can say, oh, my lineage leads back to the Zulu tribe. And they know that their lineage leads back to it. It's great to say that.
Well,
We can claim
man,
it. We can say, oh, Zulu was great, so I want to claim Zulu.
that's
But
still
it's not
DNA.
as great when you don't know if you have any ties to it.
That's still DNA, Dawson.
That's not that's not DNA. That's not DNA that ties them. They know as far as from their family history. It's not DNA that ties them because they could actually, the ones that go into Zulu could take a DNA test and it not come back any Zulu based on the DNA test. Because why? The DNA test would have to have enough Zulu DNA to be able to identify you as that. And they tell you for a fact that they don't have enough. They don't have enough DNA, period, to be isolating it down to what tribes or anything that you're from. They don't have enough DNA at this time to tell you. So what they're going to do is give you the DNA that they have. That's why majority of people will have large segments of European in them. Why? Because they have a greater database of European DNA.
They got a greater database of European DNA.
Yeah, they do. They
See,
do.
Yeah.
and that's DNA. Didn't I just say DNA dosing in?
Well, why you said that like my husband knows he's Zulu because of DNA. Now it's correct that it is DNA, it is his DNA that ties him to Zulu, but he doesn't know he's tied to Zulu because DNA. He knows he's tied to Zulu because it was passed down. He knows as far as the tribe, and the tribe that he has is a Zulu tribe.
Y'all done?
What did you want to add, Aton?
All right. So, going back to the wars, and then we'll get back into what you guys were talking about. But going back to the wars, like every day or every other day, I go to my ancestry and I go pull the things. I do my research, right?
Right.
My people coming out of Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? There's no debate in what I know,
right,
and where my people come from, right? And you push back a little further, and you see the migrations, and you see the things that are going on. Like my great great grandfather, my great 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 grandfather. These people fought in the Civil War. These people fought in the American Revolution, and they was called Negroes. I mean, I got Indian roles, like period. I got people being moved off their land. I got the whole history. Now, if somebody was to debate me and tell me that I'm still African, and I asked them to show me why, you can't. And if you tried to tell me and show me why, then you already are disqualified. Now, people think that people fighting in the military is about one thing, but I'm not going to get into all that because it really was about us fighting over our own land and trying to maintain our own sovereignty. Now, if you want to talk about, Tutankhamun, Akhenaten, Tutmosis, you got to actually look at it. This is my mindset. I'm just giving you my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Them people woke up, took a shower, ate breakfast, made love to their wife, made love to their husband, had children, fed them, raised them, tilled the land, and did what they did. These people that are glorifying us, and I'm saying us, those people that are glorifying us are people that are outside of us. And they made it a romantic story, and then they put themselves into it. They're showing pictures of melanated people, but then when they show the theatrics, they showing people that are pale skinned. I mean, people need to stop with this extras. This is why every time I come on your channel, if I come on Top Cats or anybody else, I'm not looking at the chat because I know it's a bunch of bullshit going on. They sitting there throwing their things out there, trying to push their own little ideas and agenda. And the one thing that they're mad about, sisters, is they mad because they don't know. And they want to know. So my thing is this. These people have been glorifying us. They are glorifying us. They're showing us the pictures. And then they're showing us in the next segment, they're showing somebody with a big wig on with a hat and all that stuff. And if you look at the statues, that was their hair. Because there's still people in the Afar, there's still people in Nubia, there's still people in Ethiopia that still wear the same headdress, and it's their hair, the whole hair, everything. If you look at the pictures, you look at these people's hair, that's their hair, flat tops, everything. That's what they was wearing, but they was talking about it was headdresses, like it was a hat. It wasn't a hat. This is what these people was. They changed it into affairs. They changed it into that. They changed it into this. But
Especially
yeah, Sakina Dulcinea, I'm telling you, like for real. I mean, I got a lot on, like I said, I come on late because I be getting off work. You know what I'm saying? I got business to run. I'm working. So, like, when I get some time, I'm going to get out there. See, but Reggie is somebody I would debate because he's an intellect. I don't want to debate fools. You know what I'm saying? And Reggie's not a fool. And I see why he gets offended because he knows that they're fools and he want to sit there and try to act like he's doing some type of, good Samaritan type of thing where he talks to these people. But my thing is this, if you're going to get in the ring with these people, you're going to debate these people, man, you better put them out of business. And that's all I'm telling you, Dulcinea. Put that out of business.
Right. There are
We ain't
ancient
gotta have no more
American
talking,
there's
right,
a lot of
Sakina? Sakina,
people
put
that
her out of put them out of business. Is that right, Sakina?
yeah. There's a lot of people that disavow a lot of that information, especially when it goes against what they've always been taught. But Sakina, let me read this to you. This ain't a part of my
It's
debate, so I
it's
can
fair,
read this to
Dulcinea.
you
It's
really
fair.
quickly. So this is from the American Association of Biological Anthropologists. This is their statement, when they were apologizing for race and racism in the science. So I want to read you this part, this genomic variation. This is the document of human biological variation and the processes shaping it. Humans share a vast majority, 99.9% of our DNA. Individuals nevertheless exhibit substantial genetic and phenotypic variability, including individuals in the same community. No group of people is or ever has been biologically homogeneous or pure. Furthermore, human populations are not and never have been biologically discrete, isolated, or stagnant. Socially defined racial categories do not map precisely onto genetic patterns in our species. Genetic variability within and among human groups does not follow racial lines. Most genetic variants vary clinically, changing gradually across geographic space, regardless of the racial boundaries. We also see more genetic diversity in African and African diasporic populations than in other populations, and the genetic variants found outside of Africa are largely a subset of those found within it. Moreover, diversity generally decreases in populations located further from Africa. Because human lineage first emerged out of the continent of Africa, longer population histories there allowed more genetic variation to accumulate in Africa, and repeated reductions in diversity occurred outside of Africa as people dispersed and new populations were founded. Diversity patterns today also reflect subsequent migrations and genetic exchange, with geographic distance, topography, and social political forces all affecting the frequency and scope of interactions and the distribution of genetic variants in both cosmopolitan and non cosmopolitan populations around the world. Natural selection and adaptation to local environments have influenced populations as well. Genetic ancestry tests can identify clusters of individuals based on patterns of genetic similarity and difference, but the particular clusters we infer depend on individuals included in the analysis. Genetic ancestry tests also tend to equate present day peoples and contemporary patterns of genetic variation with those that existed in the past, even though they are not identical. In this regard, ancestry tests often oversimplify and misrepresent the history and pattern of human genetic variation, and do so in ways that suggest more congruence between genetic patterns and culturally defined categories than really exist.
So, in short, all that's saying is the people now may not look like the people then.
Or not even have the same genes then. So what it's telling you is even if it's saying that you're related to someone now in present day, you don't know how much migration or different exchange of DNA between different groups of people have influenced that genetic variation that they have. So
And
it doesn't tell you where you're from. It's just telling you the people that you're most likely related to.
and it
So
might
why not enforce them to tell us who are we actually related to when they can tell us who our cousins are, who our aunties are, etc., etc.? Why do we keep saying they can tell us what location we're from when they can't?
right, because it might not be them anyway.
Exactly. Just because someone is in Egypt now, see, that's the argument that they're having right now about Egypt. If they show you an Egyptian now and say you're related to an Egyptian, that doesn't mean you're related to King Tut. You're related to that Egyptian now, and you would be related based on their migration patterns of that family. So you would need to know that's your third cousin, and then you would need to start investigating your third cousin's family to know where you guys are from. But also know that people sleep around, they sleep with each other. This whole thing of being like, oh, we've been
But they're saying,
homogenous and we've
they're
stayed
saying
with the same people, that's never been the case. That has never been the
people
case.
were people anyway, and that people don't change. But they're saying that they scattered and moved around, and
No, people change. Variation changes. Genetic variation changes just based on the environment that you're in. So it also changes based on who you're sleeping with or having sex with. So if they were having sex with Europeans, that's going to change their gene variation. That's just a fact. So there's things that have changed gene variation over time. And that's why you don't know based on that who you're related to or what regions you were from thousands of years ago, just because they find similarities in a region that exists today. You don't know if that where that group was thousands of years ago, and you don't know if the gene variations that they are showing similarities from are from a mixture of different people. So for instance, like I brought up the Chinese source and you were like, well, I know I'm not
yeah,
Chinese.
I
Well,
already
you
said,
got the DNA test. Just because it doesn't say Chinese
why do I
doesn't
need
mean
to
that
I
that gene
already said,
variation doesn't come from a mixture of Chinese people and African. You wouldn't know that because they're not able to go back to tell you that it's a mixture of Chinese people or African. All they can tell you now is this is the gene variation they have from this particular person, and you're similar to them, which that's a fact. That's no one's suggesting that that's not a fact. What I've always argued is that you cannot say that that connects you to a landmass now, because it doesn't. It doesn't connect you to a landmass. The only thing it connects you to is groups of people. So we need to force them to say, hey, you have the ability to tell us who our family members are. And they know this. They know they have the ability to tell us who our family members are. They're choosing not to. They're choosing not to push the information that they could give us.
Mhm.
this
Now
only,
we have to ask why.
this
And
only,
that's the why. That's the why. Hmm.
this only proves my point.
What of what
This only proves my point. All I want to say was, if all the Russian people can come from Russia, if all the Germans can say they come from Germany, why is it that we just cannot say we have a source that we can represent? You see what I'm saying? Other
that
than
would be America. Because we
Okay,
come from America. Russians come from Russia because they were born in Russia.
come from America.
We're Americans then.
I
Uh,
think you guys are saying the same thing. You just saying it differently. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you're saying the same thing.
I'm saying we come from America, the home of slaves. Do you
But
see?
you said, but you said, Sakina, well, why can't we, you know, why can't we just know that we're from one certain place? And what I just heard, correct me if I'm wrong. Dulcinea said they know, but they're not telling us. Here's
They
the
know that
thing:
they can figure it out, but they're not telling us. And
if you
no,
if
I
you
think
did
you're
it,
saying because it said that we first emerged from Africa or anything. Yeah, I don't have to agree with that, but that's not anything that I'm arguing because we're not arguing the out of Africa right now. But they made it clear. They say because of being out of Africa, that's one of the most diverse spots. So again, based on their argument, if you take the out of Africa argument or model, out of Africa is waves out of Africa and waves into Africa.
The American Indians, because they're not gonna say that for us, because they saying we are American slaves. They're not gonna say we're American Indians. Let's say that, okay? So
Yeah.
if they're not gonna say we're American Indians, they saying we're American slaves, and I'm not gonna own up to that either.
Yeah, but you got to go, like, for instance, Truth Bay came on and she was like, she was able to go and isolate that her family came off of a ship called Desire. And she looked it up as far as it, but she looked up a secondary source on it. The secondary source on it said, oh, these are a group of 20 Africans from blase, blase, blah. But then I looked up the primary source, and the primary source is from the captain said he captured Indians from the Caribbean. So that's why it's just important to actually look it all up. Like there is things where we can tie and put things together and take DNA and take genealogy and take the history and all this other stuff. But there's really a power into actually looking into the primary sources for real, because the secondary sources are going to sum it up. Like you said, they're not going to say American Indian, they're going to say African, they're going to say something. But when you go into the primary source of what these things are saying, then you can actually go in and say, oh, okay, well, this is what they said. So would you not believe it at that point that he says that he captured Indians from the Caribbean? Or are you still going to say, oh, they were actually he's trying to misrepresent it? That could be too, but you got to do the research to know.
For what? For what?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the circle of
Because
madness.
that's the only way you'll know the truth.
The truth about what?
I thought the whole point for you to say you want to know who you really are. You want to be tied to greatness.
You're not going to tie me to anything but some people that you think you're going to give me as cousins, because they cannot tell me for a certainty, because you're going to get stuck in Europe and they don't know. You just said it. You just read it. And they're saying they don't know. So why am I going to do that? I already know my mom's great aunt. I know my dad's great aunt. What more do I need to know once I know those people and those cousins? What more do I need to know? Those people are not Chinese.
Well, what I would say is this, and I'm with you on that one. Like, what I need to know, I know my people. But my thing is that based on the whole social structure, and that's where I was talking about having that debate with Reggie about civics, that I think it'd be educational, is that there's a lot that is owed, in regards to who you are. Now, if you just somebody that just want to float around, then okay, that's cool. But a lot of people don't feel that. I'm one of them. I don't feel that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
My family. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
But your family,
deeper than that.
But your family, you have your Sunday dinners, Y'all hang out, y'all kick it, y'all do what you do. That shit been going on for a long time. And it's something to
Doing
that.
family reunions and things like that, then you
And it
lost.
is, and that was an article. It is about race and racism because it was
Hmm.
tying as far as all the scientific racism and all the misconceptions that are
Hmm.
attached to science because of the scientific racism. So
Okay.
anthropologists much had a convention to say now we got to set the record straight because
Okay.
we've confused all these things with scientific racism. But I want to go
Okay.
into this part of Africa is the most genetic diversity. Yes. So they're saying based on the premise of the out of Africa premise that says that humans started in Africa, dispersed out of Africa, then came back into Africa and dispersed out of Africa as Homo sapiens sapien. So they're saying that the diversity would be huge at that point of the different kind of hominins that were in Africa and adding a birds. They're not saying that they were able to find it because they haven't tested enough Africans to even test their genetic theory. But let's just go with the out of Africa and say, it's the most diverse. They're telling you based on that, based on the out of Africa premise, that the genetic diversity is going to be found in plethoras of people, and it gets lowered as far as when the further out that you get from Africa. But the diversity is going to be huge. That's why someone like Sankofa is proud of a map that highlights all of damn Africa. That's a continent. That's not giving you an isolated spot. It's just saying, oh, because of the diversity that lies in your genetic makeup, we can see some of the diversity from all these parts of Africa. It gives him literally every part of Africa but North Africa. It gives him on his map. So that's where they're saying they can't isolate it down for you. That's what they're
But the
telling.
thing is, but the one thing you said right off the rip was you said that science has pretty much been the instrumentality of changing the demographics and changing the whole idea of who we are. Because the bottom line is that there's no other people on this planet that has been done like we have been done. And the one thing is we got to ask the question, why? Why are we the ones that are being pushed from every different angle, even our own people? And this whole circle of these people that come on your channel, that come on all these channels, these debate leagues, and all these different things are sitting here trying to tell us who we are. And these are the same people that supposedly had so-called came off the same boat.
Come
I mean,
on. And if we're
get
not
out of
out of
here with that
Africa,
shit, man.
we
Get
would
out of here.
be Indian anyway,
Get out of here.
right?
Y'all saying some real shit right now. That's why I'm sitting here
Right. And if
listening.
we're
Y'all
not
y'all
out of
saying some real
Africa,
shit.
we would be Indian anyway. So what you see what I'm saying?
I mean, but goddamn man, fuck a Indian. I mean, when it get down to it,
I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
saying,
I
well,
gotta say it.
one way or another, we will only be one of two things. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, these is all titles.
Not necessarily either. That's not necessarily true.
Well, we would be Polynesian then, and that's still
You could
Spanish.
be
But
Polynesian.
them
That's not Spanish.
them
No,
is
it's not.
titles. Come on,
But either
Dulcinea, them is
way, but
titles.
you have
Those
to
are titles,
understand
but Polynesian have an
being
origin, and they
a
have
nigga
an
on my
origin of
birthday.
where they're from. They're
How about
mixed
that?
people, but they're mixed with Asian and different variations of like Asian, maybe Indian, maybe African. So they still have an origin. But let me say
But
this.
who gave us? Oh, real quick though, Dulcinea, who are the ones giving us those titles? Or
Yeah, I'm
is
not
it
saying
our
based
own? Is it
on the
our own people?
title. I'm not saying based
Right.
on the title, like, oh, you could be Polynesian, just all this other stuff. I'm saying based on who Polynesians are, you could be
No.
Polynesian. I'm saying based on who Chinese people are, you could be Chinese. Based on who Japanese people are, you could be Japanese. You
Based on
don't
ethnicity,
know, you
well,
don't know
how
who,
about
once people aren't getting to the 32 grandparents. Let's be real. They're not getting to the 32 grandparents. Let's know to the 64 and the
Yeah. Okay.
128. They're not getting.
Okay. I'll give you that.
You
I'll
do
give you
not
that.
know if you have a grandparent that is Asian. You don't know.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But my thing is this though, right? So me being from right? Sacramento, California. Now I didn't rock and boxed right side to side with Filipinos, Tongans, Samoans, and Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Like we have conversations. I mean, they knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? So and we didn't have no problems with them. Like we have a simple conversation with them. Man, they got a whole. I mean, Africans, they got a whole different conversation when they talking to me. And that ain't what you think. You think you're gonna be hearing because what I do is I check them at the door. Now we don't want to hear none of that extra. We don't want to hear all that popular stuff, that media stuff. We don't want to hear none of that. We want to hear the truth. And when you talk to me, you're gonna talk to me straight because I already know. And they're gonna give it to you straight. But if you want to still act like you one of them cats that came off that boat and you was born on the sand off a ship, you know what I'm saying? Then they gonna talk to you like you was born off a ship. Now, my thing is this: my whole approach, and I'm gonna keep it brief. My whole approach is the people that actually look like me, came from this soil, been on that same ship conversation, that is actually still pushing that in 2023. They got a problem. They're a problem. You know, they like to use that word dangerous. It's very dangerous. Yeah, that's very dangerous at this point because we raising children. You got children. Sakina got children. You know what I'm saying? It's like we trying to give them a whole different aspect of trying to be better and trying to be more enlightened and trying to be greater of what was done and what was pushed to us back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't even anyway. My bad. Let me shut up because I'm gonna keep going. Go ahead. I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna
One
keep
more
going.
being.
Okay, so I want to read you autosomal DNA test because that is a genetic test. And yes, I think you understood, Sakina, what it's saying as far as the location. Now, here's what Osano says. Let me go into the basis of what it is. So it says the results obtained are more relevant to family ties than mtDNA or yDNA because it entails genetic information shared by all members of your family. The Y chromosome DNA test only traces your paternal line, and mtDNA only traces your maternal line of your mother's side. Everyone in your family can take an autosomal DNA test regardless of age and gender. They provide information about your current relatives and recent genetic history. It is also accurate way of finding new members from older generations. For the best results, you should test the older generations, great grandparents, grandparents, parents, uncles, and aunts. When you test both parents, you can determine what section of your gene you inherited from which parent. Test your siblings too, as they may have inherited some DNA that you did not. Your uncles and aunts will have some DNA that your parents didn't inherit from your grandparents. Next would be to test your close relative. We are talking about the first to third cousins to get the better representation, although testing second cousins deliver maximum return. The test type is very accurate to confirm parent-child relationships and relationships up to your second cousin. It can also help identify and find most of your third cousins. Finding more than that may require genealogical information and some additional context. Although with lower accuracy, an autosomal DNA kit could even help you find your 10th cousin. Accessing more distant relatives requires more relatives to be tested in order to compare how much DNA is shared within your extended family. For example, if you want to confirm a connection with a fifth cousin, you might need to test 20 or more first or second cousins to see how much they share with a fourth cousin once removed or with a possible fifth cousin. So the
The
sure.
older your the older the ancestor is, the more you'll find.
Yeah, but it's based on getting a lot of your family information too, as far as the DNA test. That's what makes it more accurate because now they can have your family information and then it'd be more accurate in depicting. Now, this cousin pops up for all of you guys, and now they can say, okay, this is the level of it. This is the fifth cousin, it'd be in this generation. So they have better accuracy. So, what I'm saying is I've never disowned DNA. I've never said, oh, it's pointless. I don't say that. I say that DNA is good, but it's how it's done. And that's what I'm saying. They're hiding the fact that it needs to be done in clusters of your family and comparing clusters of other people to see if they're your family. It can't tie you to a geographical location. It can't. It can only tie you to people. So stop trying to get it to tie you to a landmass. That's impossible.
It can only tie you to a people.
Yes, it can only tie you to people.
Wouldn't the people be in a landmass?
Even if those people are in a landmass, you don't know when they got there. So when they're telling you you're close to someone in Africa, they're not telling you that's your cousin. They're telling you the DNA looks similar, and they don't even know if that person you're close to Africa is from that location.
Can I say something, Dosanair?
Yes.
All right. Now, see, here's the thing, right? When you're talking about the information, right, and specifically when you're talking about the HOK, they're Pan Africanists. It's Africa, it's out of Africa. But if they actually looked at the history, and if they go back to the Moors, and they go a little bit further than that, and they go back to Hannibal, they go back to Hannibal's father, and they understand the migrations when they was pushed down into North Africa, into West Africa. Those were all those people. Those were those Phoenicians. You know what I'm saying? And then you're talking about a migration of people that moved out. Because on my pop side, his mama, I traced her line all the way back. And those people came through Canary Islands, came through the Tainos, came from Andalusia, North Africa. You know what I'm saying? Their whole migration went all the way back and came back through. Now, I was trying to be African at that time. I was trying to find a goddamn slave ship. You couldn't tell me no different. But boy, I couldn't find it. I was trying to find it and I could not find it. And all these people that I was looking at, when they came on through all the way down into West Africa, and then moved out into the Caribbean, and then moved into South America, Mexico, moved back into North America. That was just that whole line where they had connected, came through Canada. I mean, I was just like, well, oh well, oh well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can't find them nowhere. So we gotta really understand. We gotta reevaluate this thing. We gotta really evaluate these things, because then we gotta understand where some of these West Africans, just them people on the coast, where they was coming from, or where they originated from. And when we get into the documents, right? We can't disregard. I'm just gonna let you know, we can't disregard the King James version. We can't disregard the Torah. We can't disregard the Tanakh. We can't disregard the coming forth by day and by night, the Purim Haru. We can't disregard these documents, because these documents are actually telling you a bloodline of people and who they are and where they come from. So, and within all the cap that we see on TV, you got to be able to pick and choose. And I'm not really talking to you guys. You guys know. But I'm just saying, whoever's listening in the chat, you got to be able to pick and choose the information that you can see first, because it always comes out right in the beginning. And you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's a conversation that needs to be had. It's a conversation need to be had. And I think that, you know what I'm saying, Dulcinea, what y'all sisters be doing here, you guys are really touching them strings. And I think it's going to be a great thing with what's going to happen on Saturday. I really believe that. And the last thing I'm going to say is this, is that men fighting women is out the goddamn picture. When women step up and fight each other, whether it be with the mind or whatever, then you're going to have some clarity, and then you're going to have some solution about what's going to happen. And that's all I'm worried. But that's why I said I'm not paying. I ain't going to lie. I ain't paying for it, because I already know what's about to happen. I already know what's about to happen. And it's going to be, and the one thing that's going to happen, there's going to be some clarity. There's going to be some finality with this information.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's definitely gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
I
And
can't.
yeah, why would we do it? And that's where I'm saying, as far as it, people don't want to take the sources for what they say. Even Sakina, she don't like it, but she took the source for
I
what it.
love questioning it. It ain't that I don't like it. I
I know
just
you love questioning. I mean, I'm saying you don't like the basis of saying the DNA tests aren't going to give you an accurate depiction of who you were in the past or what landmass you're from. You don't like that it says that, but she's willing to take that. It said that. It said that. In all honesty.
yeah, it do say that, and that's what
So,
makes me leery.
why would you then say, "Oh, I'm just going to disregard everything that it said and just take
Why
it"?
would I spend my money? I'm not convinced to spend my money to take a test that's saying it can't tell me nothing.
Right.
Why would I spend my damn money?
Exactly. But other people, I mean, you want to believe, and that's how they know they can make billions of dollars off of people like
Right.
you that just want to
Right.
believe it, even with them telling you, we can't tell you this. We
I'm
can't.
not frugal
You
like that. That's really
Some people don't need the trinket. Some people don't need that necklace to just be like, oh, this is pretty. I have this pretty necklace, but it didn't give me no information. Some people don't need to have all of Africa lit up, the whole continent, the whole damn continent lit up to be like, oh, I'm African. Like, they don't need it.
What did I say? Those are,
Said
I
what
said
the better method is. I didn't say what the better
brother
method
Sanchez.
is that
Yeah,
you. Yeah,
brother.
that's why I call it a trinket, because the brother Sanchez called it a
Yeah,
trinket.
he
Some people
man,
don't need that.
he took a machete to that. Yeah, he
Oh,
took a
he
big
he put
machete.
he shut it down.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
him that I was like, after his thing, I was like, oh, I'm not doing this. But I did it because it can let me know actual family members why I did the ancestry. I would never do 23andMe ever. I don't care how many more people do it. I will push people to do the ancestry so we can build our tree from ancestry, because 23andMe is pointless. I gave a better method if you listened, if you were listening to anything I said, but you don't listen to what I say. You just want to argue. You just want to be contrarian. But I gave the better method. The better method is for us to come together. And even if we have our own research centers or however you want to do it, get clusters of family DNA, familial DNA. If you can get your parents, grandparents, great aunts, great uncles, cousins, as many things, have those clusters. Now, once you have those clusters of DNA, now we need clusters of African DNA. Now we need of African DNA families. Now we need clusters of Indian DNA families, Chinese families, Japanese families. We need families, okay? Clusters of families. And then what they can do is, based on the family that we have and all the DNA inserted, they can start telling us what families we're related to, no matter where in the world they are.
Mm-mm. Get your
I,
blood.
I didn't add that part. That is a straight quote from them. Let me go ahead and show that to you right now, because you're saying you guess I added the not eight part. Let me go ahead and show you I didn't, because I saw you skipping over that part. Um, and you read all the other parts, but not this one. See, didn't add it. What does that say? Can you read that? Do I need to get it bigger? Sorry. Well, it goes apart thing. Early Homo consisted of a number of different forms, possibly species, some which overlap time and space, but all of which are clearly human and not ape-like. As Top Cats would say, bars.
No monkey business.
Bars. Didn't add it. Your anthropologists said it themselves.
Stop
yeah.
monkey.
Did y'all
It's
kick
called
me out of there?
it's called autosomal DNA.
Did y'all kick me out of there, or did I just?
No, I think
Did I
it just
just?
let you off.
Yeah.
Does that method currently exist? It does exist. That's how they're finding your cousin, so it exists. But what they do, they don't push it. They don't push it around families because they can make more money with trinkets. They know that's a lot to push to tell you, hey, you need to do the work of DNA as far as this, or for us to do it ourselves. Because if we started doing it ourselves and having our own research facilities, best believe they coming against it. So what's the better option than take the Human Genome Project and say they can tie you to a landmass rather than going into these family histories, especially because there's no way I believe that there are families that have a great aunt could taken, a cousin, someone lost their brother, etc., and they haven't that's not said at all. They don't know anything about it. They don't know that there was a time that they had family members, but then they were taken onto the slave ships. I mean, some family has to have that story.
Dawson, now I'm gonna need you to drop them keys. The monkeys.
Right. Look at it. He said, I'm guessing you added that part. No.
So
Straight
I'm
up.
gonna drop these keys off. What keys? These
And I
monkeys.
shouldn't show that because that's in the thing, but what defense can you have towards it? And so I don't mind showing that because what what can you say to that? What like it doesn't matter. Even if Napas read that part, what could she say to combat that? That her precious anthropologist said that they're not ape-like.
Tell the party you about to drop these keys.
Yeah. No, you can already know that that's in the debate. You can already know that they tell on themselves, saying, "Oh, we use this science to create race." That's what that whole apology is about. Is that they use that science to create race, and race is a fictional concept. Which I'm not arguing that race is true. Who would? Everyone should know that race is fictional.
Exactly. And what did Reggie say the whole time? All those things were social constructs, right?
Right.
See?
Exactly. He said some social construct is what everybody agreed to. So they sat in the office and they sat down is we gonna agree to use these things. And this is where it goes back to everything. And I always bring it back to us. Like, who are we? And nobody's asking the question, who are we?
Monkeys.
They compared to them.
You see what I'm saying? Ooh, ooh,
We
ooh, ooh. Yeah, we scratching and swinging, huh? Mm. Well, I tell you, don't let me get my bone out again. Mm.
It's real.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 12:30. It's 3:30 my time. It's
yeah.
4:30 somebody's time.
Not mine, but yeah, we're about to head to bed. I see KLP now. He must have gone back to that. Now he like reading profusely. But yes, it does say y'all are out of that. Everyone's out of Africa, so sleep well tonight, knowing that yes, it does say that it's out of Africa. But I know that that bothered you, but I didn't add that part. Um, I would still, even with that apology, debate that though, because my whole premise you'll see, because KLP, you said I've given my premise before, and I've never given my premise fully before. You don't know what I believe about it, but there is parts of it that's hidden, and that one of the major parts is that y'all disrespect nature, and you disrespect nature at every turn. You try to give an order to animals, there is no order. You try to say, oh, there's a most important species. There is no most important species. Like, we need each other. We need every part of the ecosystem. And now that we've neglected that and we've destroyed this planet to a point that we don't see a way of returning, that's why you got these white people trying to figure out how we're going to move to Mars. Good luck with that. We're not going to be able to. Like, once this is over, and best believe that we're not destroying the planet, we're destroying our life on the planet. The planet's going to exist, whether it becomes a Mars or anything like that that just doesn't have life anymore. That's possibility, but the planet will go on. The universe will go on. We just won't go on. So it's important for us to actually hone in on these things and understanding that we're just a part of the ecosystem and we need to play our part.
Yes, beautifully said. And deeper than that, I was watching a space show last night, and I come to find out they didn't discover since 1995 about 3,000 uh, planets about the size, even smaller or bigger than Earth, and they trying to find one that uh, they can match up to Earth. With oxygen and water and you know. But my thing is that you done tore this motherfucker up. We ain't going.
Right.
Going nowhere else. Just being honest, you ain't finna go nowhere else and tear up another planet. You didn't tear this one up. So you might as well fix it. That's our problem now. We trying to go somewhere else and rebuild. No, you need to rebuild what we done messed up instead of trying to build anew. We need to rebuild, our communities and fix what we did got and instead of trying to go somewhere else. And what you saying, Mars, that was a good example. But I honestly trying to find another Earth, right? 3,000, it's 3,000 planets they didn't look at so far, and it's probably even more out here. They found some smaller and even some bigger, but they said that with too much protein or plasma or whatever, and too less of something else, you could blow up and die and all kind of hazards. It's incredible. But just to know that that's what they out there looking for. Like, how you gonna get the people there?
Exactly.
You know,
Yep.
you gonna risk your life just to go have a life.
And me personally, because I don't not believe in space, I know I be messing with the flat earthers and stuff, but personally, space is just how I believe it to be. I don't believe we can travel through space because I feel like space is like the heavens type thing. It is I guess you would say like a different dimension. And that's why when people try to travel through space, it slows down. Like, um, traveling could take 3 months, 10 months, or anything like that. They say going through space.
Mm-mm.
So I just don't see it as this opportunity to go through because I see it as another dimension. Like when you're meant to go through that dimension, you're meant to be. But we're not meant to be in that dimension right now because where are we? We on Earth.
Right.
Have you taken a survey of how many black people have said they want to go to Mars?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Sorry, KLP. I argue that humans are essentially the same. There is no such things as race. That is something I definitely agree with. Race is a fictional concept that was given to the same by the same people that call us primates. And that's the part y'all don't like. That race was made up when they defined us as primates. And defining us as primates was how they were able to establish race. Because they were able to say who was closer to primate, who was closer to non human primates, and who was more advanced. And the people that were closest to non human primates would be a particular race. No, as scientists, we strive to eliminate the influences. Yeah, you're giving the actual what the article I said and start. So again, they said they strive to eliminate the influence of bias and racial profiling, and they did. And guess what they said? Early homos are our common ancestor, and they're not ape-like. All this whole apes use tools, all this other stuff, the anthropologists say no, apes don't use tools. Homo species use tools. The whole base of that apology was them admitting that the scientific community created race. How can you go apart from that? How can you say that aside? That whole apology is saying that anthropology is the reason that race was created. Now, when was it created? Who created it? The person that made us primates. That's where I know, like, and I'm going back and forth, but that's where a KLP, I don't think he got a ticket or he's getting a ticket anyways. But this is where this is religious to these people. They're stuck in religion. It's telling you, it's telling you what I'm telling you. It's telling you that we're sorry for scientific racism. We um we are bad. We created race out of saying y'all are primates and all this other stuff. And the early Homo species are not ape-like. The whole basis of saying that we have common ancestors with the great apes is saying that the Homo species were ape-like. And it's saying from the early Homos, from Homo erectus, they weren't ape-like. That's nothing that science says as far as being primates. Don't they say Homo erectus is ape-like? That it has an ape-like shaped head and all this other stuff. This is saying no, Homo erectus isn't ape-like. Homo erectus was already clearly a human that was a hunter-gatherer and used tools. And we said it was ape-like because of scientific racism. I get that. So why don't y'all throw away the scientific racism? Oh, because then you'd have to reevaluate if you're really primates or not. And I can tell KLP gonna be really mad because people are gonna go and they're gonna agree with me on that source. And I can see him in the chat now being like, "That's not what that source meant. She misrepresented the source." That's why I was saying, like, I get it. Like after Saturday, so many people are gonna be like, "Dulcinea is dangerous. She misrepresents the sources. She doesn't read them for what they're really saying." And that's how she's able to influence the people. Uh, Walter Pucker, I'll look him up. He's already a physician at a time that I don't like. Oh, sorry. Walter Plecker asserted that Virginia Indians no longer exist. Ooh.
Say what? What's the point of that?
That's interesting.
What's the point?
It says Virginia has a long history of legally defining people by race. Colonial laws on slavery often use the word Negro and slave interchangeably, and by law, at various times, some Indians could be enslaved and others not. An 1866 law decreed that every person having one fourth or more African American blood was deemed to be a colored person, and everyone not a colored person having one fourth or more Indian blood was deemed to be an Indian. The act is observed. Walter Ashby Plecker, in charge of the state's vital statistic records, employed the law to classify all Virginians as white or colored and to classify Indians as colored. Plecker believed that some African Americans were attempting to pass as Indians and feared the Indians would attempt to pass as white. He obviously documented each and every birth and marriage registration submitted to his agency and manipulated and distorted records to show a genealogical heritage of Virginia's Indians was so intermixed with Virginia's African Americans that no real Indians existed.
So what's his point?
That he
Brandon,
hope
what was your point?
personal. He hope you don't take it personal, but he think you could be a good asset to the community. But he think your bias is holding you back, and it's a shame.
No, I get it. What people, like I always say, people always are like, man, Dulcinea's fired. That would be good if she was on our side. But I just be on the side of the truth. Brandon, say it really quick before we end. Why did you bring it up? But I think his point was that race was created, and that was another because Walter Plecker was a physician, so
Well,
he
my
first
question to him,
vital statistics.
my question to him would be this: well, why did Jesse Jackson coin that term African American in the 80s? If you want to equate that, if you want to bring up Pleckert, why did Jesse Jackson in '84 mention African American? Why did he coin that when Pleckert already done it? So what was Jesse Jackson doing? That's my
Just
point.
showing the racism. Oh well, technically, the source I read said African American, but technically the primary source said colored.
Right, right. But the bottom line is that was the end game. That was the end game. What Jesse Jackson said. That was the end game.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people they say stuff. I don't know they don't know what they're talking about really.
Well, he was saying he was showing that racism, and I'm guessing that Brandon is an Indian as well. Why he was showing that, just to show as far as how they came. Fake Indians love to use Walter Plecker. That article just showed everyone no Indians and African Americans were two different groups of people. No, that's not, and that's how I know
That's
y'all
not
don't even,
true. That's not true.
understand what's being
That's
read.
not
Y'all
see
don't
what
even get
that's
what
not
it
true.
says.
Yeah, that's not true, brother. And you know, if you're
What
American
was the
Indian, much
difference
respect.
between Indians and African Americans?
Well, the bottom line is that what happened is with the Civil Rights Act. The first Civil Rights Act was in the late 1800s, right after Reconstruction. They started creating the Civil Rights Act. So all these Civil Rights Act, when you get up to 1968, that was the completion. If you look up the Civil Rights Act, it had to deal with the Indian Civil Rights Act and the Indian Declaration of Rights. It's under Title 25 USC. They codified
So
it in that.
basically, you have to go by the time period, Sakina. It's 1866. Are they testing blood? Are they testing the blood here in comparison to blood in Africa to say that you have African blood in you? No, they're not doing that. So what do they mean when they're saying they're testing if someone has 1/4 of African American blood? That means they're testing. It would be the same as if you took African American out and you just said more black blood. This is a source from pretty recent. So basically, if this source was from 19, when did he coin African American, Aton?
About 83, 84, somewhere
80.
around there.
So if this was in 1975, let's say, if this source was in 1975, it would read like this. An 1866 law decreed every person having 1/4 or more black blood was considered a colored person because that was what they used in 1975, the term
Right.
black. So basically, they were saying for anyone that was deemed black, you would be deemed a colored person. They're not saying that they separated to say, oh, this person's Africa or how much African blood they actually had. They're saying they separated people amongst being black and they deemed everybody black as colored. And if they had Indian blood, which most likely would be Native American, they were deemed Indian. But Plecker came in and said, no, you're either white or black or white or colored. So if you're white, you would be deemed as white. If you were black, you would be deemed as colored. Even if you had Indian, you would be then deemed as just colored.
Okay, so let's do this, Dulcinea. So let's just work off of, you know, Top Cat, right? You know how he deliver. Now I'm gonna give it to you on this. That's why I said civics is everything because we got to deal with the present of what's in front of us. If you deal with if you
But it
actually
didn't
go
say
to a
African, it said African American.
right, exactly. So my thing is this: if you actually go to you know your old SS5 form when you got to fill out a Social Security application to get a Social Security number for your child, or if you go to Standard Form 181 where it actually gives the description of each of the people, right? And if you actually go to the Black's Law Dictionary, what says what a white person is, and if you actually go to these documents, it says specifically what a white person is. If you're white, that means you come from North Africa, Europe. Those are those people you are.
You're the original peoples, it said. So you're from
So
North Africa, Europe, some portions of Egypt. Sometimes it will
mhm,
say Ethiopia, but it says you're the
mhm.
original peoples when you're white.
Right. So if you're dealing with African American and you're talking about black, it tells you something about a group of people. It's a group, no origins. Now, when you talk about American Indian, those people that originated in America. That's, I mean, but that's just the thing that the brother, much respect to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Feathers up. You know what I'm saying? But at the end
People.
of the day, you got to understand the
Wait,
language
where are
too.
the people in 16, 17, 1800 saying they're Indian and never came from Africa? There are plenty of them. So again, we can just go by what Walter Plecker is saying. Um, he admits there's Indian slaves. He admits there's African slaves. He believes because Indians and Africans are so mixed up at the time, there's no more even letting them pass as Indians. Now they need to all be classified as colored because it doesn't matter if they were Indian or if they say they're Indian. They're now so mixed up with African that they should be considered colored. So that means for the basis of the argument that there were people that were saying that they were Indian.
Very good. Very good. Very good. See, because they don't understand because they still putting a white face on these North Africans and these Europeans. If you understand the history, if you go back to Carlos Quinto, if you go back to King Edward, King James, and all these people, I mean, you'll really understand if you actually do the research and look at them because you're looking at a movie and then you're disregarding the pictures of what they're showing these people what they actually look like. If you look at all the crests, all the pictures, all the things that you see, they putting it right in front of your face, and then you're looking at a movie or a reality show, and then you're letting that dictate your whole future and your whole ideas of what you're talking about. You can't mix those two, man. That's psychopathic. You gotta get correct. You gotta get correct with that. Very good, Dulcinea. Very good.
Well, I already know I'm going to deal with a lot of that, the misrepresenting the sources. People say I misrepresent the sources, but golly, the way y'all misrepresent the sources is crazy. But yeah, we're going to go to bed and name a people. Why don't you start with the Yamasi and go from there? But yeah, we're gonna go to bed and good night, you guys. I'll talk to y'all. Well, I don't think we're gonna go on tomorrow. I'm gonna need a break before I go on
You know
Saturday.
what? One
I
thing they should do,
y'all
Dulcinea.
have a
T-
time that's not supporting it, even though you just support it for me. But
hey, don't
no,
be mad.
maybe
Don't be
some
mad. I don't.
maybe in a couple of
Hey,
weeks, Sonetta will
Tomcat
replay
asked
it.
me the same thing. I'm not going to go look. I'm not giving that no money. So no,
It's all good.
I have faith in my people.
You know,
I have faith in my people.
I just gotta give you a little smoke. But
Hey, but
most
look, here's
likely
what
it
you
will be
tell them.
replayed at
Go
some
to.
point.
Here's what I say to the people. Go to the final rows. Go to the final rows. Type in final rows of the Indian Dawes rows.
I was
You can
gonna
just
say
tell.
Dawes Rose
All
or
you gotta
the
do just do the Dawes rows. You can do the Henderson rows. You can just do the final rows. Go to the archives and watch you see all these names. Then you're gonna be like, oh, them is uh them is the slave names. Nah, they telling you that all these Indians had these names. Nelson's, Thomas, Rogers, Bean, uh, whatever y'all last name is, it's right there. Now y'all might want to say them is them white people, but go ahead, keep drinking that Kool-Aid, and Jim Jones got a nice little field trip for you. And y'all have a good night, sisters.
You
Stay.
too. Thank you so
good
much.
night.
All right, y'all stay
Join.
beautiful. All right, peace.
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 Bizzles came up.
Good night, my African Cherokee sister. Oh yeah, E Bizzle. Peace you there. You want to say something before you close out to my Hebrew Indian brother that doesn't
He
wear no
Indian
makeup?
now? He Indian now?
He been Hebrew Indian. He been Hebrew Indian this whole time. He says the Hebrews are the ones that did the mounds and stuff. He basically
Oh,
almost like Chief Tyrone, but a little less Indian, a whole bunch of Hebrew Israelite. And I never understood that. So the Israelites, he understands the Israelites are Israel and Israel's there. But how are you tying that to the mounds in America?
Well, you know, the Israels are like, and so
He must have fell asleep or he in trouble. One or the other. He got caught up. He not muted.
I'm in the trunk of the car.
Right. Like I would go smoke a cigarette. I'll be back. Hey guys, she's behind me.
Don't say nothing.
Oh yeah, he must have fell asleep. But peace, Nisha. You don't woke back up. You gotta get ready for work.
yeah. That's exactly what's going on.
I knew it. Because I heard one of like either your go to bed alarm or something alarm that went off before. So I was like, oh, that must have been the last alarm being like, get up.
Yes. Well, this has been so entertaining. Thank you so much for the information in the back chat. I was reading it just like Truist was, and that was some heavy information because I didn't know either um, about what was, it was I forgot what the word was.
Oh, degeneracy.
Degeneracy, yes.
Mhm.
And so yeah, that enlightened me as well. Right.
Mhm.
I had got quiet because I looked at the link too. Right. And yeah, that was informative. So I appreciated it myself.
You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. So
Yeah.
definitely, and that's something that after, of course, after the debate, definitely we'll have to come back and all have the conversation of just a lot of the information that I got. And of course, I want the smoke and stuff. Some people would be like, "Oh, that didn't quite hit," or anything like that. To really just us going back and forth on it, because I think this is a good conversation to have, of just being like moving us forward, especially when it comes to the DNA.
Yeah. I appreciate it because I'm just it's not like I'm just being torn apart or anything. I just feel like we should have something that we should be great or have something great to say we come from or have something great to say it's ours at least. America is good and it is our home, but at the same time to say we come from slavery, it's not really a wonderful home for
Mhm.
that reason. Yeah, it is ours, but to know from that much, But when we say this, or we can be the first of something, or just to say it's something of wonder or wonderful, because uh, uh, we got Muslims here, but when you look at the beautiful things in Islam, and then they can say they have those things. That's beautiful. Or you have the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and then you got the French that can go there or wherever it's at, and they can say that's ours.
Mhm.
Just for us to be able to say that's all I'm saying.
And I think that is a good thing, but people don't know. You don't even know. What if your great grandfather was the architect on that? We have this misconception of race, and that's what messes us up as far as really having and knowing that history. Because would people even accept that when you find out you're black and you're related to someone that helped with the Tower of Pisa? You could be like, "What? I'm black. What is that?" But like, we do have a great history, and there's a lot of stuff that is hidden. And I think that's why I like the term Aboriginal, um, because everyone says Moors are Aboriginal because they believe they're Aboriginal to America. But I like the term Aboriginal because being Aboriginal to the earth. We know that the indigenous people around the earth have been subjugated for every area of the earth, right? Because a people came in and they wanted to be superior. They didn't have a really distinct history, so they started messing with everybody else's history, creating race and making themselves the most important. That's what this science is. So the fact that we even went through slavery tells us that we're the Aboriginal people.
Right. I mean, even then, because extension 1910, to say that we have a Native American history, that would be wonderful and fine if they would let us say that. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? But because we can't say that and even own up to saying that, we saying abo and this and that, but we can't even own up to having a American Native, or you know what I'm saying, an
But
American
a
Indian.
native really isn't that great. Native just
Not
means you're
Native.
born
I'm
to
saying
like,
I had to stop because I meant to say American Indian, saying we're American Indian and have that. We can't even have that. So what can we have?
Whatever we
well,
take.
let's just say we're indigenous
Exactly.
till
We
further
can't
notice.
have nothing that has a pride to it.
Right. Well,
Except for,
they don't want us to, and I
you
mean,
know,
why don't they want us to is another question that we may have. But
even up
we
to the
don't
word black.
even.
Black even means something like licorice, just bitter and awful and pain and suffering. I mean, why does everything connected to us have to be disgrace?
Have you ever seen those black people? Because I used to have it when I was younger, and they'd be out in the sun, and the sun dyes their head, so they would have like a red tint or a blonde tint to
Yeah,
their hair, and they're black like you and me. But the sun will be like, oh, they've been out in the summer, or they've been at the sun all summer, and now they have a red tint to their hair. You know what I'm
yeah.
talking about? So like, what if that was a thing, and being like they have ginger in their family? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much of it as far as that we think we can just say, oh, we're not this or we're not that, but
Some of my kids here do that
yeah, they have that red tint. People would say, oh, that's them white people. That's them white people in your genes. But what if it's not?
because it's not.
Yeah, because it's not.
It's really not.
I look at it like we live, we die, and everything in between. Just enjoy the shit because at the end of the day, we dead.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. That's what my husband says. The only thing for certain is death.
Right.
Like, dang, that is true. That's coming or anything. But even that is not really for certain. That's why I tell them we
Oh,
don't
that
know what
is
comes
certain.
after.
We just don't.
Death is, we know we're gonna die, but we don't know what that entails.
That is
The
so true.
European is able to come with to a consensus which unites them. We are fractured until we find a way to unite. That will always overpower us. Well, that's because people don't want to unite with each other, plain and simple.
That's the truth. We
Like,
don't
why would you not
unite.
unite with someone over a label? People don't want to unite with people because you don't consider yourself a primate. Like, it's crazy. The Europeans don't do that. They don't care about your labels. They don't care if a Swedish person says, I ain't from Sweden, I'm from Russia. They don't care. They like, you're going to be a part of this European Union, though. And they add people to the European Union as they need, or what they call white.
Maybe we do it, unite. Maybe that's what it is. We unite, untie. Maybe we need to dissect that word because we do on it.
Hmm.
We do that. We undo it all the time. Maybe that's what it is. We need to decipher some of these words, dissect. Ooh, that's ugly.
Yeah. But maybe we dissect too much. Maybe we should just come up with a term.
You
That's
damn.
not gonna work though. We try. We try. We can try to come up there. There's FBA. That ain't gonna work. FBA already going
Hell
downhill.
yeah, because sometimes we dissect shit and get to arguing. That
Mhm.
ain't how the fuck you do it. You like, damn.
I don't even know what came first, ADOS or FBA, but one of them came first, and ADOS came later, and this. Now Chris Harris got A. That will always kill me. I'm sorry. There's way too many A's.
Yes.
But yeah, we probably have too many groups. But maybe we just need to come with a name. See, to me, everybody tries to hammer down on me saying I'm a Moor, and you're a Moor, you're a Moor, and they try to make it so religious or anything like that. But the basis of me being a Moor is a nationality and with a constitution and a flag.
Let me tell you something. The Moors is hell of a. I love the Moors. Not because I'm a Moor, but because the Moors got Circle Seven, and I don't know, Commissioner. I don't know, y'all rock hard.
Yeah, I like what commission stands for because he's for the government. Now, when he's on his other stuff, I can't. When he's on his space age, God particle, all this other stuff, I can't vouch for none of that stuff. But when we're down to earth, just talking about government, I agree. Like with so much of what commission says, like I don't get it. I don't get this being adverse, but I get saying, well, it's not working. So if it worked, why couldn't it work for 1,000 of you? But I think any term is only going to work with a multitude of people. The power is in the people, not the word or the term. So this is just a term for me that has a flag. It has a constitution. It's already been worked in. There's already laws around it. And when other people are trying to do terms that don't have a law around it, it kind of it sets me aback. Like, yeah, we could say African American, but that's two continents. That's not a nationality. So when I'm arguing nationality, it's like, okay, well, why are you bringing up black? Why are you bringing up African American? Neither of those are nationalities. Now, if we talk about, say you are African American, you find out for real you're from Ghana and I'm from Mali and Nisha's from Senegal. What does that help us if I'm Mali American, you're Ghana American, she's Senegal American? How does that help us at the end of the day when we personally here in America need a nationality that we can have as a conglomerate group to say they effed us over, this group of people?
Right, I think they still stuff on.
Can you have a
How
nation
they
without? And
how
yeah, I
they
believe you can have a
pan
nation without a
African
land as far as when it comes to restitution or this, because when they gave Jewish people restitution, they didn't take Israel and give them Israel yet. That was after they paid them. So after they paid them the money, so showing that they gave them reparations before they even had a landmass, then they went to Israel and then they divided it up and then they started sending the Jewish people back there, saying that half of Gaza or and everything, taking it from the Palestinians and saying that that was owed to them. But they paid them first. They paid them first. And they paid them without a landmass. They paid them just on the basis of them being Jewish American. They lived here and they paid them here. Who names the land? So what is a nation based off? I think it's based off of people, because the basis of my argument is we have to have a nation to say that they screwed us over. If we want reparations, we have to say we're this nation and you put this nation into slavery and everybody in this nation deserves blah 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 money. And I still do have that belief that that's what's stopping us. I know other people say it's not, but I do still hold that belief that we have to have a nation group with a flag and say that you came against this nation before they give us reparations or restitution.
Mm, mm.
Mm. But yeah, I think Indian is not the way to go to because, like I said, they already got their reparations by kicking all the black people out. So how does that work? Will we get them to be like, oh, now they got to say that black people are Indian again to get reparations? I think most of the black Indians don't even want reparations, honestly.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they
it
should,
ain't gonna matter. They ain't gonna give it to us anyway.
that day it should be that day we go for reparations. It could be after that day. It don't got to be a bloodline. After that day, we don't got to be a nation. But all I'm saying is, let's put together a nation to go get our reparations, and then we can separate after that. I'm just like sign the check and then or whatever. But
It's
to
time
me,
we, time we,
if we could all come together and we could just have a bunch of names and flags and we just say, does this name work? Does this name work? That's what we would be doing, in my opinion. We would just going through names until it
we the lost tribes of Israel.
facts. If that gives us the reparations, I'm from the tribe of Judah, like oh,
We the lost tribes. Yeah.
whatever works. We have land. Notice how other nations come to this same land and built a community. Also, we admit that we totally defeated if we have to go cap in hand to the government begging for reparations. That sounds like white people ish to me because Japanese people um, didn't fall defeat and cap in hand to the government. Jewish people didn't fall in defeat and cap in hand to the government. So how come all these other people can get reparations and be significant groups that build community, that build the biggest communities in America, some of the Asian groups and Jewish groups, and they got reparations and they fought for their reparations and got it. So how come they weren't begging when they went to the government and got it? To me, it's a white people argument to be like, because there's so many of us, that's why they don't want to pay us, because it's way more of us they got to pay. So yes, create it. Whatever we gotta do. If
Yes, we are the daughters of the lost tribe of Israel.
you're telling me if a myth got us 250,000 apiece, you ain't going along with the myth?
Yes, we are the daughters of the lost tribe of Israel.
Call it what you want. We have the ability to build our own wealth. And that's another thing. So we can build our own wealth. Or are you
We,
going to turn down a
we,
$250,000 check just because you built your own wealth?
we finna build it with a letter and tell them, with dear sir, we are the daughters of the lost tribe of Israel.
I don't think Jewish people had a president when they went and got their check. I don't think Japanese American people had a leader when they got their check. They had like they had groups like what is it? What is it in the lobbyist groups? But you know what I'm talking about. Not exactly just a lobbyist group, but do you all know what I'm talking about?
Advocate. They don't necessarily right. They don't have to have a leader. They have to have an advocate.
Right, exactly. So that's all they had. They didn't have like a definitive president or anything. They just had lobbyist groups and advocates that push for them to get reparations. And they already said that they owe us reparations. So I guess the question is what's stopping them? I think it's nationality, but they had a myth though in a law book. You talk about the Moors, yeah, maybe, but who else? I mean, let's say it's a myth, right? But we have documents of in the 1600s them creating that myth and them saying we're going to take Moors and make them slaves.
We're not
So,
African Americans. I'm a Negro and Dawsonair is black. So therefore we should be able to get reparations.
yeah, and you say the government will never give reparations. The government will not give reparations because they don't have to. Reparations are given to a nation of people, period. So
Right. And
While we're
African
arguing like
Americans
this to
were
not have
born.
a nation, they don't have to give us reparations. They
And,
only have to give reparations to a nation of people that they transgressed against.
and
That's my point.
and African Americans were born in 19 what
You
1990.
telling me, Jay, right now, $250,000 check to the black Jews, you ain't gonna get one of them. What is it called that you put on top of your head? And go up there to get your check. Cause I'm gonna be Jewish that day.
I'm putting on one of them Abraham Lincoln hats.
I'm gonna have the scarf with the tassels and everything.
Yarmulke.
The yarmulke, yeah. The guys wear that, but the girls wear the wraps. But yes, if they said that, if they said, we, let's say they made an official statement saying it's the black Jews that we enslaved or anything, I'm definitely gonna be like, well, then I'm a black Jew. Like, why
Right.
are people even acting like we wouldn't just hop on whatever they're saying as far as to say this is who we transgressed against, but they're not going to come and tell us what nation would be the right term to actually get the reparations. But I believe Morris is one because we have so many documents that could be taken to court to show that um, they made more slave. And the only other thing is Indians. But the only bad thing about the Indians part is they've already given Indians reparations. So it's going to be really, and they already set the basis that an Indian tribe has to accept you into their tribe to give them reparation. I ain't waiting for them Native Americans. I'm saying let's get the
My
reparations.
nephew, wow, he said, hell no. That ain't how I do business.
Yes, I agree that surrender is defeat. Well, then, are you ready to just fight them for it, or what we got to do? What would it be? What would be it take? What would it take for any of you to accept we are not getting reparations? Never. I'm never going to accept that. It doesn't mean I'm not going to go on life. It doesn't mean I'm not going to build wealth. But generation from generation, we gonna fight for reparations because why wouldn't we? Everybody else got the reparations, so I don't get it. I don't get why we're saying it's impossible when we watch these other groups of people get reparations. I don't get that.
The Reverend's here.
If we're getting that without our own land and separation, then it's all pacification. Pacify me with that check. I'll get land. I'll get my separation. Pacify me. That's all I gotta say.
Revelations 3:9. King JV said, behold.
I will make them the synagogue of Satan, which they say are Jews, but are not, and do lie and behold. Yeah, I mean that was a main one that made me Hebrew Israelite. I ain't even gonna lie. That was one I was like, oh, them Jewish people ain't it? It's me.
You know, I'm stuck because my birth certificate say Negro, and you know them Negroes was Jews. And them Jews was Hebrews. Did you know that?
Yeah, they say. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
was taught too, I was taught that we're Medinka, and that was one of the lost tribes, and I'm from Timbuktu, and I was taught all that stuff. But
Yeah.
you know, what's the truth? I don't know. I'll search for the truth. But in the meantime, in searching for the truth, I ain't giving up reparation. I don't get y'all. Like at the end of those people to be like, oh well, we don't want to check because they'll just throw away a check or they'll just spend it on bullshit. Well, I'm not gonna spend it on bullshit. You could, but even if you deserve your check, even if you went out and just bought nothing but Nikes, you deserve that check.
You're welcome, Reverend.
Timbuktu, Mali. Yep, my dad had from Babylon to Timbuktu.
We just don't have proper representation, period. And
I agree.
everybody else had representation, and we don't. I mean,
Do you think proper representation has anything to do with nationality, or you just think it's just the proper
No,
representation to
I
fight
don't
for?
think it has anything to do with nationality. I think that it has a lot to do with representation and also how they look at us.
But why does that matter? Let's say 50% of us. There's how many people of us? At least there's 50 million of us. So let's say 25 million of us take the $250,000 and put it back in the government. And personally, I believe if they believe that for real, if they really believe that the majority of us will give it right back to them, they would have given us reparations already. I believe that wholeheartedly because why not? If they really believed that we were that messed up, that we would give them all the money back, they would have given us reparations because they know they're getting it right back. So what is it to give us $250,000 and no, we're getting it right back? But that's not what the part that they're afraid of. They're afraid of all the people that are going to do the right thing. They're they're afraid of the transfer of wealth, the extreme transfer of wealth it would be because all of us is not just going to give it right back to Whitey. Some of us are going to create $1 million businesses that compete with Whitey. What do y'all think?
You're right. Yeah. They don't got that kind of money though.
Nah, they got that kind of money. You can make
You
that kind of
gotta-
money. I mean,
we give them that kind of money. They could have been paid us back. They get at least a trillion from just us every year. So based on that, say it takes 25 trillion to pay us all back. I think it's somewhere around there. To pay us 200,000 would be like 25 or so trillion dollars. Um, in the last 25 years, they've gotten that from us.
Right, because to give some people that kind of land, what they gonna do with it is my question. Because to have that kind of land, and then you can't pay the taxes on it, then you
I
can't do.
would actually be joint. I think that was the problem with Black Wall Street, honestly, because I would want to rebuild the Black Wall Street. But I think the problem with Black Wall Street is that, again, you have to have more nationalistic plans. So you can't just be like you on a foreign soil and just working with each other and you only fight back with each other, even if you have like military or anything. I think the best thing to do with that money would be create American and African businesses and have a pipeline in between the two, especially since there's a lot of minerals or different things that are come out of Africa. A third of the world's minerals come out of Africa. It would be very smart to invest in minerals in Africa and get those minerals in America to build different things as far as it for resources and be having that pipeline go back and forth where money is going between America and Africa before it gets to any white man.
Right, you're gonna have to get some coins and some land. Because land without coins is it's gonna be a problem.
I don't think so because you can be an American citizen. Like you cannot deny the benefits we have as American. Even if that's why I think they don't want to give us the reparations because there is benefits. Like if our passport just being an American, we can go anywhere. So we could be going to the Caribbeans. We could be going
You
to Africa to
you
set
get
them. We just
land
don't got the
without no coins, and you're gonna run into some problems. Because what are you gonna do with land, and you don't have no
no
coins?
money. Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. That we could use that money. And like the stuff that I'm saying is way more Pan African than most Pan Africans with no plan. So I'm just saying, like, there's stuff that we could establish. There's a conglomerate of really business that we could establish. And even if 50% of us squandered the money, it wouldn't matter.
Come on.
but see, that's the issue because they see us already as bottom feeders. So, and they know that if we were to get reparations, and who's going to do this and who's going to do that, because now they all got their own businesses. So I think that I don't really see it as I know y'all might want what y'all want, but I don't see it as possible just because they've been like shit. We done tricked them for so long. They ain't getting a damn thing. They was easy to manipulate. Shit, we ain't did nothing wrong. They shouldn't have been so gullible. I don't know. I just look at shit different ways.
I don't know if it was necessarily gullible, but I could see it being a target. I definitely can see it being a target.
I don't know. I guess I don't spend my time thinking about that shit. Like I look at
But
how really
I'm
short they right.
saying, Jay, how do you get independence though? Like one thing is warring, but even to war, we would need money. So, like, I don't see how you could get independence without resources. I'll just say it like that.
Right. Because investments is a it too. With $250,000, you could buy
Right.
some land.
Imagine that though, and I get it, Nisha, because I'm not saying I'm keeping all my hopes and dreams on it, but it's something I would still push because imagine if all of us had it, you know, and we put it together to build something, you know. That's a lot of capital to build.
What we gonna build?
Well, one thing, like I said, I definitely would want to invest in like a place as far as with Africa where we can actually have people mining and getting precious minerals, you know, having that as our own resource. I mean, those minerals can be good when we're talking about even possibly going to war or anything. We need to be having our own minerals to invest in. Then
But see,
other
that's a lot of other. That's okay. I understand that part right there. But you got so much of shit going on right now in Africa that they fighting against each other on different things. Because I be watching the little news based
that's
about
true.
Africa. So it's just a lot, and we put our energy, we focus our energy so much on things that man, it really don't even matter. And that's why sometimes I say, that's why a lot of times I be quiet and I don't say shit and I fall asleep. And the reason being is because I look at this shit as reality. It's really not every generation has talked about unity and what's happened. We're not going to unify because of all these titles and labels that we have and people say, oh, leave your religion at the door. You can't because religion governs your life.
That's true.
So I look at the big picture. You got all of these celebrities, black celebrities, that has millions and millions of dollars. And what they doing? What they doing?
Oops.
They leaving.
Maybe helping the homeless, maybe giving water, but not too much. But so what do you say? Do you say the people just relax? I mean, a lot of I see Asiatics saying water and land is all you need. But let's say we came together. So many people had that plan. Oh, we just get our own land. We go and live on our own land. So what about when you have that plan and then they turn against you? What if they start planning stuff on you or make it look like you I don't know, doing something or whatever so they can arrest you for the rest of your life, then that plan goes to downhill. Or I mean, like there's so much to that. Like so many people have had that plan of let's just get our resource together, get our own land and build our own community. It's never worked. It's never worked.
Why is that?
Um, well, I guess one, they attack the people that have that if it looks like it's going too far. And then the second is I guess us coming together, you know. But there's been people that come together. But another thing is, like you said, it's all based on religion. So no one's able to build that just on the basis of this is a good idea. They always got to build it on, oh, I'm God, I'm King, worship
Right,
me and keep my land.
right, right. Everybody want to be so, and that's the problem. We all got the we all done took all of these books and fairy tales and myths and fables and took that shit to heart, regardless of what that we so lost as a people that anything that sound good, we want to be a part of that. It's I don't know, that should be crazy, man. It really do. We want to be this and that because it sound good. Because we don't want to say that we um are a product of slavery. We don't want to say that. It's a problem. No, I got to be Indian. No, I got to be this. No, my people was this and that. But at the end of the day, the Indians, the black Indians, the black Hebrew Israelites, and me, a nigga, we all in the same pot. We all in the same boat.
Come
No
on.
matter how you try to dress it up, put a skirt on it, put a beret in it, we all in the same pot. So let's really think about what we doing. I don't understand, man. All this shit be crazy, man. It just be, I don't know. It should just be crazy for real. How I do the mentality.
That's all I'm saying is why we just can't have one simple thing that we can just call ours as a people. That's all I'm saying. If we can just have one thing that we can just say is ours. We can't say we're American Indians. We can't say we're African. What can we say is ours? That's all I'm asking. Europeans can say this is theirs. French can say this is theirs. What can we say is ours? Other than we saying we came here as slaves, but we're American. Can we really say something is ours? That's all I'm asking. I'm gonna let
Well,
you do that.
I personally think there's power in numbers. And again, back to my Aboriginal argument is that the best thing, because I mean, even to have a military, we need resources. So the best thing we could do is for every person, every group of people that's being subjugated against around the world, that we unite with them, whether they're Palestinian, whether they're the Dalits of India, whoever, we unite with them. And we unite with them to gain those resources, to gain that power stability, because everyone basically wants the foreigners off their land, or at least to be like, we're in control of our own land and not the foreigners control it. We see, and this is something I said on Sanchez's channel, we see people in like South Africa doing it, or Zimbabwe trying to do it. But when they try to do it, what happens? They can't push it forward because what? The United Nations come against them. They start to embargo them. They start to put extreme tariffs on them, and they make it impossible for their people to earn a living and have any money without being united with the rest of us. There's no way we can say anybody, just one country, can say, hey, this is really our land and we're going to fight back. It's going to take all of us. But the great part of it is that we're majority. We're the majority. It's really like a low percentage of them that control everything. But we never come together in the numbers to really understand that we're the majority.
Hmm. We shouldn't have never cracked that fucking door in the beginning. Crack that door. They
Because
put that.
we need some of them Iraqis and the Iranian people on our side. Because if there's one thing that black people are never going to do, is we're never going to strap bombs to ourselves. That's one thing they good for. Now they'll strap a bomb to themselves in a quickness. They're good at that terrorism stuff. We never going that far. I don't know if we'll ever even go that far as military right now. I think that's gonna come down generations down the line. But right now, I think we're comfortable. We complain, but we're pretty comfortable as Americans.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
All right.
That's why I
Well,
be wanting goddamn. Let's talk about shows about goddamn building this wealth and having something to stand on, and some stocks and some that and that shit. We got to play that game too. Shit. We ain't got to
That
always
is
run out here like
Nisha.
savages and shit like that. Like we don't know nothing. Got to play that game.
Yeah, we are spoiled, Green Pill. We're very spoiled. Like at the end of the day, we're spoiled with our comfort. So even black people, we hate it. We hate seeing the news. We hate seeing all the subjugation against us. But at the end of the day, we're pretty comfortable. That bed's pretty comfortable. We like, oh well, sleep and fight another day. But I'm with you, Nisha. I'm still trying to figure out. I guess we just gotta watch the start stock market because we need to do that whole Reddit thing that they did. What was that? 5 years ago now? How long was that ago? People really got wealthy off of that because you know, uh, I forgot what they're called. Man, it's early in the morning. I can't remember any of these what these groups are called, but there's groups that there's specific stocks, right? That they know are good stocks. They're always going to be good stocks. But they go and they sell them down on purpose. So when they sell them down on purpose, that will bleed the market where it makes all the people scared and then they start selling the stocks. So it brings the stock down to like pennies, dollars, whatever of what it was before. And so when the stock goes down, those groups buy a whole bunch of the stock because it's gonna go back up and they know it. So that's how they get a whole bunch of money. They basically do it with our money, with our taxes, with our insurance monies or anything. They'll go and plummet a stock, buy into that stock, and then watch that it's gonna go back up. I thought AMC and all them would go back, but they really not really hitting like that. People ain't going to the movies like that anymore because of Netflix and streaming. If I could go back, I would go with Netflix because man, those people that really
Right,
get on Netflix, man,
right, right.
GameStop. I don't think GameStop went. Did they? They kind of went up, but it was another one. It wasn't GameStop that they got. They got so much money off of this stock. Oh my god, them white people off Reddit, and then everybody went back to them after that, but it was too late. They went and got their money out. There was people that put their life savings into it, and then they end up getting millions of dollars. They put everything their family owned into that stock.
mm,
Right. So if we never get reparations, if that never happens, right? What
mm.
I mean, how is that? I mean, okay, so it'll be nice to get, but that is not a focus of mine at all. Not a focus.
So what if they did like the grant thing that they're saying? Like if they said, "Hey, reparations would be a form of house grant," you wouldn't do it.
You said you broke up a little bit. You said reparations would be in the form of what? Like grants
Like a
and
house grant. They're saying like, "Here, you'll get $50,000 to buy a house."
ooh, that ain't nothing. But let me tell you something. I'm gonna take whatever I can get. And when we was talking to Anton that other time
Mhm.
and about him not receiving grants, but then again we saw that they do get
Yeah,
grants.
that's why I said you knocked him out with that. It was Violet. I couldn't remember her name at the time, but
Right,
I was like, you sucker punched him, and he went to sleep with that. Like you say, you don't get dance, but on your website here, Violet is grant writing.
Right.
Come on.
So even with even with that, listen, I'm gonna take every. This is how I, in my mind, how it works for me in my mind. I try to utilize every resource that I can in order for me to live. In order for me to, I'm not just sitting around hoping and praying this shit gonna happen, waiting on a God to come and save me. Cause y'all know I don't believe in none of that shit.
Right.
But I'm doing what I need to do, even though I don't have any kids. I'm doing what things that I need to do to make sure my cousin's kids have something, be okay.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm
Maybe
look.
your house would actually be really good because think about it. One thing for us is that we don't have the mindset for this. So yeah, they know that we would just be putting 50K down to get like a 350 to $500,000 house because we want to live lavish and live large. But if we took the 50K and invested in like commercial real estate, like a duplex or something like that, as far as that could bring in income. There was this other guy that I don't remember his name, I was following, and he was like, there's even grants and a lot of help to do this, where you can go and buy yourself a little fourplex, duplex, or whatever, and you basically could have no money down based on whatever. If you have the first house, HUD, different things like that, helping you for no money down. And then you're renting out those other places, or you rent the whole thing out. That's just income. So now you're paying off the monthly rate with their rent and you're pocketing some. That's what people are doing. They're not going in to just be like, oh, let me have my dream house. They're going in like, let me make money off of real estate.
So y'all remember when a couple of years ago, when they was in Detroit, when they was selling basically blocks for nothing, really, right?
Right.
And then you got to think about in 20 or 30 years, you know how many black people, even people that don't even live in Detroit, own land buying property in Detroit. So, you know, in 20, 30 years, once things change, because things always change, situations change. That that is a good investment.
Hmm.
They gonna see their money back.
I
And
wanted to do that too,
yeah,
and going into Detroit and yeah, we want to. I mean, what do you do, KLP? You gonna come and help us and come up here and talk about some of this stuff? But yeah, I was looking into that because there was a lot of there's a lot still abandoned houses that
yeah.
you could get for little and like renovate them, and then like you said, it's not going to be down forever. And even if you're taking a little right now, the rent maybe $1,000 a month. I mean, that adds up. That's $1,000 of income that you have that you
Especially
put
no
2,000 to
mortgage.
5,000 in. You know.
Right. You have no mortgage, it's clear and free.
Hmm.
So I don't think that giving us $50,000 is going to work. They might as well just give us properties. Period. Give us land. If it, whatever's on it is what's on it. But just give us that shit. Don't spoon feed us. And this is what I'm gonna give you 50,000 just for this purpose. Don't tell me how to spend my money. If you gonna do some shit, if it's actually reparations and y'all gonna do some shit, y'all do feel like
But
y'all
think
owe
about
us.
it. They know land is more lucrative. They know land is more expensive. That's an argument the Native Americans have. There's Native Americans right now that got like $2 billion in a bank waiting for them. And that tribe, I forgot what the tribe name is. That tribe will not touch that money because they're like, we don't want your $2 billion. We want part of our land back, but they're not giving it back. They're like, oh, this is a tourist attraction. This is giving us way more than the 2 billion that we're giving you. So like that's where land is kind of hard to come about because they understand the lucrative as far as to give someone land. What area? Is there good schooling? Is there gang activity in the area? Is there nightlife, transportation easily accessible? See, some of those things we can take care of.
Yeah.
Some of those things we can make sure there's good schooling. Some of those things we can take care of and make sure there's not gang activity. A lot of stuff with gang activity is because opportunity. Nightlife is all around America. Let's be honest. We can make a
Now,
lot.
see, I can't agree with the gang activity because there's not opportunity. Now, I think that's a bunch of bullshit right there because it's the mindset. It's not because, listen, everybody that's in these gangs could go and get their ass a damn job somewhere. Somewhere. It is not, we can't keep looking at this shit like it's 1935. For real. It's opportunity, and you got to make opportunities also when there is none. So it's laziness, and we keep using this. Oh, the white man did this, and we know he did that. Okay, and what? And what? I done did a whole bunch of dumb stuff in my life. I done been to prison. Now I'm a business owner. Plus I got a job. So it's really no excuses. You could do something. You don't have to resort to this downtrodden mind frame. That's a problem. It's not. It is
Well,
opportunity.
when you're young, when you're young, do you see it like that? Do you see it like you're on the street, you need money? Do you see it like, oh, I can go to McDonald's and make $15 an hour? Or do you see it like this can help me build or anything? I understand it's not the same, but I do think that fast money is not something people want for a lifetime. They look into it to be like, hey, I'm gonna turn to fast money to get me out of this situation, but then they're stuck.
But them situations, see, this is the thing. The situations is not the same situations before. We in 2023 now. It's not the same as 1945, 1965. It's different. And if you in poverty for real right now, it's a problem with how you moving in life.
Mm-hmm.
It's for real. If you are really in poverty, like really in poverty, like third world in poverty, something wrong with you. It ain't because of nobody else. It's something wrong with you and how you moving. Now I don't know if you need to go and get you some mental health help.
That's sometimes the case too. Green pill, I don't know what she doesn't like about it, but there's no way she can say that it's not there. Nightlife is definitely in Houston.
Right, I
Houston is
want to
the
go to Houston.
biggest city in Texas, and we're the biggest state. So, yeah, there's a lot of nightlife now. Yeah, it could be different. I mean, Houston is like our New York. That's like more of the city that doesn't sleep. Like, I don't know what she don't like about it, but it's not that it's not there. And
Mm.
Peace Barn Dog, that's good. See, but do people know this? Do they know that those opportunities are there to own their
Yes, a
own
lot of
business?
people do know, but guess what? They so conditioned and what things. A lot of people do know. A lot of people do know. We are not as ignorant as before. And if you don't know, then what you do? A closed mouth don't get fed. So you ask. It's the mind frame, it's the mindset that got us messed up. Like I said, if you really in poverty, like below poverty level, it's a problem. It really is a problem. And it's more so like even for the gangs, it's more so of uh them gang members do have jobs, Nisha. They hood pharmacists. But at the same time, you get as so now. At the same time, it's not that. It's a lot of it's a lot of messed up parenting. It's a lot of messed up parenting. That's a big problem. Also, we got to look at ourselves as parents and see that shit we done messed up.
That's true, but that's why I say two opportunities like that 13-year-old that got killed. And one of the first things his mom said was, "Oh, well, I don't know how I'm going to survive. He was helping me. He was helping me with money. He was helping me with the rent." Like, that's crazy. That is
Right.
crazy. You got your 13-year-old son out here getting money. And how else are you going to get money? You can't work at 13. Can't work until you're at least 15, 16 in most states.
Okay, look
So
what she doing. What are you doing? You can't put all of that weight. And see, that's what I say back to parents. You can't be putting that weight on your kids like that. Like he the man of the house at 9 years old because you ain't got no nigga, bitch.
right.
What's wrong with you? You can't be putting that weight on these kids like that. Let them enjoy their youth. Get you together. That's the problem.
That's a fact. Those are facts. But yeah, we definitely gotta figure it out. We'll definitely have that stream though. We should talk about it, and I would love to get someone on too that could talk about the real estate and investment. And the main thing about investment group, because I don't know where Cosmic Mind, but that's his bag. Like, when can we have an investment group? When can we get people coming together and putting together $100 a month? And then if we got 10 people doing it, think of how much money that is. The main thing is though is the plan. It's like, yeah, okay, we do have the resources to have the capital, but then what? Like, that's why I never hear from people. What is the plan?
Right. So look at take that. What is the plan? And do we really want and that's the whole thing. What do we want? How do we want to see the rest of our lives? Because I'm 45. I ain't going back the other way. So how do we want to keep arguing about our nationality, where we from, who we are? Or we want to live this life, enjoy it the best we can, because it's certain things that like we don't nobody really talks about dinosaurs if they were real. That shit done pass. A lot of things done pass. We don't really talk about the Great Depression. We don't really talk about none of everything passes. So is we gonna stay in this stuck state, or is we gonna move on? Because a lot of these conversations, it keeps us stagnant. We not moving because we too focused on trying to figure out who we are. And I hate, you know what I hate? One thing that I hate what people say, how are we gonna know where to go if we don't know where we been? That's some
I agree with this
bullshit.
part.
That's the dumbest shit ever. What you mean?
So just erase our history altogether and just move forward and just say fuck it.
It's not about erase it, but we can't stay stuck on a same issue
We
like
ain't
these
saying stuff on it, but
conversations.
we don't know nothing about it.
But that still ain't gonna stop my motion. And it
It ain't
does.
stopping mine. It's
It
just
stop.
time.
It stops a lot of people motion. It does. Because if it didn't, then we would be further as a people if it didn't stop the motion. Because now they got to sit down and waste all their time figuring out what used to be instead of worrying about what need to be.
Well, seeing that they have hidden it so long and now you just now discovering it, that's the
Okay,
problem.
but and what I said one time before is let that be past time. Worry about your future right now. That's past time. Figure that shit out as you go along, but don't make that such a big main issue in your life to where now you giving all of that your energy and not you don't want to be 80 years old with nothing. You can't even now you in somebody back room because you done messed up your whole life worrying about this, that, and the other. Now you don't have a pot to piss in our window to throw it out of. Priorities. I understand wanting to know who you are, this, that, and the other, but that's not gonna eat up my whole life. Because
And
guess what?
that's the big
Life is
thing
an
too,
eat
'cause
up.
I think it is something it's important. Of course, I think that's important. You have
Right, but whose
how
whole life
much of
is an eat
knowing
up?
yourself is about knowing yourself present day. I know we talk Sankofa, we talk about looking into the past to see the future, but how much of it is knowing your present to see the future? Like, I think sometimes that gets lost into the conversation because who my great grandma is isn't me. I'm me. And what
Right.
am I doing? Because my
Right.
legacy isn't going to be based on what they did. It could be great to add that into it to be like, oh, I have a great legacy behind me. But then how am I forwarding that? And if my great grandma was great, but like Nisha said, I ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out for, what does that matter?
Well, what
Right.
is a conversation? Is a conversation my whole damn life? Today stopping tomorrow?
But
What
I
Yes.
we
mean, you
talk
got to
about
think
it
about
today?
this. You got to think about this particular conversation. Yeah, a lot of
Right,
people
but
have gotten rich
that's
off
not.
of this
I'm saying,
conversation.
wait a minute, hold on, because my whole life, if I had a conversation today, and my oldest child is finna be 38, and my 25 years of marriage and everything that didn't happen up until this day, and I'm having a conversation today, and did I say I was finna kill myself just because I said this? Does that mean life stopped for me and I'm finna end everything because I'm seeking knowledge and asking questions? Does this mean that everything finna stop at this point because I want to know about the things that was hidden? Or is this the interest? And because of this seeking interest and knowledge of the things that has been hidden for so long that you want to seek for, this is such a irritation of something that is holding something back, that it's going to stagnate something. I don't understand. What is the problem?
You got
Because
to think about it from the group perspective. So,
okay,
like,
but
yeah,
this is not and this one thing for the group that has not deterred the group.
it has
It
though.
has. It
It
has.
How?
has though,
Because
because we don't have anything to show for all the years of working for it. We don't have anything to show for all the
all the
years
years
of
I
John Henry
anything
Clark.
I've
He
asked was
had
within the
he
group.
had something to show for it. He had a lot of money, but we don't have anything to show for the years of John Henry Clark. We don't have anything to show for the years of Dr. Ben. Maybe a medallion, maybe a daishiki, maybe an event that's thrown, but we don't have anything really tangible for all those years of his life that brought. We don't. And
You
it
have the
maybe
knowledge
one
he had.
person.
You didn't know what he had. You didn't know what he
I'm
knew
not
until
talking
he did
about
it.
what he had. We know that he had something. I
But
didn't
you
say
didn't know
he
what
didn't
he knew
have.
until he showed until
But
he
what has that gotten the group? Knowing what he taught.
it got you the knowledge. You didn't know it before he taught it.
But if the knowledge doesn't lead to anything, what does it matter?
Right. That's my point.
Oh well, then I guess if y'all didn't know it, then it didn't. You wouldn't have knew.
Okay. So if I
You
don't know,
didn't
so
find it know.
if I never heard of uh Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, if I never heard of none of these people, right? If I never knew nothing about the Underground Railroad, if I never knew any of that stuff, how would it change my life?
Well, since it didn't do nothing for you, then why are you doing DNA and shit? Saying
That's two different.
no, this is the point. Saying that nothing that you've learned from none of these people have caused or sparked any of your interest, then why are you moving forward with some of the things that you have learned from these people?
I haven't. First of all, that's not what I said, and secondly, it doesn't matter
It
Listen,
does matter because if you have not learned anything from these people, why are you taking some of their knowledge moving
the DNA
forward
is
in the
not there.
same?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
What I'm telling you is, I was using as an example. If I didn't know anything, period. It's a lot of people that don't know, right? But they still moving forward in their life. They still doing what they have to do for themselves and their family, not knowing all of this stuff. But some people get caught up and not progressing because they're stuck on information that's not providing anything tangible but the knowledge. And who's to say that knowledge is 100%? We don't know. It's other opinions. That's what books are. Other people viewpoints. And for me, why I took the DNA test, it wasn't no reason. I took it for a reason to find
yeah,
my
I know. Yeah,
family, my grandfather. I really took it to find my grandfather's family.
no, I
That
know why
was
you
my
took
main
it.
reason.
I know why you took it. I wasn't saying it for that reason. I'm saying, and I understand that's what books are, other people's opinions. So I got that, but I was trying to understand why you were saying people getting stuck. Like that's the reason why people do things is for that very reason. But I wasn't understanding why you saying they're getting stuck.
They're stuck
Because
because these initiatives are not new.
Right. I get that
Chris
part now.
Harris's A is new, but his
Right.
agenda behind A
I
ain't
get it
new.
now, but I didn't get it at first. I get it now. When y'all saying people getting stuck, like they really literally getting stuck. Like I didn't get that part.
Right.
yeah, no, they are because we're not gonna I don't know, life to me is bigger than um wanting to say that I'm African American or an American in American African or however Indian Native. I don't know. It just that's I don't know that doesn't move
Yeah,
me.
I get it.
It doesn't do
And
anything for the
I've
quality of my life.
introduced this idea for years now, as far as to be like, we need another Black Wall Street, that this time we're circulating money through Africa and back. And like there's not even pan Africans that I can go to that are like, oh yeah, let's put our money together and do that. That's a good idea. Like there's so many resources that we could do. Like even Boosie has gone and be like, oh, I can invest in gold over there, or diamonds, which I wouldn't say like just for gold and diamonds. I would say for us to be more intricate in the resources that we get, just because there's a lot of resources that people need. And right now, Asians are doing it. Europeans are already doing it. So it's not like this is a new concept to establish these businesses, but it's just a concept that we're not gonna do. We're just not gonna do it. We're just gonna be the ones that wait for the middleman, and that's it. And it's like, what's the point? What's the point of being Pan African if you can't establish anything? What's the point of saying I'm African American if I don't have a goal in establishing? I don't understand the point of a lot of these groups
Yeah,
other than for, I guess, pride. But I
right.
don't even understand the pride part, because I sat and talked to someone that said it's too much. You're asking too much to even have a pride in a single country. Like that's crazy to me. He was comparing, oh, that's like you needing to know the street name. You need to know the street name is the same as knowing a country, a whole country. Like it just don't make sense. I don't get the objective. I don't get what the end game is to most people, other than maybe getting rich off of people for giving the information, or I don't know. I don't know their end game. That part confuses me. And I do see, as far as with a lot of people, the end game isn't for anything progressive. The end
Right.
game is just, I don't know. It's just like, oh well, I can say I did it at the end of the day. Like there's
Right.
not a whole bunch of Brother Reggie's putting together a Black City plan. Let's be real.
That part. That part. Right, because we can have pride in all the things we establish, and you know what I'm saying, our careers and whatnot, as being Americans. But ancestry, I'm always have pride in my ancestors for what we've done as being African Americans. But just to be just saying, we're uh prideful slaves, hostages and slaves of America. That's not really a prideful thing.
I don't
That's
know.
what I'm
I
saying.
guess I look at it as what's done is done. Let's move on.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, no, no.
And I get it too. As far as it, I've been always been the same. But to me, I don't see. I mean, if Queen and Zinga is not pushing you forward to be a queen, and all it is a so you can put a queen at the end of your name, or if knowing an African goddess is just like so I can put a goddess on the end of my name. What's the point?
I mean,
Like,
it's not. It's more. It's not so much as a title or anything. I'm just saying, it's bigger than that. It's not just you can say you can put a title to it. It's just I don't know. It's just bigger than that. It's like we've always have to be at the bottom of the totem pole. And I'm just like, damn. We debunking everything for me my whole life, and now even here we got to be like, damn, even this, what ain't nothing left, and that's how I feel. So excuse me for my feelings, but there's nothing left.
but what if there was nothing there in the first place?
It doesn't matter
Mm.
because at this point there's nothing left. So if it wasn't nothing, there's nothing left. When you strip everything, there's nothing left. Maybe when
I think people were saying that, yeah, that she would have like male wives and she would kill them off after sex. She was like a bee. I don't know, but I guess something like that. Yeah, Queen and Zinga.
Mhm. But do people really realize that everybody wasn't the king and the queen? Can we can we really
no,
understand that? Like
So that's what I'm
everybody,
it
saying.
doesn't
Like,
matter if everybody wasn't the king or the queen. Y'all making more out of it than even I'm gonna make more. It's like again, it's like England has English people. France has French people. Even though America has the melting pot, the average ideal of Americans were specific, and then they made it racist. So even then we were picked out. We were imported to be slaves. So again, if you are comfortable with that, then that be you. And you can say it don't matter. Fine. I want to be ripped out the plastic because I'm feeling brand new. So if you don't matter, then that's fine with you. But that's not okay with me.
but how's it saying you don't matter? Because like,
Because
even
that's
if
how I feel. That's
what is
just me right now. I want
what
to feel,
has
I feel
my
different.
question is, so there's been a whole bunch of people that have
Okay, just
were
like
telling
you
that
don't
they
want to
were
come from
Semitic, right?
Africa, just like you don't want to come from
It's
Africa.
not that I don't want to come from Africa. It's just
Okay, well,
about
just like you don't
either
want,
I
I
came
don't want
from
to feel
Africa or
like
I
I don't want
didn't.
to feel like
You can't be both. But let's
I
go
don't want to
into
feel
Kemetic
like I
people.
don't want to feel like I am just some kind of lost imported something that you can just treat any kind of way, just name any kind of thing, just puppy dogged along, and just we don't know where we from, we don't know who we are, we just you can't be this, you can't be that, you can't do this, you can't do
So
that. That's
listen
how
to my question, Sakina, because for a plethora of years, what people had did was they said, okay, instead of just focusing on me being a slave, I'm going to say that my people are from Kemet. And Kemet did all these great things. Look at the pyramids, look at this or whatever. So I think of myself as a person from Kemet. They even tied Kemet people as in running away to West Africa. And they said, oh, those were the people they took. They took the Kemetic people that were in West Africa. So my question is, now there's years, over 50 years of being taught that, of being like we're committed people and all this other stuff. What has that produced?
It produced a bunch of people that said that's not true. Those are not them. They're not Africans. This is not that.
What
That's not.
about the people who believe that they're commit? What did they do? Just sit back and let the people tell them that they're not commit?
No, we got these people right now saying that's not true. These are not those
Yeah,
people.
but what did the people that believe it build?
Not them people. This is not true. That didn't
But what
happen.
did the people that believed it, that the people are going against, what did they build?
This is not true. That didn't happen. This ain't that.
That's the people going against them. If they actually built something,
Exactly.
though,
So
but if they built something though, then they could be like, "Oh, it doesn't matter that you're coming against
everybody
me
in
and saying
science
I'm
and
not
everybody
that."
else is trying to
But
debunk it. So
you
what these
have
people say?
because you have these people on the outside. Say it's me. I'm one of those people. You have these people on the outside, like me, that are saying that didn't build anything. My child is still failing math. My child is still failing science at an exuberant amount of numbers. My kid is still on the way to flipping burgers and not doing anything with their life. So you teaching them he's from commit didn't help.
I think it's about a feeling. People want to feel a certain way. It's a problem. People want to feel a certain way or something because I don't know. At the end of the
I'm
day,
not people. I'm not people, and I don't want to feel a certain way. I just said the problem is that why do we cannot have or come from something great?
okay. What if we don't come from something great? How about that? Let's flip it. What if we don't come from something great? What
We
if we
don't.
come from shit and piss and all of that? What
We
if we come
do.
from all of that?
We do.
So how is that going to affect your life in another way? If by knowing we're something great, and then on the other hand, knowing that we're not something great, how is that going to affect your life either way?
Excuse me. I've already done. I'm retired right now. I'm disabled. I've already done a wonderful part of my life, and if I want to pick up and do comedian here and there, I can still do that. Um, but pretty much I've done a pretty good job. I raised my kids. My grandson's 16. Um,
Do you
right
think
now,
you could have all the things that you have without knowing that you're from a great
oh, I
past?
just started. I just started. I've been a committed practitioner for a little over a year and a half, and so this is pretty new to me. Um, so how would it affect my life? Hmm. I don't know yet because I haven't really studied that long.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a problem at per se or anything. Either way, whether
Right.
you will be like you're coming from shit or you come from greatness. But I believe I agree with Nisha in saying that it is a problem when people push it to be such a big deal. When people push it to be like this is where the answer lies when we know for a fact it's not. We've had so many people from all the John Henry Clarks to Tupac. Like we have so many people being like, we came from greatness, we come from a past, we've done this, we come that, we done this, and the science is out that doesn't affect us. That's why I do push to like learn science. That's why I do push to learn math or anything, because that's where our real future lies. Our future lies in creating business, in creating patents, and doing things in this world to make it greater for ourselves. There's no benefit in being like, I know Queen Amarina, even though I do know who she is. I know that Queen Sheba is based on a real person. That's cool. I know that, but there's no true benefit to my life in knowing that. I mean, other than collecting a nice amount of history to say that I can pass down and teach my children about, and so they know history, there's really no benefit of it to be like, I came from greatness and that makes me be great. The only thing that can make me be great is me.
Yeah, yeah, right. And that shit start at home too. What your parents instilled in you. Um, period. Regardless of a damn story. Uh, my grandma always told us that shit. You know, just like with people, you could do anything. You could be anything. It's not. I mean, you are great yourself. Period. I could have came from wombats and pig nuts. It don't matter. It really don't.
Maybe I'm just thinking too big. Maybe I'm just thinking too big.
I don't think, like I said, it's not bad. It's not bad to think about those things. I guess it's just about how much time, how
Yes.
much time is being invested into that. That's
Yes.
the biggest
It's not
question.
about time being invested into it. I just think I'm thinking too big. It's not. I don't know what y'all think. Maybe y'all thinking too big, and I'm not thinking big enough. Because y'all thinking about investing time into it and all this other. I don't think I put this much time into it. Like, I don't know.
I mean, you personally, you may not, but you gotta admit the community. If we're
Yes.
talking about the consciousness community, we could easily say 90, at least 95% of the time is it is. And really, it's really more like 99% of the
Yes.
time is on this. 99% of the time, we're combating the Hebrew Israelites. We're saying we're African. We're combating the Aboriginals. We're combating the Indians. We're combating. What is the other time? Even the people that say that they're scientific illiterate are about scientific literacy. What can they show for it? Even the little and I'm not hating on the little schools that they are, but they're basic. They're not giving much. They're not giving the children much. They're not teaching that much. They're not giving anything further to further us along. They're only keeping us going on status quo, which
Yeah, because
is, are we
even that
even
be throwing me
past
off.
status quo?
Yeah, the status quo throws me off because even with the answers, because like I said, my mom's birth certificate say color, right? My birth certificate say Negro. My two oldest brothers' birth certificate say color. Me and my youngest brother's birth certificate say Negro, and then my kids' birth certificate say African American, right? And then you younger than my daughter, and yours say black, and I'm threw off with it. And yeah, we talking about depending on where you were born. What? This is ridiculous. What are we saying? So this classification and then it depend on where you were born, and then I'm feeling like no. This is I'm feeling like it's racism. Ain't nowhere in the world I should be walking around with a birth certificate that say Negro.
It definitely is racism. That part is racism, but I guess our thing is, say if it said Indian, what then?
If they was calling us Negro, and then you put Negro on a birth certificate, That's two different things. But if you put black on it and calling us Negroes, that's a whole different thing.
I don't know. I
Now,
guess I
all
don't
of
get
those
caught
are
up.
misnomers, though, all of them. So,
Exactly. So I'm just trying to get it together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
right.
that's a whole different thing. When you calling us Negroes and then you put Negro on the birth certificate, but yeah, you call us Negroes. And then then we when we say a birthright act and then all this other stuff, and then here we go again with this separation. Then this is why we can't come together.
Mm.
That's a good question. I would personally say that racism started with myth and then was pushed by science.
You see what I'm saying? So this is why we can't come together right now. It's the foolery.
Mm. Yep, pretty much.
But honestly, if we're building something, people come together on it. Everyone's waiting for each other to build something to come
You
to
know, and
come.
that's why and this is why I say the only reason I say Africa, because it's the only place I know where people like us look alike in one place. And that's the only reason I say it. Is because that's the only place that people like us look alike. That's the only reason. If they could have looked like that in Asia, and all of us look alike in Asia, I say Asia.
Well, then
If
it's Africa and America where people
if
look
it would have
alike.
been if it would have been in Hawaii, and if only people like in Hawaii, and they all were Hawaiian, and they look like us, just the whole island, then I would have said Hawaii. But they cannot be mixed. That's what I'm saying. Like in France or anywhere else. Not two and three different color people. I'm just saying one. That's it. I just want that. Somewhere where I can say, this us.
But you have that. You just said you have Africa. So the question is what has that built? Because people have
It
been
doesn't matter what it has built. I'm just saying for once. Everybody else can say that, Dawsonia. Can you just
But
go with
no,
that?
people have said that too. Like it's
But
not
we
everybody.
haven't.
This is a new, yeah, this is a new concept to fight back against this. People have been saying, African Americans have been saying they're African for at least 50 years now, some longer than that. That's not a new concept for us to believe that we're African American. It's only being fought back now that you're saying, well, people are trying to debunk it. Well, people are coming against it because they're saying, what has that given us? What has
Let me
that
say
built? All our parents thought they were African American. So what?
no, because all our parents was told go home. Stop that. All our African American parents were told to go home. So much so that they were receiving letters and all kind of stuff saying go
So you're
home.
saying that's what stopped them? And now we're the generation that has it. Now we're fighting it back being African. What
I
do you
mean,
mean?
come on now. We were never, this was never no invitation, no invite, no, none of that. This
But
was
we here
never,
now. We here now. What we do? We here now.
no. We here now. This is not, see, y'all making more, I'm not saying that. Y'all, listen. All I'm saying is why is it that we cannot have something to call our own? If y'all can't understand that, then just say and just leave it
No,
there.
no, I understand that, but the thing
It's
is,
not about
that we've
it's not
had
really
that for
about
years.
what
We've
it's not
had that
about
for
moving
years.
forward. It's not about what would it stop in my life or none of that. Understand, I'm almost 60. I've had a whole beautiful life. I've had a whole beautiful career. I've done a lot in my life. Honestly, I've raised 5 kids. I've raised even more than that.
So you wouldn't say
I
in the
wouldn't change
majority of
one
your
thing.
life that Black people consider
There's
themselves
nothing in my
African?
life that I would not change. I've been through racism and all kinds of things. I've had a wonderful childhood. I've lived a beautiful life. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay, so would you
I'm
say
saying
that
the
most of
last
the people
since
consider
since
themselves
I've been
African to you?
and going through this, some of this has broken my heart. Honestly, just listening and reading and studying, and some of this is just mind blowing. And I am saying that watching the debunking and everything that I have seen and heard is amazing. And all I am saying we have debunked so much that even to the point that Egypt is the last thing that we can even say that the faces and places are not even ours. There is nothing left that we can call to say is our own.
The rest of Africa, I mean Egypt. Yeah, I don't understand this fascination with Kemet, and it was.
It's not even Kemet. I said Egypt. That's this part of. I said Egypt. I said Africa. We can't even say that the rest. None of it. Because even the people that's in Africa, in Egypt and in Africa, saying that we're not them. We can't have nothing.
Well, you got to see it from the perspective of younger people. It's younger people mainly that's coming to debunk it. And again, like it is going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing over the years that keeps happening, because what younger people are seeing is it brought no benefit to our lives. It brought none. It's not a thing that it was like, oh, it's not enough people that were committed. There was a whole time that all of you guys were committed. It's not a thing that not enough people considered themselves African. There was a time that all Black people basically thought they were African, but it hasn't gotten us anywhere. And the young people want to go somewhere. They want to get somewhere. They want to accomplish something. They don't want to be like,
I don't
oh, we
understand why
accomplished
they are
something
not accomplishing
in
anything. This makes no sense to
3500
me. Why are
BC,
they
and I'm
not
good.
accomplishing shit? People are still accomplishing since they had to dig that shit up. What are we
They're
talking
not
about?
accomplishing anything. They're not accomplishing anything. Most of us are going to go work for a white man. They're not accomplishing anything but furthering
I don't
some white
understand. They
man's
dug that
wealth.
stuff up in 1920 something. They had to dig that up out the
Yeah,
sand.
that was white. Yeah,
They
that
had
was
to dig
white
it
people
up.
that dig that up. Yes, white people
Exactly.
dug
So
that
why
up.
are we acting like we stuck when they dug that up in the 1920s?
Because it
Can't
hasn't,
be stuck
we're
on
in
something that we just dug
2023.
up.
They dug it up in 1920. We had a whole agenda to be like, that was us. We did it. The Black people did it. We had the whole, like I said, the medallions, the dashikis. We had the movements. We had the people teaching. Oh, that was us. But that hasn't brought anything.
The
That
sheep
hasn't brought
didn't come from
anything as
Egypt.
far
They
as to
came from
benefit
Jamaica.
us.
What are we talking about? They wasn't wearing dashikis from Africa. They wore that from Jamaica. They
It
didn't have
doesn't
nothing
matter
to do.
where they got the dashikis from. I'm saying as far as the part of the pride that dashikis came from is from that 1920 excavation. Part of what everyone taught is that's us. Oh, you see the great things that they built. You see the great things that they're finding. That was Black people. Even when white people were saying no, it wasn't. We fought back on that. We said, yes, it was. Those were Black people. But it's coming at the time that people are looking at their children. People are looking at where they ended up in life, and they're saying that didn't help us.
When they first started off with them excavations and stuff, they said them people was white, doesn't they?
But
Clear
we always fought back on that. We
everybody,
always fought back on that. I can show
everybody,
you African people from the earliest African conferences, and we always fought back at those white people
and they
saying,
always fought back, even when they started making them movies, from Ben Hur to
and
uh,
we never believed it.
everybody, even from the
And that was
all
what white people believed, but we never believed
everybody
it.
knew they did it from all the way to 1965, 1966, all the movies they made when they started making them, when they hit the big screen, everything from the Bible, everything was about Egypt and whites and Kemet and everybody else was killing people and the Bible was twisted and right. So no, it was never about blacks. Even
You
down
can say the movies weren't, but the people were teaching it. Black people taught it.
was
That
teaching
it,
them.
John Henrik is that as is what,
No,
when did he start teaching it? He's
nobody
early
taught
in the
these people were
1900s.
black.
John Henry Clark taught those people were black. Dr. Ben taught those people were black.
That was in the
James
90s.
Baldwin
That
taught
was in
those
late
back in
90s.
the
That was
1900s.
in the late 90s. Way, way, way after the movies hit the screen. That was in the late 90s. Way in the late 90s.
James Baldwin is not from the late 90s. He was born in 1924. The Harlem Renaissance isn't the late 90s. The Harlem Renaissance is in the 1930s. These
Listen,
things have been happening. They did
them
not
people
do
was not
anything.
teaching them to no black people.
The Harlem Renaissance? What do you mean? That's all black people. That was black people teaching black people.
Light skinned black people, if it was.
No, it was
That was
no.
in 1920 that the Harlem Renaissance started, and it was black people teaching black people.
Was that New
All these
York?
things we're talking about, that was Harlem Renaissance. We had a whole Renaissance about this. We have been teaching this.
Were they light
But
skinned black people?
it doesn't matter if they're light skinned.
Yes,
It
it
doesn't matter.
does.
No,
Yes,
it
it does.
doesn't.
It was a
No, it doesn't.
mixture of complexions.
Yeah, light skinned and white. I think Jabari showed us a clip of that when yeah, light skinned and
So
right.
now, if they're light skinned,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now the
We're not
reason
gonna
why
hide
we're
the truth.
stagnant
If we're
is
gonna
because
tell
light
it, let's
skinned
tell
people were
it.
saying it and
If we're
not
gonna
dark
tell
skinned
it, let's
people.
tell it. Now,
So no,
if
hold
we're gonna
on.
tell it, let's tell
If
it.
dark
Don't
skinned
accent
people,
it.
so if dark skinned people had told it, we would have built our own pyramid by now.
No, if we're gonna tell it, let's tell it. It happened in New York where the school was. No,
It
Jabari
doesn't
didn't go.
happen. You
Jabari
have
is
nothing to
Jabari was
show for
old.
it. And
Jabari wasn't
the
born.
youth aren't going to stick around caring about Kemet, caring about the Harlem
No, that's
Renaissance. They
because
don't
we're
care about
talking
things
about
that show
black
no
schools.
benefit.
We're
And
talking about
what's showing benefit, what actually is showing
Palestinians.
benefit to the youth is
Um,
playing basketball,
not
playing
Palestinians.
football, and
We're
rapping
talking
and
about
doing music. And that's why
black
so many of
college.
us
We're
do
talking
that.
about universities. We're talking about the first universities. We're also talking about um what is these people called? Um um we talking about the 13 colonies when they first started. And it's the first 13 colonies in America. So the Puritans. So we talking about education.
I guess like New England era or anything. But that's
So
way before
that's
the
so
13
in
colonies
America.
is way before 1920s.
Well, right, but so when we get the universities and the 13 colonies, this is when them school systems started, and the Puritans will be part of that because that's what America was established for, to make sure that it was great in education and literacy. And so if it was a HBC, believe me, the Puritans was behind it, and it would have been established in the 13 colonies, which would be New York would be included in one of those, and the Puritans would be behind it. So that HBC would have been in New York somewhere, and believe me, those people would have been in there, would have been high light skinned.
But they taught we were African.
They taught about African with
And they
even
said we're
then,
African. And they
even
taught we
then,
are African.
even then, remember y'all, slavery from the South and the North was very low. It was still going on in the North, but not as much as it was in the South.
What?
Yes,
Well,
that
yeah,
is
but why
very
does
true.
that matter if the people were
It matters
teaching what
very
you want?
much.
Wait, Sakina, if
It
the
matters
people were
very much.
teaching what you want, and you can say that they were Puritans, you can say they were Quakers, you can say they were Anglo-Saxon that were teaching it. They were
Yeah.
teaching that you were African, though. So then
Yeah.
now you're saying that
They didn't
there's
teach
no
them they were
benefit in teaching
African.
that.
They didn't teach them they were
Yes,
African.
they did.
Did
Yes,
they
they
teach them they
did.
were African?
Yes, they
I thought
did.
they didn't use African back then. I
In
thought
the
they didn't teach
19
them they was
in the
African.
1920s, yes,
I
they were
thought they
using
didn't teach them they were
African.
African.
Yes,
I thought y'all
they were
said
doing
that they didn't
African.
teach
That
them they
term
were
comes
African
from
until
that term
um
comes as early as the 1700s. There was an
oh, I
African
thought we wasn't
society.
using the word African until we started using that word and we taught us that we were
No.
African.
No, no.
Oh, oh.
There was an African society, and that stuff that Top Cats already teaches and stuff like that.
Oh, I thought y'all said we never taught we never used the word African. We
No, they say that Africa. No, you're talking about what Sister Freedom said, which is Sister
uh-huh.
Freedom said at the time of slavery, the African people didn't call themselves African, which is a fact. But
But they
as
was
far as
teaching
being
but
taught that you're African, yes, you can say the source of that is white. But what is the problem of the source of that is
you
white?
said
If you
the
think it's
HBC
powerful,
schools was
if you
teaching
think it's
the
so
black
powerful
kids
to
that
be
they were
African,
African.
what does it matter that white people taught you that if it's
You said
powerful to be
HBC.
African?
That was black schools. That was the black people in black schools teaching them that they
Yeah,
were
and
African.
they were African. No, Hertzovich taught it, which is a Jewish guy. There's a bunch of white people that taught it too. So I agree with you. White people taught it too, but you're saying there's powerfulness in the term of being African. So what does it matter that white people taught us that we were African? That should be great. White people taught us we're African, right? That's a wonderful term.
You said white people taught us we were African.
Yeah, you said the Puritans are the ones that started the school, and they were teaching that we're African. So it shouldn't that be a great thing that the Puritans came and said we're African?
No, why would that be so great with white people telling us we were African?
What is the benefit of
So
us telling each other we're African then?
I
If
so
there's
it
a
matters.
benefit, if there's a benefit, it wouldn't matter. There is no benefit. That's the point.
This is what I'm saying. Y'all trying to twist it to make it fit for what you wanted to, and taking it from what I said. So with that, you can have it because that's not what I said, and nor is it what I meant. So now that y'all can develop, and it didn't stop anything from what I was doing because again, I'm almost 60. I have lived a wonderful life. I've been a model at 18. I've been a comedian 3 times in my life and still can do it. I've been working in a college. I've worked in the medical field. I've been HR. I've been a businesswoman all my career. So no, I've been a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm an auntie, a great auntie, a triple great auntie. So no, lived a wonderful life. I've had a wonderful career. I am on disability and I am retired. I live wonderful. So no, it hasn't stopped me from doing a damn thing. And futuristically, I'm still doing fine. So has it stopped me from doing anything I want to do? No. What is it doing is teaching me something. The same thing. I have hopped through this little thing and it's teaching me about people. But as far as that, no, because I hired and fired people for 17 years in my career. But other than that, what this is teaching me is about what? I never knew the Bible. It's teaching me to keep reading between them, but it's teaching me more about people. But what I want to know about Africa, y'all shooting it right down like everything else. So I don't understand it, but I just want to know why, as black people, we couldn't come from nothing great. But I guess we don't be nothing great. So I guess just like the Bible said, we're filthy rags, and I can adjust to that. Thank y'all. I guess we can believe in that.
Oh man. I tell you, well, it's a 6:45. Let me get myself together so I can get out of here. Oh shit. Y'all was on here for a long time. Y'all gotta get some sleeps. Oh crazy man. This shit here's a trip. I'm glad you ain't got into that Bible though. That would have been a waste of time.
Yeah.
And
I
I
be
think you
reading them
just
for what
proved
I
the
need.
point of what was made initially, is that there's a greater benefit into being focused on what you can achieve, and a title isn't gonna give you what you can achieve.
Right.
No
She
one's saying don't
Actually,
want
did.
it.
No, she
Yes,
actually did. Because her life, without her knowing all of this stuff, now she getting to a place, now Sakina getting to a place to where now she wanna get more knowledge and understand more things, and that's good. But your life, look at you say how wonderful your life was and is. And that had no effects from the knowledge. So
no,
yeah,
it hasn't. It hasn't. I've just been trying to,
right.
I did the precept by precept, trying to figure it, find out what, and I just don't get it. But I guess it wasn't to get it. But I'm gonna still search. I don't know. It's fun. It's
And
heartbreaking.
that's why I say pastime. That can't be the main time. Now for people that, set already, got themselves set in life and things is good and they know their path and all of this stuff, then okay, that's fine. But I'm talking
Mhm.
about the majority of our people that stay so focused on this quote unquote knowledge that they are not in touch with reality.
Yeah, I get that part
correct.
too.
And if it's heartbreaking to learn the truth, why not just believe in the fiction and just go about believing in the fiction? But if you really want to know the truth, then you got to go through the heartbreaking parts, because it's not just trying to debunk your whole identity, it's just giving you the truth.
No,
So
I
once you find
totally
out
agree with
this
that.
aspect is the truth and this aspect is the truth, I mean, I'm sure that can be heartbreaking, but can it be a growing experience to give you more knowledge because before you didn't know the truth, you were believing in fiction?
Listen, see, let me tell you something. This one I'm finna go with this one. Distinguished titles. Okay, so Lord means man, right? This is a distinguished title. So Lord means man, and woman or lady means Donna, right? And that's my damn name. So I don't need a distinguished title. Check that one out. Haha, so I'm good. So I'm good. I got a distinguished title, my name. So I'm already having it. So I don't need to even sign to get one and all that other wonderfulness because my name is a distinguished title. So I'm all
That's
good.
how I feel about my name too. That's why I
Right.
never added goddess. I'll let people call me queen or goddess if they want to call it, but I'll never call myself a goddess. I ain't a goddess if I got to pay a bill. I ain't a queen if I ain't got someone treating me like royalty. I'm
See,
just me. I'm Dulcinea, and I love being
And that's
Dulcinea.
why amnesia.
there it
Exactly.
is. There it is. See what I'm saying? And that's when you become unique, just like that. And certain things you don't have to do. And that's why when I said the only thing I fight for is my respect. Like when you know what I'm saying? Because I fight for y'all respect. And that's it. I don't fight for no other reason. You see the piercing in my face? That's because I don't fight. I will check real quick. But if I have to fight, it's on and cracking. I wear my rings for that very reason. I lost some diamonds in them for that very reason. But the only reason I fight is for my respect. Other than that, I don't. Now I'll check you real quick about respect because that's something I don't have, you know. But other than that, I'm gonna ask you and we're gonna talk about it all day long. Otherwise I couldn't have held my job that long. You see what I'm saying? Because we can talk about anything. I can ask you to do anything. But I don't feel like I need to tell you nothing because I'm not your mom. We should be able to talk like adults. But when you get to this disrespectful piece, that's something I cannot tolerate.
Whew. All right, y'all. Let me jump in the shower. I got to go to work. I talk to y'all. I guess shit. It'll be Saturday. I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Peace and
Dulcinea, I'm so ready.
love. Yeah, it's gonna be good, and yeah, thank you guys too for sticking it out with us. It's been 9 hours, 9 hours and 25 minutes. We've been on
Yeah.
all night. So peace and love,
Mm-hmm.
everybody. I'm gonna get this stuff together for my son to go off to school, and then I'm
Yeah.
lay it down.
I
All
would take
right.
my daughter to work and then I got a doctor appointment myself. So thank everybody for hanging out with us. Everybody on the count of three, scream loud to wake E Bizzle up. One, two.
Yeah, I can't wake the rest of the house up. But
Right.
thank you guys.
But thank y'all again for hanging out with us. You know what I mean? Y'all didn't have to do it, but we sure appreciate that you did. Yes. Thank you so much, nephew, for giving Dawsonair the work.
Yeah.
Right.
Shout
And
out to
remember,
Jay.
pseudo killers, we're sorry. Come back.
Shout out to Jay Round Table Game. We appreciate you, brother. We really do.
Yes. All right, everybody. Sherman Hotel.
All right.